What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Saturday, the 20th of September. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the docks of Amami City. We're live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't exactly care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there and all my jellyfish. All my forest creatures and sea creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay back my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward. High on life, or whatever simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. Oh, I overslept, sorry. We got a lot to talk about today because Destiny is getting fucking wrecked. I mean, I could have brought this to you yesterday and it would have been Destiny demonetized. Destiny, oh my god, there's so many, just so many bad things are happening to Destiny, right? Right now. I don't know what he thought this was gonna be. This was gonna be like his comeback. Like he was gonna stand out and like crystallize the resistance to Trump through giving Trump. It's kind of reminding me of like a Vosh move, right? Shout out to all the brain jars out there, yeah. Yeah, good to be here again. Sorry I am late. Trying to cool the fuck off here before we get started. Wait. Oh wow, thank you, Christian. That's a ringing endorsement there. Let her cook. Yeah, you're telling chat. Yeah, chat, don't say anything. She's cooking. She might respond to chat if you. Okay, that's better. Yeah, coconut water in the morning. Oh my god, chat, I started Thai. I started Thai last Friday. That's you know, what I was doing on Friday. I started my Thai class. I didn't expect it to, like, I thought they were gonna, I don't know. I don't know. I'm used to like breaks between like semesters, you know what I mean? Although I never get enough break. I can remember like when I was going back to finish like, you know, another degree for my undergrad. I was taking like a massage intensive like that summer, and I was like, yeah, but that's like, you know, there's like 2 weeks, one weekend in between the end of class and the start of the massage intensive. That's the kind of luck I got when it comes to breaks. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the break though, honestly. Sawatika to you too, Ananogamy. Coconut water and Thai classes. Well, I mean, this shit is like the fucking panacea right here. When you're not feeling great, coconut water is great. And the other thing, the place I get it, you don't just get coconut water, chat. For less than $1, you get this. Oh my god, if I could eat it, it's kind of jelly. You get coconut jelly too, right? How's the class? Pretty good. I was kind of surprised. I thought I was gonna be way behind. It started on Monday, right? Because yeah, I met somebody like when I was going on the plane that's in the same boat as me. You know, lives around the same place and was doing the same thing, getting the ED visa in Vietnam. He got his way earlier than me. So I was kind of jealous, and he got to go home on, I think it was like Friday or something like that, and start classes on Monday. But yeah, I had to wait until Wednesday. But yeah, no, I'm actually kind of surprised. I was doing okay. I was doing okay in that class. Like, right, there's a few like words and phrases that I already picked up just by being in Thailand. Like if you want to tell somebody good luck, it's Chok D, not Chuck D, the rapper, but the Chok D. kind of sounds similar. Easily available as I live in Afro-Caribbean area. It's not cheap though. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Yeah. Coconut water is actually one of the cheaper things to get here because there's a shit ton of coconuts. Like, right, you know, if you like things can't, you know, you can like spend a lot of money here if you want to take the fact that the restaurants are cheaper as a reason to do fine dining and shit like that. I've never been the fine dining type, mainly because I'm vegan. So, like, you know, somebody serves me a steak. Yeah, the Matrix, right, would not have worked on me, right, if I was in the position of, what's his name, Cypher, and they were like, here, betray Morpheus, here's, you know, here's a juicy steak. I'd be like, got any tofu? They'd be like, tofu? What? Do you, Choki, do you ever try coconut sprout? Wait, what is it called? Like a coconut shoot? You ever tried like chopped up coconut shoot as like almost a vegetable? That's another thing that I really like to get, right? Just like bamboo has shoots, and you can cut those. You can like kind of pull those shoots out and then strip the bark off of them. Would you have killed Tank for tofu? I don't know. I think I would have been okay with that weird. What were they were eating oatmeal. I mean, oatmeal's not bad. You got to make it good, right? You know, it could use some blueberries, I would say. But it's not a bad start. Oatmeal's all right. I would have been chilling with Mouse eating tofu, probably. Or tofu, eating, what am I saying? Oatmeal. That's right, though. You pull down the thing and it squirts oatmeal in your bowl. Okay, I feel better now. My hair is like a mess, though. Apologies, chat. I need to wash it. I just got like some good conditioner, so hopefully I'll be good. Sounds delicious. They do sell sugarcane. Yeah, I get that stuff too. Right? Sugarcane juice. Especially, I mean, you can eat, wait, I have gotten sugarcane, like not like the chopped little bits of it. It's weird. You gotta chew it and then like spit it out. But sugarcane juice is nice. And so the only thing is it leaves like anything too sweet like leaves a bad taste in my mouth. That's why I like coconut water, because it's like it's not too sweet. And if you add some, did Cypher? Oh yeah, he did kill Tank. I forgot about that. God, I haven't seen The Matrix in forever. If you throw a little bit of like lime into the coconut water, it is super. You know what? The other thing I need. Oh, chat, I need to get this because I was getting the oatmeal is kind of the goat meal. I was getting this in Vietnam, mint. But you know what? I always get talking about food in the very beginning because food is so important to me. You know, drinks are so important to me. I'm a little bit, but there are things to attend to. The first and foremost thing being Mr. Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bodell III. We're witnessing possibly the end of Destiny. I'm going to show you some screenshots in a while that imply that Destiny, after all of his failures, right? Failure to pop off and crystallize dissent against Trump in Piers Morgan. No, all you go on Piers Morgan, like what lefties do you think are watching you? Like maybe me and my chat, if you're lucky, right? We might be watching a Piers Morgan debate, but it's primarily a right-wing audience, right? And that's what Destiny didn't get. He got in bed with the pro-Israeli lobby. He got in bed before that, literally, with Lauren Southern and maybe even with Nick Fuentes, although that is not confirmed. That last part is not confirmed, right? Whether or not Nick Fuentes was the mysterious wiener in the infamous video that I apparently got shared around Twitter. I never see horrible shit on Twitter. I don't know what it is, chat. Like I just never see it. Like people tell me it's there. People, you know, obviously the Charlie Kirk thing is the latest horrible video to go viral on Twitter. You wonder why Elon did that, right? And I think that shit like that definitely contributed to the absolute moral panic, the absolute witch hunt atmosphere that is blowing up in Destiny's face right now, because he's not the problem is, you can pop off, you can be controversial, and generally this will, you know, get you more eyes, right? But the question is, are they the right eyes, right? If I went, I don't know, into DGG, fucking roasted Destiny's ass, all it would get me would be hate, right? Because nobody else saw it. DGG saw it, and they hate you for it, and nobody that like is like, well, that's kind of bait. No, like, you know, you what are you gonna do? Make a post, be like, I went into DGG and posted this, haha, I made them very mad, right? Nobody cares. That would get like 3 likes, right? So yeah, the whole point, the whole thing that people are trying to do, the thing that Vosh was trying to do when he told J.K. Rowling to get back into the kitchen, I believe something like that, right, was to try to pop off. And, you know, Vosh even, maybe to a certain extent, Vosh did, because, you know, people on the internet saw him say that shit to J.K. Rowling, and some people just like to see J.K. Rowling get shit on. But honestly, the reason he got quote retweeted by her is because she's looking for a trans rights advocate saying misogynist things. It's kind of hard to find. It's kind of hard to find somebody that's like, yay trans rights, but boo feminism. But you know, whether he was joking or not, she found it in Vosh, and you know, that caused it. But anyway, this is even Vosh can manage the move that Destiny was trying to do, which is a take meister, better than Destiny, right? If you crash out about like Charlie Kirk and you only get seen by Piers Morgan's audience, all that's gonna do is earn you the ire of the right wing. This is why Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur have not been able to really benefit, right? They've been on Piers Morgan. That's a pretty big platform. They got seen by a lot of eyes, but these are eyes that are just like, yeah, I guess she's okay for a liberal or some shit like that. Or like, oh, surprisingly based liberal hates trans people. I don't know. They don't get, they're not replenishing their viewership, right? Nobody's coming, watching them on Piers Morgan, seeing them do the pick me dance, and then following them back to TYT, right? That's just a very rare person. If anything, Cenk and Anna might be building their Twitter audience more than they're building their audience, the audience that they should be worried about, the audience that is dwindling, right? The audience it's getting to the point where, like, the Vanguard have pointed this out, right? You can find long strings of TYT videos that do not go past the views that, like, say, the Vanguard would get. Vanguard started, you know, way more recently, smaller stream, smaller production, doesn't have a bunch of money, doesn't have the Katzenberg money, doesn't have the Polymarket studio money, but still somehow manages to do okay as far as views, while TYT just goes down the toilet. So yeah, Destiny is suffering from a worse version of the same thing. That's what we're going to be going over today. Yeah, he only got really attention from like Alex Jones and people like that.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Does any of these people get the concept of blowback? It's not just a geopolitical concept, it's honestly pretty applicable to most things in life.
Wait, you're talking about blowback, Davy? You mean like blowback from... Like, so when we talk about blowback, like sometimes like the Hasan quote, the famous Hasan quote about 9/11 was referencing blowback. The kind of blowback we're talking about is the blowback that you get as the United States when you put a military base in Saudi Arabia and you don't have the sensitivity to know how that's going to come off to the Muslim world. And you know, just like shit that the United States did with impunity in the 90s regarding Iraq, you know, while it played well with the United States and its allies, didn't play great with the Muslim world. It enabled somebody like bin Laden, a former CIA asset himself, to kind of pop off as you know, a critic of the United States, and to crystallize a following that you know, became Al Qaeda, right? So that's a form of blowback. They think that they're somehow special and it doesn't apply to them. Discovered NCC from the Vanguard's chat. Yeah. But good question, Davy. It kind of, oh my gosh, let me get my shit together here, so I can put the super chats on the screen. I just set the, oh no, we gotta fix that. God damn it. We gotta fix that. All right. I'm trying to do the butterfly goal here. Remove goal. Remove. Start a new one. Start another goal. Okay, so I'm gonna give you more than 30 minutes. That's like ridiculously short amount of time. I've been playing around with this a little bit, but yeah, 2 hours seems about right to get 2 teal super chats. You've already got 1, so if you get 9, I will count it. I will count it as if you got 10, but if you want the confetti, which some people like to see the confetti blow, you have to get 10 of those for that. But yeah, Davi got to start it off with 1, and I'm still trying to figure out how blowback applies here. The blowback from what? Like making the right wing aware of you? Like, is sucking Fuentes' dick like Destiny's, like, you know, U.S. base in Saudi Arabia? Is that what's going on? But yeah, with Destiny, when we talk about blowback, it takes on a whole nother meaning. You know, given that his biggest moment of like social media impact was blowing an unnamed wiener. We will never know whose wiener that was, although a lot of people like to say it's Nick Fuentes'. I don't know, are we gonna have to do a wiener lineup like in that 80s movie? What was that fucking 80s movie where some dude stuck his wiener through a hole and then like the principal like grabbed it? That movie is inappropriate. Wow. That did not age well. Oh my god. What was that movie, chat? And they end up, she's like, we need to do a wiener lineup, actually, is what we need to do. I'm sure I can identify the student that has that wiener because it had a mole on it. I'm gonna look for the mole. I'm gonna like find the one with the mole on it. That's the wiener. That's the offending wiener. Like, but she was trying to catch him. She was trying to grab it to, like, I don't know, hold him there so that he could get in trouble for doing the wiener thing. Wow. Chat, 80s movies are wild, aren't they? Oh my god. Anyway, let's try. I don't know how I got. Yeah, because we were talking about the wiener lineup, right? To positively identify that wiener as being Nick Fuentes, and positively confirm Davy Cliff's theory of blowback, which I'm still trying to get your tweet, your chat on the screen. There we go. I think I need that. We need a lineup of right-wing wieners, I believe. 80s movies are Psycho. Is Psycho an 80s movie? I thought that was like 70s. Was it ever confirmed if it was Fuentes? You know, there's just a lot of circumstantial evidence, right? There's a lot, and I'm not kidding about that. I'm not making it up. I'm not trying to inflate. I'm not trying to erect a tower of deceit and lies. I'm serious when I say there is a decent amount of circumstantial evidence that would make one think that maybe Destiny and Nick did hook up, although, you know, it's like, you know, they both deny it officially, right? The evidence is that Destiny was talking to that 17-year-old and he starts like just kind of pouring his heart out to her, right? And talking about like how like it sounded like she was like kind of interested in him, but in this conversation he's more interested about talking to her about guys, right? Because he's hooked up with a guy for the first time at this, and he wants to talk to somebody. He wants to, you know, he wants to talk shop with another penis enjoyer, I guess. And yeah, so that's when and it was the same time that it was around the same time that he had Fuentes on, right? He was hanging out with Fuentes at the same time as he was recorded talking about wieners on Discord, right? Talking about his first wiener specifically. Yeah, we got to be witness to that moment. Of the newly recognized bisexuality of Destiny, I guess. Wow, chat. How did I get talked about? How did I get talked? There's a new kitten in chat. Wait, what? It's Animal House. Is that the one where they grab the wiener? It's so inappropriate too. It was like the principal like grabbing a Anyway, that's like, wow. People just did not give a fuck in the 80s, right? Destiny rebuilt Nick Fuentes' career. That's what you mean by blowback. That's what Davi's talking about with blowback. God damn it, I still have, I've promised, I gotta go find it now. There we go. Boom. Right there. There's the blowback. There she blows. Oh my god, chat. Do you think that's... Oh no. Oh no. You know, is Herman Melville is fairly homoerotic, right? I've never witnessed it myself, but I'm told that just like Destiny and Fuentes' rumored hookup, there might have been something between Melville and Whitman. I don't know. We could speculate about the bisexuality or homosexuality, the pansexuality even of various American literary figures, but that still does not give them the, you know, the respect that that American literature just generally doesn't get, right? Because it's kind of mid, I'm told, right? People not from the U.S. that read American literature, they're not impressed, right? Just like whoever was getting that blowjob was probably not impressed by Destiny's skills. But again, it's the first time he's ever done that, so you know, cut him some slack, I guess. I think saying unhinged, violent shit on the internet is finally affecting him negatively. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird how threatening Hasan or you know what all the other shit they bring on Sam Hyde to literally threaten Hasan's life, right? None of that shit had any real consequences for him. But the second that he does, you know, gets a little bit like, I don't know, just like what he didn't want to. They just got him on the Hamas shit, didn't they? Oh my god, now that's some blowback right there of a different kind. Just Piers Morgan wields do you disavow political violence or something like, I think that's what it was, right? You know, as he wielded the do you disavow Hamas? Do you what was the word, chat? What was the word that they used for Hamas? Where they like try to start off the conversation with like a making you disavow. My theory is that nasty producers like Weinstein making sure that media normalize their sickness in subtle ways. I mean, Destiny and Weinstein definitely have a lot. Porky's. The film is called Porky's. Thank you, Eric M. That's Porky's? I didn't think I'd seen Porky's. I thought it had to do with pigs. I thought they were fucking a pig in that movie. No? Oh no, I'm sorry, chat. That was oh my god. That was a British prime. Was it David Cameron? Was he the one that had his way with a pig as a college initiation prank? Was it David Cameron, or am I mixing up Tony Blair? Who are the other British former PMs, right? It's one of them, right? Imagine going on a mid date and then later find out they were recorded. That's got to be. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be identified either. Destiny's getting rimmed by Alex Jones. I mean, that's the implicit threat, isn't it? That's the implicit threat, is a very, very condemn. Yeah, you gotta condemn Hamas. That's right. So yeah, Destiny wouldn't condemn political violence, or like he was like, I want Trump to condemn political violence before I will, right? Because the only way that these right-wingers are gonna force Trump to turn the heat down, right? Which, you know, he's the president, and I guess Destiny's got a point there. President turning down the heat on this kind of stuff is a lot more effective than a former Twitch streamer, former StarCraft esports jock. You know, it doesn't seem like it would make much of a difference, but he absolutely got roasted by, I think it was Anna Kasparian. Anna Kasparian, big papa fascist, and then there was Jack Proboscis. What's the guy's name? Jack Probosci. Jack, what the fuck is that guy's name? Proscobius? Is that his name? It was David Cameron. David Cameron was the one. It's a Black Mirror episode. I like to think it's reality too, but no, you're probably right. It's probably just a Black Mirror episode. An episode of Black Mirror that alludes to, yeah, the David Cameron rumor. I don't know if it makes it better or worse that the actual rumor of the pig and David Cameron was that the pig was not living at the time, because that also makes it more than just animal abuse. It also makes it necrophilia, which I don't know how you feelia about necrophilia, but if you were Destiny's audience instead of my audience, you'd be pretty fucking excited. They'd be like, oh, spicy debate topic. NCC, call up Wick, and let's put together a debate panel over the ethics of necrophilia. Oh. Do you condemn David Cameron and his crimes against... what's the name for like a dog is canine, the cat is feline, what is the pig? Porcine? Is the pig porcine? Or I feel like porcine's not quite the same as feline and canine. What is the name for like pig kind? Like, right? Pigs, hogs, the boars, Pasobiac? It's not, okay. Pasobiac. Yeah, it was Pasobiac that was there. It was meant to be a pig head. I don't know. I think it's worse. I mean, it's bad either way. In fact, happening to a living pig is necrophilia. Yeah, it's its own type of wanting a partner that can't consent. It's porcine, swine type. Yeah, swinekind. David Cameron's crimes against swinekind, I think is what I was trying to say. I mean, the Bullington Club, they'd burn money in front of homeless people. Jesus Christ. I think that's somehow worse over a dead pig. Rugby initiations have been similarly gross. You know, chat, okay, can I say this word? I'm a little bit savvy of British public school hijinks, right? Let's just say. And by public school, I don't mean public school like you'd have in America, right? Public school is the school you go for ostensibly for free, although it's going to vary, the quality is going to vary depending on the tax status of your school zone, your school district, right? But in British, public school is the private school. Public school is like where the rich people go, right? And they've got a fucking tradition. I'm not sure if I can name the tradition. Any Brits in chat know the tradition? So you know the British word for a cigarette, right? The one that, you know, we probably don't say here on this stream because it's like a slur in American English, right? You know that one? So you imagine you take that word, the word for a British cigarette, and you turn it into a verb, and come up with the concept of like British cigarette-ing, right? There's a thing in British. I don't know whether I should say public or private, because if I say private, then the British are gonna come for me. 'Cause that's wrong. And if I say public, then the Americans are gonna think I'm talking about like school for everyday people, which it's not. It's like the opposite of that. Never underestimate the depravity of the upper class. We've got our own, right? With the Skull and Bones Club, I believe. And but anybody know what I'm talking about? Cigaretting, yeah. We could call it cigaretting. But understand, it's not, the word is not actually cigaretting. Yeah, a fig. Yeah, we could say it's figging. There's a powerfully repressed gay Joe Rogan. That is a vote for powerfully repressed gay Joe Rogan. You know, I always imagine Joe Rogan like, have you ever seen, oh my God, what is it? Golden Kamuy? It's an anime that takes place in, is it Hokkaido? The province up north in Japan. And there's this one kind of fish that they catch a bunch of the fish and they cook it. And for some reason, they like I don't know, they want to smoke it or something, so they shut the windows to the house and everything. But this fish has a special property in that it causes like lust. It is a bit of a gay bomb in its own way, right? The fish is a gay bomb. And it goes off, and all of the men, all the male characters in Golden Komoy, or a lot of them anyway, they're, you know, they get experimental, let's just say, with each other. You can say private school for both. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, fancy school, the fancy British school, right? The inspiration for schools like Hogwarts in literature is, you know, so they have a tradition, and I'll just say figging. All right, I'll say that the tradition is called figging. Funny enough, Percy Bysshe Shelley got bullied in his fancy school because he didn't like to participate in the figging. And all it was that the older students, and you know, if you're American, you probably recognize this, right? The gay fish. I don't know how the fish made them gay, but it did. Yeah, the fish made them very, very gay, or very bisexual at least. But anyway, yeah, all it is when the older students, like, hey, it's like hazing, right? Except, well, wait, maybe it's a lot like hazing. Maybe, in fact, this could even be where the American, like, fraternity tradition of hazing came from, because it does seem very similar. It does seem very similar. But there would be a older student who was known as the Fig Master, right? And the Fig Master had, I don't know, like a group of younger students that were his figs. Right? So, you know, and like, look, this wasn't necessarily, like, I know it sounds like, you know, I'm talking about something very, horrible. I mean, it was horrible. You know, they're hazing, they're bullying. And yes, sometimes this bullying did have like an edge of a, you know, kind of sexual domination, to it as well. Oh, it wasn't just an initiation. I think these people had, they just had to, like, they had to cater to the older student, right? In whatever way that the older student saw fit. And sometimes this was just like, you know, get me tea, or, you know, do some menial task for me so that I don't wash my laundry. So sometimes, like, the kind of behaviors that maybe like a woman would be expected to do in a marriage back in the day would be what the younger students were forced to engage in. There was also like a, I don't know, the Fig Master was supposed to protect his figs should they be bullied, because only he was allowed to bully them, right? Nobody else could bully them. Otherwise, that was, you know, that made him a bitch somehow, and he had to prove that. I don't know. This is a horrible thing, horrible tradition. This is why Percy Bysshe Shelley, you know, did not want to participate probably in this demeaning activity. But, you know, like, literally everybody was, and because he didn't, he got bullied even worse. But what the fuck is the point? Oh my god, Chad, wait. Hazing is just for SA. What's all of boarding school is built. That's what all of boarding school is built around. I mean, no, they haze them in a bunch of different ways. Roald Dahl writes in his one of his memoirs about being forced to warm up the toilet seat, right? The toilet at his school was outside, which, you know, right? It's and it had like a metal seat, right? And so the metal in the winter, the metal seat would get really cold, and it would make your bum cold, right? It would suck to sit on the seat. So the older students forced the younger students to sit on the toilet seat in order to warm it up for them. Honestly, sounds like a master-slave dynamic, both in the literal. Sometimes it was. Sometimes it was. I mean, that was that. You know, like again, you know, the you know, younger students, you know, don't know. Like it's because this existed like outside of the rules, I guess, right? It wasn't like the teacher was like, okay, you 3, you 5 are assigned to this, you know, senior. He is your Fig Master. You were his. It wasn't like official. It was just like it just went on, right? And so that's like even more like the kind of you know, the unfortunately perfect environment for yeah, all kinds of abuse, physical, psychological, and yes, most likely sexual as well. Starting to think it was a mistake to ever let men be in charge of anything. Wasn't that kind of what the confused comic on the Stavros that, you know, we watched Stavros Halkias podcast with what's her name, Gina James. Alex Jones is the fig master and has a proboscis full of fish sticks that he shares with Kanye. I forgot about him. Do you remember when Alex Jones was the voice of reason to Kanye? Like, he brings on Kanye. Kanye's got like a bodysuit on and a warm jacket. My boyfriend went to boarding school. They still do that. Yeah, I've heard about this. Yeah, this tradition unfortunately survives to this day. It was Jordan Jensen. Yeah. I don't know. I couldn't make, like, it was really hard to interpret what the fuck Jordan Jensen was on about. Like, at first it sounds transphobic, and then it starts to sound like feminist, but this weird kind of like right-wing feminist. I don't know. Military soldiers getting gay, especially in the 1890s. No way. Crotchy with the super chat for Joe Rogan, and Will. Oh my gosh, I didn't even see, like, Will. Wait a minute. Okay, that's, yeah. Yeah, good to see you again, Will. But yeah, we're going to be talking about Destiny and Alex Jones today. And I mean, I don't think this is hazing. I don't think, I'd like, look, you could say that maybe what Anna Kasparian experienced on her take, which is a subsidiary of Valuetainment. Are you not Valuetained, right? When Anna had a, what is his name? Adam Sosnick threw a tampon at her just to say that she was overly emotional, basically, and hysteric. You know, that may have been a form of hazing. Maybe that's what's going on, is that, like, TYT has been left-wing for so many years that they got to get beat into, you know, the cult of Patrick Bet-David. But yeah, thank you, Will. Thank you, Crotchy. Thank you, Davi, for getting us started, and for reminding me that we gotta lock in here. I gotta lock in, and put your money where your mouth is, right? Which is, let's see. That's what the face huggers chat. I need to find a way to watch Alien Earth. I want to watch it. It sounds good. Okay, and then I gotta change this thing. I think we're just gonna say we're at 2 out of 10 as far as the butterfly goal goes. And oh my gosh, I haven't even updated this yet, but I think we're at 16 out of 100 as far as the bonus content goes. And with that, chat, I gotta use, wait, a few people. Yeah, like, Will, okay, so look at this. People always wonder, like, what is that thing? I mean, obviously it lists the bonus content options, but, like, what are the numbers, right? So everything is like +0, +0, +0, -0, right? What does that mean? What does that all shake out to? Well, I'm glad you asked, right? And what is this number and what is this number? All right, so let's start on this number, right? This number is the number for bonus content. You can trick me, you can haze me, and force me to stick around longer than I normally would, do a little bit of a longer stream for you if you get this number up to 100. That is how you do that, right? And the things that make this number go up are when you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships to other people. This is all on YouTube I'm talking about. If you support me on Throne, which I still have the Vietnam thing. I think we're like 190 from completely, crushing that goal. I still have that on there just because I haven't had time to deal with it. So you can still support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, or if you sign up for Patreon, patreon.com/nocommentchick. I'm going to read out the shout outs, right? Because at the $5 level and above, you got a fancy shout out. But it also goes to make this number higher. Every time somebody signs up for Patreon, every time somebody supports me on Throne, or every time somebody supports me on YouTube or Twitch. Speaking of Twitch, it's still September. Yo, it's time to cheers. Crystal, today I don't have coffee, but I do have matcha. I finally got myself, so yeah, I took yesterday off and I replenished my, here. Let me have it just right. Yeah, there we go. I replenished my supplies here. I'd kind of like, I tried to eat everything in the house before I left. Unfortunately, I left some cabbage in the refrigerator, which did not stay good. But yeah, I got some more matcha for myself, and I'm having a little matcha latte today. All right, as I was saying, speaking of Twitch, it is still September, which is your chance to maybe lock in. I think at least I think you can get like at least 3 months of the lower price. Yeah, their subs are 25% off. And if you get multiple months, I think
Ravi Cliff super chatted $9.99. I heard that Alien Earth is 90% Gen X music drops at all times.
Oh no!
Still playing 80s music in 2017.
Oh yeah, wow.
Done with the world. I'm sick and tired of those wannabe Darias.
Darias? Oh no. It's a sick, sad world, Davi. And I only know that because Brandon used the Sick Sad World, like the thing for his. It was like for what his stream. Brandon from Majority Report streams now, and he was as his thumbnail, I guess. He uses Sick Sad World, which I was like, I've seen that somewhere. I had to look it up. It's Daria. I guess it was Daria's favorite TV show or something. Although, wait, are you sure? I feel like that's wrong. That's what the AI, that's what Gemini told me. I don't exactly trust the bot. I don't exactly trust the robot. Not getting high on Vietnamese coffee today. I haven't had the courage to bust into this weasel coffee yet, right? We think it's not weasel poop, but it could be fossilized weasel poop. Dario Brando? Wait, oh, Dario, well, it's like Dio Brando, but with a blast from the past of Twitch pull. But either way, Davi, thank you for the super chat. And God, you're just making me think here. Yeah, 2078. See the thing, like if I was the script writer and I was trying to defend my choice there, I would say, well, yeah, because there was another like retro. It's a retro trend, right? Like it made a comeback in 27. I just don't think 2078. I think you gotta wait till 2032, right? I think they killed the 80s with all the vaporwave retro and the what do you call it? Like analog. Is analog horror kind of like an 80s throwback thing? Like where you have the VCR. It looks like a Betamax or a VCR tape. Like the, what is it called, chat? The VCR tape is called it's not a Betamax. That was the mistake. It's not an 8-track cassette. Yeah, the cassette, I think. It's like it's recorded on an old school video cassette. I think. Like one of those cassettes of like MTV from the 90s, and it's got all the commercials in it too. It's VHS. Is that different than VCR? Which one is first, VHS or VCR? What, do I have this right? It was Betamax first, then VHS, then VCR, then DVD? Something like that? Then MP3 or MP4, if we're talking about video. same. VHS is the medium. VCR is the playback device. Super 8. Yeah, Super 8. Wait, is Super 8 the music one? Or am I thinking of, it's the tape is called, wait, it's what VHS is the tape. You put the VHS in the VCR, and then you do some PCP and watch. I gotta think of a 80s band that's like a 3-letter thing. What is an 80 band? So yeah, I haven't gotten to see the Gen X music drops yet, but that does sound kind of cursed. Wait, that's Stranger they're just literally they're literally trying to repeat what Stranger Things did, right? We're at 30 now. Isn't that basically Stranger Things' whole thing was like, let's like throw, yeah, because well, at least Stranger Things was set in the 80s, right? So it makes sense that they would be, yeah, NWA, yeah, you put, and then you do some PCP and listen to NWA, Down with OPP, something like that, yeah. A bunch of rich kids living out Lord of the Flies. Davy, you just described capitalism to me. I believe. I believe that would be called capitalism. REM, I should have done that. Yeah, REM is an 80s band, right? That's me in the corner. But anyway, I don't know if they have any REM in there. Davy is saying it's a bunch of 80s throwback stuff. I graduated in 80. Wait, was REM not a band? No, like weren't they like late 80s though? Analog has a lot of downsides. Inconsistent playback. That's the charm, you know, to people, to fans of analog horror. But that's what I mean is that like I feel like the 80s have been like retrofied to the point where it's gonna take a long time for that to come back. Because I remember, chat. I remember editing videos and being like, let's put a little vaporwave aesthetic on there, and just thinking like, how long can this last? This was like in 2021. I was like, you know what, vaporwave has been around for like 5 years at this point. Like maybe I don't want to put vaporwave shit in my videos, but it's gonna date it, right? There is a band called ABC. Too young and never hyperfixated on these kind of media players. Oh, you got to get yourself a Walkman, Straw Clap, or an iPod. Get yourself an iPod. That's some cool classic tech. I am old enough to have actually had an what is it? The iPod Mini. It's not an iPad, chat. It's an iPod. Okay, iPod. It's just for music. And you go this little round thing, and you go, and it makes a clicky noise. It's really cool. It's not an analog clicky noise though. It's definitely a digital. Everything was digital by that time. Discman, yes, get a Discman. Although, wait, no, I don't think you can get a disc. Those skip, right? The Discman. I think the cassette, the Walkman's better probably. Right? I mean, the worst that can happen with a Walkman is the tape busts, which sucks, but oh wait, no, because it can get all tied up into the mechanism, can it? Yeah, I guess Walkman have their kids retrofied the 2000s. Still the most surreal feel. I mean, I don't blame them. The iPod was cool as fuck. I wish I still had my iPod Mini, but I think I lost it, Chad. It broke me up too. It really, I didn't know how I was going to go on without my iPod. And it turns out I just like I had a stack of books and I put the iPod on it, and then I stacked like folders on top of the iPod, and I was like crying. I was like, I lost my iPod, and well, I found it years later, right? When I was cleaning, yeah, because all that got like put in the closet, right? And then when I was like cleaning out the closet, like, right, I pull off the folders and I'm like, oh my gosh, the iPod, but it no longer worked, or it needed to be charged or something. iPod Shuffle, iPod Nano, iPod Touch. There were so many iPods. Mine was like it's about like that size, and you go, it makes the coolest sound, chat. Wait, I think I have the sound. Oh my god, chat. I gotta get it going. I was right in the middle of explaining the September promotion with Twitch. The fact that you can get your own... You can get a sub on Twitch at no cost to you if you have Prime, right? You just hook that baby up to Twitch, to your account on Twitch, and you will get one free sub to use on the channel of your choice. If that channel happens to be mine, you will get all the emotes and all the benefits of being a sub at no cost to you, and it also makes that number go up, which is pretty wild. Okay, it's in here. Oh my god, I might have to find... This is almost like looking through like my closet of things to find the iPod. Come on. There we go. When you look... Do you ever do that, chat? When you look at an old folder that's like on an external drive, and it's kind of like, oh, I remember that. Oh, there's that VOD of those two weirdos like making fun of me that nobody remembers. So I was gonna watch that on stream or something and react to it, but it's just not relevant anymore. Yeah, I'm looking for music files here. Mouse click. The ratio mixed down. That old video where I was like, teeth chatter. We're getting there. iPhone. Wait, is this it? Let's try this. Yeah, this shit right here, chat. You remember this? Isn't that's I think that's the iPod. This is like when you're scrolling, right? Because there's like a circle. The way that you scroll through your MP3s on an iPod is like that. You know, you like instead, like it's not a screen, it's this little like dial, but it's a circular dial, and it's almost like a CDJ or something, right? Anyway, that is the sound, the classic sound. Oh my gosh, super chat. Shmi Mungoer says, Luke Dispen from Paul Hastings, where Brad Bondi, Pam's brother, is from, framing Miles Guone jail by fabricating fake credito, and victims of Miles Guo. Yo, this is like new information to me. Anybody, this names makes, but Brad Bondi is Pam's brother? From Paul Hastings. Either way, I'm gonna try to figure out your super chat, but thank you for the super chat, and thank you for getting us to 35 on the bonus skull. Like I was saying, chat, this is the way that we gamify supporting the stream and give you something cool for it too. And the cool thing that you get if that number gets to 100 is that you got me to stick around and cover one of these topics, the topics that you're voting for. Now, some people have already, okay, wait, I gotta get through this part, right? So yeah, like I said, you can get yourself a free sub on Twitch by using Twitch Prime. Amazon Prime hooked up to your Twitch gives you a free sub to use on this channel of your choice, and you'll make this. That's the only way you can make this number go up without spending any money. So I should mention that. Other than that, yeah, it is still September, so you get the cheaper Twitch subs right now. It's a good time to lock in yours for a few months if you want to do that. You can also gift people subs, which is very generous. Look at that. We got 132 Twitch subscribers, 159 YouTube members. It's pretty close. It's pretty close between Twitch and YouTube. I can remember a time where Twitch was nowhere close to YouTube. But how the tables have turned, right? so many different varieties of media player design. It was possible to, there we go. There's an example of Omega Star gifting Just Vibing 420X. Just Vibing 420X, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. And that makes this thing go up to 41. All right, so those are the things that make the number go up. In addition to making the number go up, they also give you the ability to do what a few people have already done, and that is putting your money where your mouth is. That's what made me think of the face hugger that wants you to put your money where your mouth. It wants to put its money where your mouth is, and by money I mean an ovipositor that goes down your. Isn't that fucked up, chat? The ovipositor goes like down your throat, like forcefully, and deposits some ovum. Put my weasels on Vox. Yes, indeed. And thank you for helping me illustrate this concept. So Omega Star said, put my weasels on Vox. What that means is that I take 6 and add that to Vox Populi. And then I look at my super chats here, and I see that Will has also requested Vox Populi that goes up to 8, right? I've got to explain what the fuck Vox Populi is in a second, don't I? And then Crotchy, I'm seeing, did a super chat and said, powerful, repressed, gay Joe Rogan. I think that's an endorsement, so be careful. If you mention one of the topics of the poll that's going on youtube.com right now, and that also, you know, it's these things right up here, right? Then I will put your donation towards whatever it is that you mention it. So only mention that if you really want me to do that. Military soldiers getting gay, especially in the 1890s? No way. And then this one. So, yeah, so basically, when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, which of these topics you are pulling for, you are voting for, and I will put your money where your mouth is. I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. Now, of course, some of you might be like, that sounds unfair. Shouldn't the, item be selected by the poll? Oh yeah, no, that's a possibility too. So if that's your moral qualm, then you can express that by saying Vox Populi. And what you're saying when you say Vox Populi is that you're like, you know what? Just like let the voters decide. Novel idea, let the voters decide. And right now the voters are deciding. They're deciding that they want to see Joe Rogan's gay bomb go off in his studio with Matthew McConaughey. Chat, that sounds like a very dangerous, that sounds very dangerous to Rogan's heterosexuality. Omega Star with the 5 butterflies, and I'm also gonna add that to Vox Populi, I suppose, right? Which now goes up to 12. But I should mention the butterfly goal too, right? So right now we are at how many? We're at 5 butterflies. I should just make this, number of butterflies, right? We're at 5 butterflies. It says 4 on the super chat goal, but trust me, it's 5. Davy hit me with the super chat before I could even get that up. So I'm giving you credit for an extra one. If this thing gets to 10 in the next, how long exactly? 1 hour and 16 minutes. So you got 1 hour and 16 minutes to try to get 5 teal super chats in, and if you do that, the result will be my hair gets a butterfly. 46, okay. So that's the other goal, is the butterfly goal, and that's super chats exclusive. It really sucks because a lot of times somebody like uses like a super sticker or something else, and they're like, yeah, that's teal, right? That's teal, and it doesn't count it. I don't know. It only counts super chats for some reason on that one, so. All right, so yeah, we're at 46 out of 100. If this thing gets to 100, I'll stick around and do the top thing that's getting voted for / donated for, right? At the end of the day, I combine the plus and minus from the donations with the overall poll that's going on YouTube right now. And whatever's in the top place, if we get to 100, I watch that, right? If we get to 200, then I gotta watch the top 2 subjects, and if we get to 300, like what happened on Thursday. Wait, Thursday. Was it Thursday for you though? Is what I'm wondering. I think it was Wednesday for you. Yeah, glad I'm back home in Thailand. Hell yeah, good to be back. But yeah, if we however many 100 we get, that's how many topics of bonus content that I watch. You can help push it towards the bonus content that you want to see by voting in the poll. 71 of you already have. Also, when you vote, it's a great time to hit that like button because it helps me out a lot. I'm supposed to bully you more about that. I don't really want to bully you about that. It seems annoying for me to constantly ask you to like and subscribe, but I guess every YouTuber does it, so I have to do it too. You should probably like and subscribe. Liking will, both of these will help you get my notifications when I do another stream or something comes out, right? You'll be more likely to see it if you like, and if you subscribe, you also help us get out the video to more and more people, because YouTube doesn't share live streams with anybody else unless a lot of people are watching it and they already like it. So like it, for fuck's sake. Don't make me bully you. Don't make me turn mean. So there we go. Liking and bullying and subscribing and bonus content, right? It's all these are all the possibilities for today's stream. I'm gonna give you the first half for free, as I always do, just like the majority report. Everybody gets the first half, but the fun half everybody gets if we get to 100, right? So you'll be helping out not just yourself but other people to watch the fun. The fun half will open up if we get to 100 on here. So that's how that works. Speaking of how things work, I mentioned my Patreon, and I mentioned that if you subscribe to me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a shout out. Some would call it a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Since it's near the beginning right now, it's a great time, good a time as any for me to read out my fancy weasels. All right, so shouts out go to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Owl, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noape, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, to Crystal Saphira, and to Xerix. All right, so that those are the Patreons. You want to get your name read out at the beginning and ending of each stream, then all you got to do is sign up at patreon.com/nocommentchick, and you too could be part of that list. That being said, chat, it's about time. I think I've done all the things that I need to do to start this stream. Oh, the whole decision is like, where do we start, chat? There's so much here. I guess we start from the beginning. That's what Lewis Carroll would say. I don't know if I trust Lewis Carroll. But then again, I'm not a child, so like there's less concern. Oh my god, chat, this is getting dark. Help me. This is getting dark. I don't mean to. Oh my god. Let's start off with Destiny possibly retiring. That sounds like a good one. You hear that, chat? You're all Hamas. Anyway, let's get started. So yeah, this is not yesterday's stream, but the day before. We got to kind of do some catching up because yeah, Destiny's been demonetized. He's been demoralized. His Unfuck America tour, which I'll explain about when we see that, it's crashing. Basically, Destiny was trying to do what Nick Fuentes does. Nick Fuentes would follow Charlie Kirk everywhere he went, trying to get attention, harass Charlie Kirk, push him to the right, and maybe get Charlie Kirk to acknowledge him. It never worked for Nick, but Destiny thought maybe that strategy could work for him. Maybe Nick wasn't harassing Charlie Kirk hard enough, and so he comes up with this Unfuck America tour that's kind of parallel to Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA campus tour, and just kind of puts himself in the vicinity of Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA. And the problem is, chat, that Charlie Kirk is no longer with us. Destiny is not going to get that debate with Charlie Kirk. Hasan was scheduled to do a debate with Charlie Kirk, but again, the shooter has ended the possibility of that. And so now Destiny's left with a tour, a campus tour that he's scheduled to do. And every time he goes, it's just going to be a bunch of angry right-wing students, right? That's the only people that are coming, to Destiny's Unfuck America tour. So it's a pretty sad tour. He got roasted. He got called slurs. All kinds of bad things happened to him. It's been a really bad week for Destiny. Let's just say, starting with the Piers Morgan appearance and this, appearances on campus and then getting his channels demonetized, very likely because he has poked the right-wing beehive, and they probably mass reported his channel. So let's take a look at what's going on here and get ourselves started.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasan broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a very special day. For those of you who don't know, it's a very, very special day. What is this? I am an anti.
I'm sorry, Mopo says Destiny's Unmolest America tour. Jane Andrews would say the beginning is a very good place to start. When you're spelling, you start out with ABC. When you're singing, it starts with do, re, mi. Is that the beginning of the song from Sound of Music?
Anti-fascist, okay? This administration is a fascist one. I am an anti-fascist. What the f are we doing? What's next? Are they gonna openly go, nope, we are a fascist government?
Oh my god, did the person that cut this clip, did they not know what they were doing? Chat, do you recognize those tones? Do you recognize that organ? Anybody in chat know what band that is from? Anybody recognize the song that's getting played underneath this Hasanabi clip? I just gotta call it out. And also I gotta he's talking about, okay, Nux Taku, and then wait, what? Where does the Destiny part? Destiny, yeah, right there. Anybody recognize that song? It is definitely, let me give you a clue, it's definitely copyright, right? Nobody? I mean, it's probably a good thing, right? It's probably embarrassing to me that I know that song well, probably even learn to play that song on the piano at some point. Radiohead, Nina's Got It. That's Pyramid Song. From, anybody know, is it Kid A? I actually don't remember what album it's on, but that is Pyramid Song by, I'm not going to play it again. Again, this is like, we're living dangerously even playing it once, right? It's that one that's jumped in the river, what did I see? Black-eyed angel. That one, right? Rooms full of something and astral. Anyway, it used to mean something to me. Radiohead's kind of ruined themselves, didn't they?
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. Before I forget, may I suggest the new Rapture Talk predictions that September 23rd is the last day ever for bonus content tomorrow.
Ooh. Okay, so you're saying like doing a TikTok run. I mean, we should be doing that because TikTok is, they're either gonna, people have been saying that Trump's got a deal. They've sold TikTok to an American company. I'm also hearing stuff that like the ByteDance is gonna maintain their algorithm as is. Didn't Radiohead turn racist? I mean, maybe they already were. Maybe they always were. Just people didn't realize it because nobody talked about Palestine back in the day. Maybe they always were, right? Maybe they always sucked. But yeah, you're right, Sharon. They kind of refused to. they refused to say anything about what's going on in Gaza, and when they finally did, it was not good. Right, so yeah, a lot of Radiohead fans are throwing away their old albums, I guess. So yeah, that's why I thought it was weird that somebody put maybe they, I don't know, no, they didn't. That's a new clip. Maybe somebody just doesn't know. Maybe everybody's not as extremely online as I am. Where the second that I hear Radiohead, just like if I see JK, just like if I see Hogwarts, right? The second I can't strip the art from the artist on some things, I guess. Anyway, let's see what's going on with I'm trying to make a joke out of like him retiring. I can't. Sex Pestiny, I guess. Doesn't Johnny Greenwood live in Israel and shit? Maybe? I don't know much about Radiohead beyond Tom York. And I only know of Tom York because of Björk, which doesn't rhyme with his name. It's not Björk and Tom York. It's Tom York and Björk. It rhymes with jerk, as she would always point out. Radiohead did play at Being Lefty. Oh, yeah, that's right. They played it, and they had what Hail to the Thief was like a reference to George W. Bush during the Iraq War.
I've seen it. One example that I will obviously get to, one example that I'll talk about is the Destiny stuff that's taking place right now. You know, this guy used malicious smears and clips out of context and even aligned himself with right-wing shitheads for the longest time to try to actively deplatform me. And now those right-wing shitheads are coming after him too. And are
it's the weird evangelicals that think that, yeah, Trump has brought about the rapture and Rosh Hashanah will be the last day before. Yeah. Oh, wait, what did I? Oh, I'm sorry. Like, I got distracted. I wasn't trying to associate what you were talking about with Radiohead. Yeah, you're right. People are saying that it's the last days and the rapture is going to happen, which, it's going to be very inconvenient for Republicans if the rapture happens before the election. But then again, maybe maybe those cops are in American cities to make sure the election doesn't really happen.
Successfully deplatforming him. And the same goes for a lot of liberals who just stood idly by and watched as this administration and the administration prior to it was going after campus protesters, arresting them, actively coming after pro-Palestine content creators. Yeah, and using Dan Seltman's dumbass website as a reference. Bro, I don't think you guys understand. It's not even just Dan Seltman. Like, Destiny has an entire Wikipedia page designed to literally tar and feather every single fucking...
That's such a Destiny thing. And that's why when somebody proposed to Hasan that they make some kind of a document to debunk like all these lies that Destiny and people and Ethan and people like that are spreading about him, I was like, that's not a good idea. Because I've seen like that's Vosh's community has like a document that's like, if somebody says that Vosh is a pedophile, here's your response. If somebody says that Vosh is racist, here's your response, right? They've got a whole ass document, I think, over there at BGG. And I was just like, it's not a good look. It's not, I mean, like, I get it when somebody makes somebody made a fucking Wikipedia about me at some point. I don't know if it's even still up, right? But that was going to be their victory lap, right? After surviving the void. It looks like somebody's a little bit better at navigating the void than she was. But yeah, that's his, look, her name is Ozymandias, right? She's, look at her works and despair, like that nothing gold can stay, I suppose, if you consider shit to be gold, which, but yeah, I mean, that's the idea of making a wiki about somebody that you don't like, or making a wiki. I think doesn't H3 has this, right? Doesn't H3 have something like this? Am I wrong about that, chat? I think there's a website. And like, I mean, it used to just be like lore. Like, if you want to know who Jimmy Lee is, you're watching H3 and Jimmy Lee pops up. This was before he got kind of pushed out because of harassing some of the staff there at H3. right? But you could look up Jimmy Lee, dentist, America. What was the angry? What do they call him? Like the somethingest dentist, the craziest dentist, or something like that. Anyway, it would explain to you about Jimmy Lee, the Jersey outlaw, and his old timey humor, meaning like racist jokes that he recycles. And but H3 had something like that, and I think that it used to be just kind of neutral, just like, okay, well, literally, if you watch H3, you're going to see all kinds of references, you're going to hear all kinds of drops, and you're going to be like, where does that come from? What is that a reference to? Why do they keep saying that, right? And you could look it up on their wiki. But then I think they did try to kind of, write a Hasan entry, which, you know what that is, right? To try to be like something that looks authoritative, like a wiki, right? Go for information. And instead of information, you find slander. You find defamation. Yeah, H3 snark. No, I think there's like a web page, isn't there? No one wasted their time making a website. No, there is. I've seen it. I hope no. That's what Narwhal says. I hope no one wasted their time. No, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they did. I don't remember where it's at. When you dig a hole for someone, you might be Yeah, this is this is a Bob Marley song. Whosoever dig the hole shall fall in it. Something like that.
Prominent leftist account. They literally compile opposition research that the free press has used. They straight up compiled opposition research on me and every other person to the left of Destiny for years and years, and now the right wingers are fucking using that shit. But it's ironic because they're also going after Destiny as well. If he had any fucking decency beyond, the CSAM distribution and whatnot, he would delete all that shit. But yeah, I saw the whole, like, he's announcing he's retiring from politics stuff. He's not going to do that, but like,
we can only hope. Sharon Middleton, I used to listen to H3. It was a great way to fall asleep. That's what I used Pod Save America for. That was if I ever want to go to sleep, just put on PSA. Tommy Vitor, John Favreau, John Lovett, and oh my God, who the fuck is the other guy? I can't remember, chat. There's another guy I'm forgetting. I'm forgetting one of the Pod Johns, but anyway, those guys put me to sleep. Whosoever drop of the rake that shall step on it. Yeah, pretty much. Was it an H3 lore site? I can't remember what it was called. Yeah, but it started off innocently enough, right? If the shoe fits, let him wear it.
But again, this is something that I warned about for so long. It's something that I warned about over and over again to people in my community. It's something that I warned about as like a broader trend, a broader problem if left unaddressed. And the chickens are coming home to roost right now, and it's not good. He still believes you should be deplatformed, so I don't have sympathy. That is insane. So in this very moment, when all of the fucking right-wingers are up his ass and have successfully gotten him to be demonetized on YouTube, this dumb motherfucker is still thinking I'm the problem? Oh my God, brother. I can't.
Dan Pfeiffer? Is that his name? Dan Pfeiffer? The guy that was like, I remember saying that name on like emails. I don't know. I think his name used to be on like fundraising emails for the Democrats.
Not believe it. I mean, hey, have fun. Have fun with your dumbass, dude. Wait till they find out about all the pedophilia shit that you've done. Wait till they find out about, like, I don't know, a million other instances where you've said unimaginably violent shit. He got only a fucking fraction of the return that he has tried to deal my direction for years and years at this point. He doesn't think you're the problem. The dude is jaded and a jealous boyfriend. What point will his community understand, like, because his community is not that big, but his community is like very, very dedicated, right? They love doing troll ops. They love doing like smear operations. They can do a sophisticated smear campaign, right? So the very fact that they're not actually using all of their effort and all of those initiatives against the right, even in this very moment, and still at the mercy, at the whims of their fucking cult leader who just despises me, is crazy. It's the same with fucking Ethan Klein. Like, it's so obvious. If you are at this very moment when fascism is at our fucking doorstep, or okay, when it's here, and it's not only like, knocking on your door, it's knocking down your neighbor's doors. and your only fucking opinion as a super wealthy guy living in a fucking Bel Air mansion is like, you know who's really at fault here? This guy that I personally hate. Your audience needs to fucking snap out of it, dude. You gotta snap out of it. You gotta snap out of it. I know those guys won't because they're just fucking petty, narcissistic morons. They're deeply unserious people. I saw this. This was an incredible. My haters are excellent. Okay, remember this one? Remember the move to Israel, lolicon, neo-Nazi, Zionist, YouTuber, VTuber. Yeah, he came out and basically said what we've already known. He said,
This guy moved to Israel after October 7th. Like, what the fuck? I think, I'm trying to remember what the occasion was, right? He used to be a big, well, he wasn't big ever, but he was influential. And he was friends with a lot of larger YouTubers. Like he was friends with Mudahar. He had a podcast with Mudahar, and he ended up getting Mudahar in trouble. Right. This is one of the guys that, like, do you remember when the whole thing about Shadman? Shadman is the artist of that kind of disturbing picture in Ava Tyson's bedroom. Ava Tyson of Mr. Beast, and that there was like a lot of fairly large YouTubers that had some kind of connection. Apparently, this Shadman artist, he's like an artist that draws like lolicon and, you know, some pretty sick shit. Like it's more explicit than just like, you know, what I don't know. It's some, but anyway, there was some kind of revelations about like all the people that he'd been friends with, all the people he was in contact with, and yeah, Nux Taku was one of these people. He like laughed it off at first. Oh yeah, you know, they're gonna bring up my Shadman. You know, he kind of acted like, well, yeah, you know, like he referenced me. I didn't know who he was, so I responded. But apparently, Nux has got, I think, a closer had a closer relationship than what he was representing. This got exposed. This blew up in his face and in Mudahar's face. It was kind of like a 2-for-1. And I think that was when he moved to Israel, right? Now, look, there are cases where some people, in fact, a really recent case with a Mossad official in the United States that was victim of a sting operation, where, you know, he got in trouble with law enforcement for, I guess, was it going to meet like an underage person or something like that? But you know, he got released and immediately went back to Israel. So Israel's a little bit notorious for people with like, you know, child victimization related charges going to Israel to avoid being you know, sent back, or like what do you call it, like when they to avoid being extradited, right? But as far as I know, Nux Taku was not accused of any crimes. He drew Keem's minor daughter. Oh God, yeah. But yeah, you know, like a lot of sex offenders, he retired to Israel, and I don't know. It seems like a weird choice. It seems like a weird place to want to be, and I don't know. I can't imagine him not you know, kicking himself for making that choice, because like Israel's already a bad place to live, but you know, there's a bunch of tariffs, a bunch of like embargoes, I think, especially after what they did in Doha, right? Yeah, it's gonna. In fact, if you have an Israeli passport right now, they're talking about locking you out of Thailand. I almost want to watch that video with y'all. Maybe I should put it in bonus content someday. The only thing is the guy that made the video about you know, Israelis, the reason that a lot of Thai people want Israelis banned, he's kind of a piece of shit in his own way. but it's some hilarious stuff. I think it starts off with an Israeli national being in a cab and relieving himself in the cab, and then refusing to pay. The cab driver was like, you need to. I have to clean this up now. You got to pay me. I think it was something kind of reasonable. I think it was like 1,500 baht, and this guy was just like, no, you're my cab driver. Of course you clean up my shit. It's like, no, you are not paying. You are not paying a taxi driver, in Thailand nearly enough to have to clean up shit out of the back of his seat. But yeah, some fucking wild stuff is happening. There's of course that woman that was in the clip that I showed you a while ago, where she's like, my money builds your country. Like, you should let me, wear like she was wearing shoes in a restaurant where you're supposed to take off your shoes. And, the whole ass thing. Majority Report is very insistent that Israel is an arm of the U.S. I mean, it's, Israel's extremely useful to the United States global strategic, global geopolitical strategy.
Said, hi, Jew here.
And that's why this shit that's going on with Israel in terms of the Doha thing, like the United States has a base there. They didn't protect. They have treaties with this country. They did not protect them. Right. So now, right now, the United States is looking like the world's worst ally. Agree with the Majority Report. Yeah, it's our politicians lying about. Oh my God.
I uniquely get shit from the far right and certainly the far left. And I can say with 100% certainty, I would entrust my life to a Hitler-howling anti-Semitic Jews-controlled universe Nick Fuentes Groiper named Kill Rape Jews Groiper 42069 over a moderately leftist college student that goes to overwhelmingly peaceful protests and celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's how bad it is. Okay, man. Good luck with that, I guess. I don't know. It is pretty funny that he's just like, yeah, I think neo-Nazis are better than moderate leftists because moderate leftists have a more sincere anti-Zionist position than fucking neo-Nazis do. Neo-Nazis that are anti-Semitic and anti-Israel are fascist just like he is. He's fascist for Israel, and he understands that those guys are fascists against Israel, but they're, white nationalist fascists.
Something I should point out too, you will find a lot of far-right people who are anti-Semitic, but most of their anti-Semitic smoke is reserved for liberal Jews, diasporic Jews, right? And they tend to cut, right-wing ethno-nationalist Israeli Jews some slack in terms of their because they don't want the big thing that they don't want Jewish people in their country, right? And so the Jewish people in Israel not a problem for them.
Isn't he trolling? That's a joke, right? I don't know if this is a joke. Okay, I think this is unironically what he thinks, unironically what he believes. It sounds incredibly stupid, so it's understandable that you assume that it is a joke. It's not a joke when people say, I just wanted to say that
a message popped up then disappeared in chat. I mean, sometimes YouTube, like, if you say but or something, will delete. I don't know.
Word. And that's why I voted for Trump. Like, you might assume that is a position held by an absolute dumbass, and you're not wrong for thinking that. It is an incredibly dumb and childish position to hold, except those petty grievances absolutely have played a formative role in the decision-making process for a lot of people. I tweeted about this earlier. Rudy Giuliani, update, Starbucks employees must write Charlie Kirk's name. An update from Starbucks. I said, I promise you, if we get a crumb of power, we are not doing this shit. It's going to be more worker control, free healthcare, education, high-speed rail, public housing, and a jobs program. I hate these fucking losers, man.
Dan Saltman responded to this tweet that Hasan made with, like, Lil Bro thinks he's part of the team. Saltman, 60-year-old dude, just basically, imitating the way that Hasan talks, which again, Hasan maybe you could even make a case that Hasan is appropriating a little Zoomer slang in his own way. But yeah, Dan saying that little Dan Saltman saying "little bro" is kind of funny, but also like they don't get it. The libs don't get it. You had your chance, you had your candidate, and you had your convention completely free of any trans people or anybody who's going to say shit about Palestine, right? You tried it your way, and you lost to Donald Trump twice now. You elected shit centrist candidates in the primary and managed to lose to Donald Trump twice now. No, I'm sorry. They don't get that the Democratic Party, it may be run by shitlibs right now, but all it's going to take is a few elections, a few primary elections, and you look at what happened in New York, that's a little sneak preview for you for what is likely to happen in Democratic primary elections, right? The party will change. The party is the Democratic Party, chat, if you don't know, used to be the pro-slavery party, used to be the pro-Confederacy party, right? Used to not have a lot to say about like working class people up until FDR, and even then it was still racist as fuck. And then this party is the party that went forward with civil rights and voting rights and as LBJ's, oh my god, LBJ, sorry, what's wrong with me? As LBJ said, they lost the party for a generation, or they lost the South for a generation, right? Their voters switched. Their candidates switched, right? Like the George McGovern, the racist guy, segregation now, segregation forever, right, was a Democrat, right? The parties change, and somehow Dan Saltman just has not got the word yet that his brand of milquetoast liberal politics is about as popular on the left as Liz Cheney is on the right. There is no constituency. There is no motion. The party is over, guys. It is not us who will bend the knee to you. It is you who will bend the knee to us. Anyway, more on that later when we get into the Loner Box versus Ryan Beard thread.
Think about it. These guys are dominating the country right now. And what are they hyper focusing on? Sanitizing television, making late night watchable again. It's like, dude, you are a fucking loser, okay? And this kind of behavior is exactly why you're never going to be able to reach like mass popularity, because this is an entire grievance-based movement that has nothing, that has no interest in genuinely improving people's material realities, that is just about constantly fucking crying to the mods because nobody likes you, because you pissed and shit your fucking pants, and you just now have to sit there in that piss and shit, and you want everyone to smell that piss and shit, and you want everyone to say, smells like roses. That's it. That's what it is. That's what this is. You're like a patently unlikable, annoying fucking person. And that is your major gripe. Yes, this was a great tweet. I fucking bookmarked it. Key to understanding the American right for me was realizing this stuff isn't a bit. They're not trolling you. They genuinely think this, and their 90,000 other hyper-specific pop culture fixations represent a civilizational life or death struggle between real America and woke. This is what happens when you straight up warp your consciousness collectively over culture war agenda items. When all is culture war, then there is no need for class war. You have the entire dumbfuck fascist movement built around cultural resentments. It was about how my grandchildren don't call me anymore, okay? And then it was about how you couldn't say like unhinged shit on Facebook or whatever. And now it's about Starbucks won't actually venerate Charlie Kirk. Like, who the fuck goes to Starbucks and demands that Charlie Kirk get written on the fucking cup? And who cares? Who cares? It's just so ridiculous. They have no interest in real material harm at all. You have this childish vendetta, and that's the only thing you care about. These demands are so ridiculous, okay? It's so stupid. That's why this kind of stuff works so well when they talk about like, the war on Christmas or whatever the fuck. It's just like completely made up petty grievances that they must be that must get addressed at any given moment. Republicans recognize that their policies are deeply fucking unpopular, especially when implemented. And for that reason, you can't actually say what these positions are. You have and you can't even express discontent with these positions. You have to love these positions. That's what it's about. It's antithetical to free speech. Obviously, it's the opposite, where it's like, no discourse from you, please. No discontent from you, please. How dare you push back against me? You're supposed to say you love my opinion. That's just it. It is the lamest version of fascism to date. It's not only monstrous, it's not only violent as fascism is, but it's also incredibly fucking weak, incredibly fucking lame.
Oh my God. Okay. So yeah, that is that is the story behind Destiny. I guess we didn't really talk about him getting demonetized, right? That's the one. Am I gonna have to search this out? Because I want to go in order. Again, this is from the stream on the 19th, so this is like slightly. This is Hasanabi's leftovers here. Destiny demonetized. We're gonna get to the Alex Jones thing. Hold on if you're here for that. We will be covering that today. Aside from that, we have the chance for maybe covering some bonus content as well. Let's see what's winning right now. Looks like the Gay Bomb is in first place right now. Of course, make sure to vote if you haven't already. Place your votes. That'll, it's pretty close. Majority Report roasts Ezra Klein in second place. YouTube Lib goes after Hasan. Does anybody know who this guy is? Keith Edwards? Apparently Keith Edwards came for Hasan and it did not go well. That is, tied for second place now. And then Trump posts Bondi DMs. Yeah, Donald Trump. Do you know about this shit? He was trying to DM Pam Bondi apparently and complain about what she's doing. Complain about the fact that they aren't prosecuting enough of his enemies. And somehow, instead of DMing this, he posted it and then immediately deleted it. So that's what we got on the menu today for bonus content. Make sure to vote if you haven't already done so, and understand that, yeah, we'll get to the second half. We'll cover one of those topics or more. If we get to 100, we're on the bonus meter. We're at 51 right now, so more than halfway there. Kind of living on a prayer. Yeah, 96 of you have voted. Let's get that voting number up over 100. The other thing we need to get over 100 is the number of likes, chat. I'm really trying to drill this home to make sure that we get over 100 likes, like early in the stream, because that'll actually have a big effect as far as who YouTube shows the stream to. So that's where we're at. That's where we're going. We got the chance to unlock some bonus content today, but first we got to get through all of this. I thought yeah, I thought so too, Crystal. I actually thought so too. I mean, I guess what can I say to you? I guess Keith Edwards doesn't think Hasan is based. And look, I mean, I'm entertain a real criticism, if there's one to make, but I don't think that's what I think. I think that Keith Edwards kind of latched on to some debunked shit or something like that. Anyway, we'll watch that if we get. That's in last place right now. Or no, sorry, the Trump Bondi thing is. The Keith Edwards story is in third place right now, behind Majority Report roasts Ezra Klein. Wait, Valuetainment covered it? Wait, covered what, the Alex Jones thing? But yeah, Keith Edwards was one of the people that talked to Taylor Lorenz about Chorus, and I think Chorus had approached him, and he didn't want to. So yeah, I mean, Keith Edwards definitely can be based. Has been based. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's one of my favorite libs. Up until this point, but yeah, we'll see about that if we get to that. I just want to make sure that I've got all of this. Destiny gets demonetized. Wait. How is New York Post posting the Elon? We know about the Elon thing. I've been over that. Okay, this will have to work. He also faked a ban. If I'm not sure if people realize that. He did get banned from Twitch a long time ago when the conservatives started cooking him. Yeah, we've been over this part. When the conservatives started going after him, he posted his ban. He was like, "Damn, they got me banned on Twitch," to hope that they would relent, but nope, they didn't. And apparently they got him demonetized. I swear to God, there is like more.
In recent news on September 18th, Destiny, a political
Oh
streamer,
no.
Kick, shared a brief video on X.
Chat, is this an AI voice? I don't. I feel like Streamer TV didn't used to use AI, but here we go. It sounds like an AI voice to me.
Expressing concerns about his YouTube channel's future. He revealed that his channel had been broadly demonetized without a specified
I think this channel is kind of a Destiny fan too, if I remember correctly.
reason, and speculated that it might soon face a permanent ban in the following clip.
I feel like my YouTube is going to get permaban soon because I got like broad demonetized yesterday for they didn't even cite a video. So I don't know. I'll appeal it. We'll see what happens. But I mean, if Kimmel is getting canceled from ABC, I don't know.
Destiny mentioned plans to appeal the decision, but seemed skeptical about the outcome, drawing a comparison to late-night host Jimmy Kimmel's cancellation from ABC. This announcement followed a controversial statement he made on September 16th during a live stream. Reacting to Twitch streamer Hutch's broadcast, Destiny remarked that conservatives need to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events, suggesting that such fear could prompt them to seek leadership that would turn down the temperature. The comments quickly gained traction on platforms like Reddit, X,
Wait, that's the one that blew. I thought it was this Piers Morgan thing that blew up.
and TikTok, leading to widespread criticism. Many users accused him of promoting political violence, with some referencing the assassination of a conservative figure as a consequence of such rhetoric.
Community member of ours, as a matter of fact, passed away a couple days ago. Asmongold's dad, unfortunately succumbed to a battle with pancreatic cancer. And he said, a few days ago, my father passed away. It's difficult for me to even find the words for the emptiness it leaves me with. He was my last family member in the state, and I was there with him until the end.
Okay, well, so this is what this channel does. Really quick hits on stories. That is confirmed, chat. Destiny's 3 channels. Let's see. Destiny, Last Night on Destiny, and Destiny Clips, I believe, are the 3 channels that got demonetized. I kind of thought some of those were maybe fan channels, but I don't know. It sounds like the way they're talking, it sounds like they're all Destiny and Destiny Clips, right? Are obviously Destiny's channels, and then Last Night on Destiny, I guess, is another channel that he runs as well. So anyway,
When I worked on a mayoral campaign, you guys are Ramamdani. When Destiny did,
yeah, R.I.P. Asmondad. A lot of people don't know this, but Asmongold's dad was kind of cool. Like, Asmongold's dad was a Hasanabi head, actually, for a while. He disappeared, and people thought that maybe it was a result of the beef between Hasan and Asmongold, that he was, like, supporting his son. But by usually to his sleep. Well, I'm glad you're awake. Or, I mean, I don't know if that's a good thing that you're awake, but you are awake. I will acknowledge that. And I hope it's not for, I hope we're not making you sleepy the next day or anything like that. But yeah, Asmon dad disappeared from the Hasanabi chat. People thought maybe, it was because of the fight between Hasan and Asmongold, but it sounds like Asmon dad was actually going through some health problems and finally ended up passing away. So yeah, that's the story with Asmon dad. Yeah, I know, right? Missed that this week. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, Asmongold confirmed it on Twitter, so it's real.
he got humiliated. Make no mistake. When people found out that Destiny was backing a mayoral candidate in Nebraska, the dude had to literally resign in disgrace, I think, from the race. What is this thing? Bro's a joke and an embarrassment. The fact that anyone listens to this sex offender was crazy to me off forever. Hasan will never be a target of the current administration because Hasan and other tankies like him, majority report people, Brianna Joy, the Vanguard, TYT, etc., have no desire to actually pursue real political power. They just make commentary on the left that is majority designed to attack the other Democrats. People like Hasan play an important role in the current power structure to keep the left weak and divided. You are telling me not to disregard Hasan, while at the same time Hasan is saying I have a line with fascists who I constantly and always been at odds with. Sam Hyde, Fuentes, Trump. Stop falling for this bait is so stupid. Wait, what? Dog. Okay, we got to roll the clips here, right? Give me the clips of him sitting there and platforming Sam Hyde as Sam Hyde talks about how he wants to me.
Is there somebody that you like really want to do something with if you have the opportunity to?
Yeah, I have to fight Hasan Piker. You know who that is?
That's my arch nemesis.
By the way, at this point, he was real sweet of him to say that's my arch nemesis. I never talked about him at that point. This is before he decided to be pro-Israel. Okay?
No idea.
Okay.
I created Hasan.
Well, you created.
Wait, I think, I don't know. Let's see. I think I got a better clip of this. Like I say, chat, it's always hard, dealing with the content that's in the Hasanaverse, because there's...
You are Hamas!
You are Hamas. Yeah, because there's so many different channels out there cutting Hasan content, and some of them cut the clips shorter than others. I think this is the one we want to go with. I mean, no shade on any of the other channels, but Hasanabi Productions is pretty freaking reliable, and they've got a slightly longer version of the clip, and I want to make sure to get all this because I didn't get to cover it yesterday. We're going to continue covering Destiny getting deplatformed from YouTube before we get to the real leopards eating face moment, which is Alex Jones going to work on Molestiny with a crowbar, not literally, but it might as well be at this point. The destruction of Destiny is pretty complete at this point. I don't know where he goes from here, but let's take a look at this and see if this is maybe the same, if it's got the same content but like a slightly longer format.
There needs to be a recognition that maybe you were wrong. The highlighting of your left flank as the real scary enemies is directly a consequence of your own petty grievances. What is this? I am an anti-fascist. Okay, this administration.
Okay, so yeah, we definitely watched this.
Isn't just to eradicate the radicals. And also, make no mistake, nothing I'm saying is radical anyway. I think it's more radical to be a fascist. I think it's more insane to be an administration that ran on mass deportation in a country that is comprised entirely right-wingers are using that. But it's ironic because they're also going after Destiny as well. If you had any decency beyond try to actively deplatform me, and
I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna be right back. Hopefully this is the right video.
And are successfully deplatforming him. Yeah, and using Dan Seltman's dumbass website as a reference. Bro, I don't think you guys understand. It's not even just Dan Saltman. Like, Destiny has an entire Wikipedia page designed to literally tar and feather every single prominent leftist account. They literally compile opposition research that the free press has used, okay? They straight up compiled opposition research on me and every other person to the left of Destiny for years and years, and now the right-wingers are using that. But it's ironic because they're also going after Destiny as well. If you had any decency beyond, the CSAM distribution and whatnot, he would delete all that shit. But yeah, I saw the whole, like, he's announcing he's retiring from politics stuff. He's not going to do that. But again, this is something that I warned about for so long. It's something that I warned about over and over again to people in my community. It's something that I warned about as like a broader trend, a broader problem if left unaddressed. And the chickens are coming home to roost right now, and it's not good. Let me tell you, it's not good. He still believes you should be deplatformed, so I don't have sympathy. That is insane. So in this moment, in this very moment, when all of the right-wingers are up his ass and have successfully gotten him to be demonetized on YouTube, this dumb motherfucker still thinking I'm the problem? Oh my God, brother, I cannot believe it. I mean, hey, have fun. Have fun with your... Wait till they find out about all the pedophilia that you've done. Wait till they find out about, like, I don't know, a million other instances where you've said unimaginably violent He got only a fraction of the return that he has tried to deal my direction for years and years at this point. God damn, dude. He doesn't think you're the problem. The dude is jaded and a jealous boyfriend. What point will his community understand, like, because his community is not that big, but his community is like very, very dedicated, right? They love doing troll ops. They love doing like smear operations. They can do a sophisticated smear campaign, right? They can do a sophisticated smear campaign. So the very fact that they're not actually using all of their effort and all of those initiatives against the right, even in this very moment, and still at the mercy, at the whims of their cult leader who just despises me, is crazy. Okay, it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, let me blast off and then let's keep going. It's the same with Klein. Like, it's so obvious. If you are at this very moment when fascism is at our doorstep.
Oh wait, I haven't seen this.
Okay, when it's here, and it's not only like, you know, knocking leader who just despises me is crazy. Okay, it doesn't make any sense. The right, even in this very moment, and still at the mercy, at the whims of their cult leader who just despises me is crazy. Okay, it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, let me
24 minutes left to get 4 teal super chats. I'm looking at the butterfly goal right now. We are within striking range, but yeah, I'm giving you an actual usually give you like, oh my gosh, chat, there's 2 minutes left. Like, right, and people are like rushing, but we got 24 minutes left, so in infinitely gettable here. Okay,
blast off and then let's keep going. It's the same with Klein. Like, it's so obvious. If you are at this very moment when fascism is at our doorstep, or okay, when it's here, and it's not only like, you know, knocking on your door, it's knocking down your neighbor's doors, and your only opinion as a super wealthy guy living in a Bel Air mansion is like, you know who's really at fault here? This guy that I personally hate. Your audience needs to snap out of it, dude. You got to snap out of it. You got to snap out of it. I know those guys won't, because they're just petty, narcissistic. They're deeply unserious people. Speaking of people who are aligned with one another, of course, there is Sex Pestiny, right? He has, alongside Nooks Taku and numerous other like supposedly apolitical slop tubers and VTubers alike, have found himself in a little bit of trouble. Here's how it is. Some of you know this. Many of you might not know this. Maybe you saw like clip slam dunk compilations of Sex Pestiny for the longest time, and you don't fully understand what his worldview is. The easiest summarization of this, of course, is that he just despises me with his entire soul and will go to any length to try to either deplatform me or have me killed. I mean, he has actually issued death threats against me in the past, only a month ago, as a matter of fact. And he has aligned himself with neo-Nazis such as Sam Hyde when he was doing his whole, like, I'm going to do Hasan Piker shtick. Again, another file neo-Nazi. He has aligned himself with Nick Fuentes in the past as well, openly talking about how he actually gave Nick Fuentes a platform.
And and Fuentes' treatment of me is so bad. I don't understand. That's something he'll have to learn and grow. Not to sound like not to be too self-aggrandizing, but like Fuentes should be worshiping me, because
I don't think I've ever commented before, but like, he's gonna have to learn and grow. Oh my god. No, there's so much irony to this shit. There's so much irony, and you're gonna see it's a little bit of an extended clip here too. Right, but yeah, he's like, I don't know why Nick is treated me bad. What happened was that Destiny pulled Nick Fuentes out of the fucking dumpster. Right? He popped off, Nick Fuentes popped off as, I don't know, he was like literally a teenager, or, you know, around the first Trump administration. He popped off, he got some attention, but, you know, he was just doing a lot of Nazi dog whistles. Like, he made his famous joke where he's like, if the Cookie Monster is baking cookies, and people say that he's baked 6 million cookies, but Cookie Monster only has X number of ovens, and the ovens can only cook X number of cookies at a time, then how is it possible that Cookie Monster actually cooked 6 million of these? Like, right, it's pretty obvious what he's saying there, and he thought he was smart. He thought he was getting away with it, but eventually those clips caught up to him, and he got deplatformed and basically was nowhere. I mean, this is probably where when Stardust, and it became a thing with Twitch. It's such a Twitch bowl thing, right? People like Nick Fuentes, people like Lauren Southern, they become like legendary dragons, right? The tales that people were telling during the first Trump administration was of the I guess the Bloodsport debate era that preceded the trumpeting of America, and all these figures like Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes kind of took on an era of legend, but really they didn't have any power. Lauren Southern went off to, I don't know, did she go to school or have a baby, or she did something so she wasn't, she kind of fell off. Nick Fuentes, got deplatformed and fell off. And yeah, people like Stardust, people like Destiny would be like, ooh, I can get a guest now. Like, yeah, that guest is kind of in the bargain bin, but sure, I guess you could pull Richard Spencer out, Stardust. I guess you could pull Nick Fuentes out, Destiny. Oh, wait, no, Stardust talked to both of them. She just had a thing for she really liked to talk to Nazis back in the day. But this is, like in order to, just so I'm not misrepresenting them, like the idea was to debate them and to defeat them, right? To defeat a legendary dragon, but leave it with just enough hit points where it can come back next week. It's a pretty sad thing. It's like the Buffalo Bill Wild West show or something. Like, I don't know. It's kind of sad. It's kind of sad when you think about like what they're doing here, but it's kind of like Destiny, like set up a situation where he had Jurassic Park and T-Rex Nick Fuentes broke containment and got out. And yeah, we're dealing with him now. But anyway, look at what this gets to. But yeah, he's all like, God, he's just gonna have to learn and grow. I mean, yeah, like we gotta reach out to this guy, like he was denying whether he was a Nazi or so. It's pretty fucking clear. He got blocked. He got deplatformed for saying Nazi shit. There's not like a confusion of like, well, maybe he was just making edgy jokes, maybe. But Destiny played dumb to say, well, I can talk to Nick Fuentes just because he wanted to do this weird circus act, right? This weird kind of freak show act where you perform dominance over a legend of the past, and it's blew up in his face, very much Jurassic Park style.
Because I am literally I was the only lifeline that he had to like being able to breach like mainstream political conversations. Like I represented a huge potential opportunity to him, and he just was so bad faith in the way that he treats me. It's
yeah, you'll never work in this town again, kid. Oops.
Unbelievable. I don't know why he would do that. Like he should have been so conciliatory towards me. And I'm not looking for that. I'm not asking him to be my anything. But for him to be like relentlessly bad faith against me all the time, like, bro, who the like I can put you on a stream in front of 14,000 people. Like I'm giving you your phone number to like Adam22 so you can go to a show. Why the you like burn my shit so hard? Like you're so stupid.
And how Nick,
you thought you could keep Nick Fuentes as a pet. I don't know if this comes up now or later, or if it's in another video that like, oh my God, Chad, this is the problem with the industrial. I love you, industrial complex, but it's sometimes hard to find what is the exact clip that you're trying to show. The thing that really struck me was maybe he'll show this in a second. It's in case he doesn't though. It's Destiny saying, no, of course Nick's not going to get big. No, he's got no chance. No, you don't understand. He's destroyed. He's deplatformed. He's not going to grow. Like when people bring up the fact that you kind of just bled on Ganon, and now Ganon is coming back to life, and don't you think you have some responsibility here, right? His response was like, dude, Ganon is like on like 60 hit points, all right? He's gonna get wiped out by the first, I don't know, group of raiders or whatever. I don't know, like I don't know. But yeah, it's just this irony. This irony is fucking palpable, chat. But what's not palpable is the super chats that for some reason aren't making their noise. Let me make the noise for them, Narwhal. Narwhal by nature, super chats $5. As Jess Goldblum wisely said, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Jurassic Park had so many lessons to teach. There we go, and that is 7 out of 10. We're 3 super chats away from the butterfly goal, and a little bit further away from the bonus goal. But look, we're making some progress, chat. We're approaching, I don't know, 2/3 of the way. A little bit off from that. Even 60 hit points, Ganondorf is still it's still Ganondorf. Yeah, exactly. You shouldn't fuck around with dinosaurs You shouldn't fuck around with Ganondorf. And you shouldn't fuck around with a sleepy chat that we're dealing with here. Hold on to your butts. Yeah, we're about to go. I've seen that clip even for a Nazi joke. It's so fucking cringe. I mean, that's his brand, I guess. I don't know. I don't understand how it pops off, but apparently I am not Nick Fuentes' demographic, so probably doesn't make as much sense to me. Anyway, let's see the rest of what we got. Maybe Hasan will show you the clip that I'm talking about.
Nick Fuentes, who is also a neo-Nazi and has gone on dates with cat boys and things of that nature. So, you know, he's a furry neo-Nazi, kind of. I don't even understand how that works, but whatever.
Are we talking about Nux?
Just so you understand, the alignment is all over the place.
I'm sorry. We're talking about God. Hasan does not know furries. If he thinks that dating a cat boy makes Fuentes furry, it's like, listen, the furries in your chat are probably laughing at you, right? They will tell you that cat girls and cat boys, they're not quite furry, right? There's levels to these things, chat. There's a famous meme of levels of furriness, right? And yeah, cat girls and cat boys are below the threshold to make it furry. My having a Furcadia account doesn't even make me a furry. Is that the video game thing? Like the multiplayer? He just does not know furries. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Cat boys and cat girls, like, look, that's fucking mainstream shit. That's like saying that, like, I don't know, like Death Cab for Cute, you're into like underground indie music, and somebody's like what? And you're like, Death Cab for Cutie. Right? No.
Destiny himself also obviously is currently engaging in a legal battle against his numerous victims, some of which he filmed without consent, some of which he did film with consent in sexual acts, but he distributed that footage to another minor that he was trying to actively have sex with. That guy, he also hates me. Anyway, he has.
I don't know who he's talking about now.
To try and deplatform me for years.
Who are we talking about?
He has.
I've lost the thread a little bit.
Overtaken major subreddits like Livestream Fails, and has been launching this conquest against me. And despite the fact that he doesn't have like a massive audience or anything, he does have a very loyal following. A lot of jobless motherfuckers sit around and basically make websites full of clips out of context. So if you see like a lot of clips out of context flying around and you're like, how do I deal with this? Where is this coming from? A lot of that has come from his community. And in the process of their deplatforming initiatives over the course of the last...
Hot Ham Radio, thank you for the super chat. Let's let me read that out for you. I only know about the bro. Yeah, that's like saying brony, being a brony makes you a furry. It's like, well, I mean, like there's... No, it doesn't.
2 years post October 7, they built another website where they would try to get me deplatformed with false smears of me being an anti-Semite. And they found some groups, some advocacy groups with a little bit of institutional prowess and a little bit of institutional persuasive capabilities. The Anti-Defamation League, I like to call them the Apartheid Defense League, and numerous other Israel advocacy groups. They aligned themselves with these advocacy groups to try and actively deplatform me and many other pro-Palestinian content creators. They even went so far as to align with my former podcast co-host, Ethan Klein. You already know all of this stuff. But now, also known as Dan Saltman, are now coming after Destiny. And there have been numerous updates on this front, and it has actually backfired on him spectacularly. I'm going to start off with this point here really quickly. What is this? Hasan's haters are so stupid. This website about Hasan's anti-Semitism uses an image of a little girl lighting lamps. This is the image has nothing to do with Judaism. The makers of this website don't give a about anti-Semitism. Yeah, Hamas Piker Fund for Israel. Fight back against the anti-Semitism of Hamas Piker and his friends. Make a donation in honor of Piker today. Stock photo of a girl making rangoli and decorating oil lamps for Diwali. So if you want to understand, like, these guys don't give a about Judaism anyway. But yeah, they made entire websites with dedicated clips out of context, all this stuff. They have been engaging in this deplatforming. They are incredibly committed to this deplatforming initiative and this smearing initiative for many, many years. And it only actually expanded after October 7, okay? And they found a unique partner in this with the Israel lobby. They found a unique partner in this with the Israel lobby because those guys are the only ones crazy enough to continue trying to actively engage in this deplatforming initiative, because I'm one of the most prominent critics of Israel on the internet and perhaps even in North America. And these guys have all the smoke. So in that endless initiative, Destiny's podcast co-host, Dan Saltman, went to Washington, D.C. on numerous occasions, okay? He did. By his own admission, he went to Washington, D.C. and lobbied Republican Congress members because he realized that Republicans would be the only people that were insane enough to try and engage in this deplatforming initiative. Remember, these people build themselves as liberals, okay?
You want to talk about the mission?
What's your progress going forward with Twitch?
I have congressional meetings set up. Okay? That's like with more than one dude. Republicans, obviously. Shifted.
What's a congressional meeting?
Well, I guess it's when there's with multiple congressmen, and it's like a fact-finding mission for them, where they go and they. Oh, stop the video. Sorry.
I'm rolling super hard right now.
Okay.
Dan can't stream. How annoying would that be for you, chat? Where just like left videos playing and started talking over them. You like kind of want to see what the video is saying, but you also want to hear what I have to say. I've got like both going on. I don't know. His name on Twitch when he was a Twitch streamer was Dan Can't Stream, and it's pretty accurate, right? I just wonder when he's gonna make a TikTok called Dan Can't Dance, right? That would be the TikTok version of Dan. I don't know. This man should probably be banned from TikTok either way.
All right. So a congressional video is where, not a congressional video, a congressional meeting is where there's multiple of them, and they have their aides with them, their chiefs of staffs with them, and then they're trying to find out, like, okay, explain this to us, everything from start to finish, and they're taking notes, and then they're issuing subpoenas and shit like that after that based on the information of what you give.
So those very same Republican groups, of course, got very mad at Destiny, because Destiny never holds back and has no interest whatsoever. He wears it like a badge of honor to say some of the most unhinged things you've ever heard, okay? And that he keeps the same energy when he's talking about people to his left flank, and it obviously makes things a lot easier when he does that, but he also keeps that same energy and the interest in dying on any hill, no matter how unhinged it is. When he
Dan dancing, yeah, would he be flossing? Yeah, he's got a backpack on and he's flossing like Backpack Kid from many years ago.
He's attacking the Republicans. So he started, obviously, the Republicans in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination, including saying things such as, the Republicans need to be in an environment of fear. Some of the
we're looking for 3 more teal super chats. We got 7 minutes to make it happen. All right, so if you want to see that butterfly in my hair, chat, you're closer than you think. We're actually at 7. It says 6 on there. I will give you credit if we get to 9, right? Because I accidentally didn't count Davies. So that's where we're at. We're also fairly close to getting some bonus content. I don't know, striking distance. Right, we're within striking distance. Just letting you know, because there's like 6 minutes and 30 seconds left now on the butterfly one, and I always let you know. Finish watching The Door in the Floor, and now wait, what is that?
He actually said that people are yelling at him over weren't even unreasonable. He talked about how the president should be lowering the temperature. I agree with that, but of course Republicans don't agree with that, so they've been coming after him and using at least some of the clips, many of it accrued over his almost 15-year broadcasting career, against him now. But now Dan has backed away, even though he kept repeatedly making calls for my deplatforming over and over again, every single day over the past 2 years, as a matter of fact, tagging Leo Terrell, tagging Laura Loomer, tagging prominent Republicans in Congress over and over again, where he said, Dan Saltman just told Hasan Piker he played no role in lobbying Congress to enact censorship on Twitch. Here's Dan Saltman talking to Lonerbox about how he set up a meeting with multiple Republican congressmen to talk about cracking down on Twitch. I am not sure if Hasan is trying to blame myself or, in parentheses, Jews for this, but for clarity's sake, I have not talked, emailed, DM'd, or had any communication with anyone involved with this directly or indirectly. They chose to investigate Twitch all by themselves. I had no idea this was coming or even in the works until it hit the news. Here he is crying that the clip was from 10 months ago, but here's where he explains his motivation and takes credit for...
The fuck? Like, how are they such liars? How are they such absolute fucking liars? You're gonna see Destiny try to lie about something like that's what's consistent amongst the D community. Broken Game Bomb, what's that? I mean, I guess we're gonna find out. Alexander, thank you for the super chat. And thank you for the super chat, Sarah. That brings us up to, oh my god, chat, we're at 8. We're at 8. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left. It is possible to get 2 more teal super chats in the... yeah, it's entirely possible. What does that bring us up to? 63, 64, something like that?
For creating the circumstances for the crackdown. I may have pushed this snowball to the top of the hill, but the avalanche is out of my hands. Now, what's really interesting about this statement is that this has happened in the past as well. Like when Twitch banned the word Zionist. That was also at his direction. That is something that he petitioned for. That is something that he campaigned for. That is something that he worked alongside the ADL with to accomplish. And when it happened...
Wait, who was that tweet really from? The tweet is from Sly. He's crying over that clip was from 10 months ago. Oh my god.
Cali Brati, super chatted $10.63. This is but a super per grinning cat cannot brain today heart.
Oh my god, braining is hard. I'm stupid and thought it was teal. I want to give you credit for, you did 2 blue super chats. Shouldn't that count for, I don't know, chat. I mean, this is but a super purr. Well, thank you for the super purr calibrating. And thank you for the teal super chats, Alexander. What does that bring us to? Like, it says 8 out of 10, but it's really 9 out of 10. You know, you're not stupid though, because that blue, to me, like, looks like if you said that was teal, I would believe you.
Underscore by super chatted $5. I imagine Kaya is a very honest dog.
Yeah. I mean, I hope so, right?
Skies
oh my god.
Chatted $5. Go ahead and put 5 on Rogan for me.
5 on Rogan, will do. All right. So, like, you see how this works, chat? Some people get confused by this part. Like, what does these numbers do? Right? Skyset super chatted $5 and said, put 5 on Rogan for me. And look what happens. Rogan, which was at +1, goes to +6. And then at the end of the day, this all gets added to the poll, which what's winning in the poll right now? The gay bomb. The gay bomb is ahead, right? Majority report, roast extra Klein in second. YouTube, a lib goes after Hasan. And I wish it wasn't Keith Edwards, honestly. Like, there, I don't know. I want one honest lib. I want one good lib, you know, to, like, I don't know, chat, ever since Twitch Bowl, I've been trying to do this. I've been trying to, like, you know, kind of bite my tongue and you know, minimize the differences and the infighting, you know, with libs in order to, take care of the bigger fish to fry, that being the Trump regime, right? We've got a common enemy. It seems like we should work together, but as Vladimir, or as Patrick Stewart, as Vladimir Lenin once said, you can't trust liberals or something like that. What's that, chat? What's that? Oh my god. I think I didn't eat enough today or something. I've been trying to, like, I don't know, make my diet better. We're at 85.
The thing about this statement is that this has happened in the past as well. Like when Twitch banned the word Zionist. That was also at his direction. That is
Oh, and
something that
Butterfly.
he
Butterfly is
petitioned for.
achieved.
That is something that he campaigned for. That is something that he worked alongside the ADL with to accomplish. And when it happened and people got mad, he said, "Oh, I didn't do this. I don't even think it's a good idea." He says, this is on 2025, 9/15, okay? "I have no control over it, meow, but the avalanche is out of my hands. Gulag, I may have
That's the Patrick Stewart quote, "Don't trust liberals, they will betray you."
pushed this snowball to the top. I laughing, I just woke up, lol. My single issue, TTD, which means total Twitch death. I'm a single issue voter."
Chat, I almost put total Destiny destruction. Yeah, I almost put TDD, like total Destiny destruction, in the Blue Sky blast off tweet, which you can still engage with if you want to. I put it in the pinned, right? So if you want to help me out on Blue Sky, you can do that by clicking on that, going over, giving it a like, maybe a comment, repost, what have you. But yeah, I almost put total Destiny destruction, and then I kind of remembered, like, isn't the origin of that whole TDD thing something? Isn't it like, it's from someplace bad? I can't remember if it's 4chan or if it's Kiwi Farms, but it's not from a good place. So I relented.
I can focus on my one thing. Other people are focused on very important things. Kaiser, one enemy at the time. I have a different view on effectiveness than Destiny on this. Look, I understand the pushback. The more we ignore it, the more we lose. My plan is an accelerationist view that the faster the mainstream media can eject far left radicals, the stronger and better the Democratic Party will be.
What a ridiculous thing, right? What this is the retrograde element of the Democratic Party. That being the neoliberal contingent, the group that basically, I would say, look, you think you're helping, right? You think you're helping Democrats win by just being you're like the person at the table. Mom is cooking some very whack spaghetti, all right? Her recipe used to be pretty good. Not the best, but it was all right. And mom has decided, I don't know, to just like, what? Like to I don't know, drain out like spaghetti-o, juice and use that as the spaghetti sauce, right? And it's like, mom knows how to cook spaghetti sauce. She's just forgotten it. And we're all at the table. We're like, Mom, you gotta actually, you know how to do this, right? You know how to fucking do this. You start with the ground beef, and you put on the tomato chunks and right. But there's somebody at the table who's like, no, Mom, this spaghetti's really good. I really like the fucking fake spaghetti. Shh, everybody shut up. Be nice to Mom. No, you're not helping. You're not helping, all right? Mom's not going to win the election if she doesn't cook good spaghetti, right? And it might be good enough for you, but you're like the only one that feels that way. There's a bunch of people out here that aren't going to vote for Mom's spaghetti unless she actually, makes the real deal. Right. And we're trying to get her to, get her to, oh my God, I just discovered Keith Edwards. And then the other day he blamed Kamala for losing on Hasan. Yeah, feel hoodwinked. I don't know what that was, Sarah. If that ends up winning, we'll see what it's about. Again, like I don't have like smoke for liberals just out the gate. I don't hate, I don't have like a hateful reaction to people for not, having historical and material understanding and like class consciousness has been degraded in the United States for years and years and years. But God damn, do I end up with a lot of knives in my back, right? Like, right? Dylan was only the first, the first liberal I mistakenly trusted. Let's make this butterfly. Wait, is it backwards? I think it's backwards. Oh my God, chat. What am I doing? Politicians need to earn our votes. And look, even if the politician doesn't need to earn your vote, even if you are savvy enough to say that, like, as bad as Kamala Harris's spaghetti is, it is better than fucking Trump turning us into, spaghetti with meatballs, right? That doesn't mean that other people are gonna recognize that. And if that shit is missing, like something like saying something about Gaza, or at least not continuing with the Israel has the right to defend itself shit, is more than just something that's going to get people to the polls who might have been disgusted by the Biden administration's policy. It's also going to earn the candidate a certain degree of trust. And that trust turns out to be really fucking important. Even with people that don't feel like Gaza is a huge issue, right? It will, you know. And the same thing for like someone like, you know, like my support for the Harris campaign was always tinged with a recognition of, you know, of the points on which it was lacking. A lib like Destiny, a lib like Dan will tell you that I am betraying the left. I am helping Trump out by doing that. I don't actually think so. I think that if I didn't do that, that you wouldn't trust me. If I said that Kamala Harris's campaign was great and left nothing to be desired, would you fucking trust me? Or would it seem like I'm kind of, yeah, right? It turns out lying to your audience, not actually helpful, right? Then you lose the trust. They want support from podcasters. They want support from independent media figures that have the trust of their audience, that show some kind of authenticity, right? Because it turns out that's a bigger motivating factor at the end of the day than, you know, however many ads they can buy with all the donor money. And so, but what their tendency is to try to kill the goose that lays the golden egg by telling the telling the influencer to shut up about the problems with the campaign, shut up about the things that are lacking from the platform. No, I will not shut up. And even if I did, that wouldn't help you. That would hurt you. Right? And ultimately it's people like Dan with their toxic positivity, which is what I'll call that, right? When liberals refuse to see the issues with Democratic candidates, that's toxic positivity. That's not helpful, right? If I have a stain on my dress when I'm going to the ball to meet the prince, all right, I want to know that. I don't want somebody to be like, no, it actually looks really good. I love the meatball print that you got on your dress. It's fucking like, no, I don't need that toxic positivity. I need honesty. I need to know that I need to change my dress before I go out tonight, right?
Need to win. And if our shoelaces are tied together, we are from the start. But it's like, we need to get dressed and put our boxing gloves to do it. And I want to fight it. I'm not.
My mom is feeding us uncooked spaghetti noodles tonight with ketchup on top. Yeah.
Worded. I understand who's in charge right now and what's going on. Yes, this person is also 50 years old. I know I read it in the wrong order. It actually is bottom to up. Okay, this is in the private chat room that they have that is DGG.
Okay, no, Hasan. It's not private. It's not a room. It is chat. It is site chat, I believe, is what we're looking at here. If you go to destiny.gg and log in if you make an account for that, I'm not suggesting you do this, but that's the chat that you'll be in. And when Destiny's live, you know, your chat shows up on the screen, shows up on the video. And when Destiny's not live, people just go in there like some people do in my offline chat from time to time. Not nearly as many, but Hasan's a better example, right? It's just like his offline chat. It's offline chat. That's all it is. That's a real friend tells you that you have lipstick on your teeth. Exactly. That is so true. That is so fucking true.
They're probably watching right now, as a matter of fact. They watch my stream probably more than they watch Destiny's own stream, as a matter of fact. All right, anyway, here he is, also trying to reveal, also trying to, again, defend his position after actively agitating and actively demanding that this happens. Okay, here he is. I want to explain why I'm particularly focused on Twitch and its promotion of extremist left voices, even as other pressing issues demand attention. While there is substantial work being done to combat fascist rhetoric from the far right, where is that? By the way, where is that happening? I haven't seen it. I'm doing that. You're focused on me. I believe that extremist leftists, tankies, and Marxists pose one of the greatest threats to the Democratic Party's ability to unify and govern effectively. Their influence, though not backed by significant democratic power, has been corrosive, alienating average citizens by prioritizing ideology over practical solutions. What's ironic is it's actually the opposite. It's the Democratic Party's inability to actually lean into their left flank and boldly and proudly proclaim progressive policy positions that would be real prescriptions to the issues that average Americans feel that has caused them to lose. The Liz Cheney dynamic is the perfect example of this. You run around with Liz Cheney, you lose the election. It's that simple. So he is, I don't even think that he is being, I'm going to entertain charitably that Dan Saltman literally believes this, okay? I'm going to entertain the notion that he actually subscribes to this policy, this principle, the notion that like it's actually the tankies that are the reason for the Democratic Party's demise, right? Maybe he genuinely believes it. Maybe he genuinely believes it. The irony, of course, is that it's wrong. And the past election has proven this to be wrong. Zohran Mamdani has proven this to be wrong over and over and over again. This is the reason why the party has failed. This is the reason why there's so much discontent at a time when the Democratic Party, as the left flank, as the counterbalance to the growing discontent against the Republicans that are in charge, should be super popular, but they're not. And it's because of this like centrist presentation that they're not. For Democrats to successfully unify and fight against the rising tide of right-wing extremism, we cannot afford to have our own efforts sabotaged by agitators within our ranks. These individuals are not interested in compromise or success. They seek only to see the party fail so they can smugly say, I told you so. If that was the case, I would not be actively working within the Democratic Party in ways that are infinitely more meaningful than whatever this dipshit is doing, where he aligns with Republicans to deplatform me. I'm the one who's going out and trying to get people to door knock for Democrats. He's the mother who is, again, aligning with Republicans to deplatform me. These guys love talking about how much work they want to put in to fight the far right, but then they align with the far right. How the f does that work? Twitch plays a uniquely harmful role in this dynamic. Unlike platforms such as Twitter or Reddit, where multiple viewpoints can circulate, Twitch disproportionately amplifies far left voices while suppressing others. This is also incorrect, and this is the reason why they have coped themselves into aligning with Asmongold and even Tectone. They know that there are far right voices on Twitch, okay? They know that. Actually, as a matter of fact, they've designed it so that there is at least a lot of pressure on Twitch to amplify right-wing voices. Asmongold hasn't been streaming because his dad recently passed away. But Asmongold, until he stopped streaming for the past month or so, was literally the biggest political commentator in North America. And he very much...
Although, let's put an asterisk on that biggest political commentator and remember how far down Asmongold's numbers went. I don't know. Did he have more concurrence? He went down from like 50,000 to like 27,000. He was pretty close to Hasan's numbers. But anyway, basically what that showed us is that Asmongold's got a lot of bots watching, and Twitch did something to purge the bots. They took care of the bots for, I'm not sure that that's going to stick. It never does, right? This is kind of a cyclical thing with Twitch. They purge bots, Twitch's overall numbers go down, the numbers of their star streamers go way down, and somehow over time, the bots learn to get around the purge and return to Twitch. So maybe his numbers are back up, but yeah, point taken. What Hasan's really saying here is that no, Twitch is not like a woke-only platform. If you've watched as much of Saltman as I have, which like morbid fascination, I guess, right? That I have with you know, the hate you know, factory that is Dan Saltman. But the more I've watched of him, the more I've recognized he doesn't just hate Hasan. He hates wokeness. He hates Gen Z, right? He hates the fact that he is a 60-year-old man in a universe in which time is a straight arrow, and that he is scared of and does not understand the changing world around him. That's Dan's motivation, right? That's Dan Saltman. Like I don't know. Like, he's mad because more people watch Hasan than watch Destiny, right? It's that kind of thing, right? It's primarily like an anti-woke, hate boner that animates this man more than anything. It is literally an anti, and that's why I always say Dan is a right winger. Like, whether he wants to cop to it, whether he realizes it or not, whether he's a right winger who's a never Trumper and votes for Harris or Biden or whoever instead, he is at his very heart, he is a right winger, and that's what's that's where his personal, like, he's not, people like to think of Dan Saltman as an extension of Destiny, that it's all about like Hasan superseded, Hasan eclipsed Destiny, and he's mad about that the Destiny is able to transfer his hatred of Hasan onto his orbers. And sure, there's some of that, but I do think that like when Dan talks about Twitch, he talks about it like a conservative talks about college, right? Like the way that conservatives talk about woke professors, Dan Saltman will talk about woke moderation at Twitch. And with the implication being that this mentality, in other words, I don't know, a progressive mentality, an accepting mentality, a solidarity-based mentality, has no position, has no place running anything, right? That if there's somebody in a position of power that is more woke than Dan, that's a mistake, right? Because, he comes from this old school libertarian, tech bro culture. Not even like modern tech bro culture, just like anyway.
Had a right-wing position. He was pro-Trump. Yes. Rest in peace to Asmundad, of course. Twitch disproportionately amplifies far-left voices. They led to troubling incidents such as silently blocking Israeli signups for a year. He still keeps bringing up this false fake bullshit and hosting anti-Semitic content at official events. He won't say what it is. He's talking about the Sabra hummus tier list. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, if you don't like shitty hummus, you're anti-Semitic.
Is an anti-Semitic event, an anti-Semitic incident. Of course, he'll never openly say that, because if he were to openly reveal that that's what he was pushing for, then people are going to be like, that's a laughable notion. Shut the fuck up. The platform's influence among young audiences makes this even more concerning, especially given the CEO's stated goal of reaching children as young as 8. When extremist voices are elevated for clicks and moderate voices are ignored, it creates a deeply unhealthy and dangerous environment. This is the same dumbass right-wing perspective, which is, why are our voices not popular? Why is Hutch not a more popular voice? Okay, I don't know, but I think you should probably think about that on your own time instead of actively trying to silence dissent against that position. Okay, maybe it's because he's wrong all the time, and people go, I don't really want to take my notes from a guy who's wrong all the time. I respect and trust the ongoing efforts to combat the far right. He doesn't, but I believe it's equally critical to address harm caused by our side's extremists. If we do not remove these voices from positions of influence within the Democratic Party, we will severely undermine our ability to tackle larger political challenges. We cannot go into 2026 with candidates campaigning on unrealistic policies like forced gun buybacks or universal health care. Universal health care is an unrealistic policy. These unattainable...
I'm sorry, but I'm starting to feel like you got to yell at fuckers like Dan and say, how many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? You lost. You lost in 2016. You lost in 2024. You only won in 2020 because of the extenuating circumstances of people being able to see how Donald Trump mishandles a pandemic. Right, and the extenuating circumstances that caused the majority, like, this is like normally most people don't vote in an election. In an American election, normally the majority of people do not vote for either candidate. Just like, it's a pain in the ass to vote, right? This time it was like almost, like I think everybody had the opportunity to vote by mail, and you had more votes for for both candidates or for either candidate than had ever been recorded in history. And as a result, Biden won. But I'm sorry, like, we don't need to give these people another chance. They've had their chance. They've been going at this shit since the 1980s, right? These are the assholes that lost to Ronald Reagan. These are the assholes that only beat Reagan's successor, George H.W. Bush, because of the interference of H. Ross Perot as a spoiler candidate for the right. And, God, and because of Obama's, like, generational charisma and talent, right? They've won elections, but even when they do that, they lose on the policy. They lose the policy war. They take a fucking mandate that could have brought us universal health care. It could have been ensconced into the American system, into the American governmental system, that everybody has the right, that healthcare is a human right. Instead, we got, more employer-based bullshit and a giant donut hole that makes people with slightly more money, resentful of people that have hardly any money, who are able to access Medicaid and not have any sort of, any sort of copay or premium, right? And then you got this donut hole, right? When you make enough money to not be eligible for Medicaid, now your insurance is extremely expensive. And then obviously people with tons of money, they're not, but like, right, there's so many ways that even healthcare, even Obamacare, is probably the best thing, one of the best policies implemented during Obama's time. Even that was a policy failure in a way that makes it possible for Trump to come along and take it away or to at least take away the Medicaid expansion in the big, beautiful bill, right? Imagine if it had just been universal health care for everyone, not means tested. The cost of your health care no longer comes out of your bottom line. Right? That's no longer an expense for anyone. That is the kind of durable government program that would have a similar effect as to the post-New Deal atmosphere, where even the Republicans were implementing confiscatory taxes, a 90% tax rate on the highest marginal rate. Right? It's just a failure after failure, and we're going to get into more of these liberal failures possibly tomorrow. We need to talk about Ezra Klein. We really need to talk about Ezra Klein. Ezra Klein right now is suggesting that Democrats, the path to victory is to accept more pro-life candidates. Right? Anyway, more on that tomorrow.
Goals only solidify our losses. At the moment, the right is targeting far-left influencers like Hasan Piker. If their efforts render these extremist policy politically toxic, I see no reason to intervene. As Napoleon famously said, never interrupt when he is making a mistake.
You're the one making a mistake. So
everyday puff pieces are published.
You're the one shooting yourself in the foot. The left flank is the only part of the Democratic apparatus that has got any sort of future, that has got any sort of momentum to it, right? The Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer wing of the Democratic Party is dying.
Celebrating these extremists and pushing them as the left Joe Rogan. This is a mistake. They should form their own party and leave Democrats free to focus on achievable pragmatic goals. We need social Democrats, not democratic socialists. He literally just said universal health care is an unrealistic policy, then claims that he's a social Democrat. What are you talking about? It's the most pivotal achievement of social democracy, and it exists everywhere. Half the time it feels as though we are arguing with, and that is because we are, okay? I'm starting to suspect he isn't very smart. He's not.
Sadly, a lot of people are religious and pro-life. Lithium, pro-life is an unpopular position, even in red states. In fact, I would almost say, especially in red states that lost their access to reproductive care.
Sarah super chatted $19.99. I'm convinced anyone claiming to be anti-woke is some type of operative.
Now, look, I'm not trying to pick out a chatter and, or pick on a chatter, right? Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, streamer. Good to have you with us, 5th Gen. But I do want to point something out, right? Saying that moderating on something like abortion rights, like reproductive, health is a pragmatic approach. That's a vibes-based analysis. I get why it feels that way, right? If you try something and you fail, sometimes you scale back your ambitions, and sometimes that's a good idea. But this one's disconnected from reality, right? It's disconnected from the polls. It's disconnected from the public sentiment, and it's neglecting something that's really important. You're talking about like, okay, well, we bring in, our pro-life Democratic candidate, right? Because we stereotype the residents of Kansas, the residents of Oklahoma, the residents of whatever state is, well, they're pro-lifers, right? They're Christian, they're right. And the idea being that like you put out a pro-life candidate, and now some of the voters that would have gone to the Republicans, right? The actual, anti-choice contingent, right? Some of them will now come to us, right? Some of them, that was the only thing holding them back. It was like, oh, geez, I'd really like to vote for the Democrat here, but oh gosh, I think that life starts at conception, and I just can't bring myself to do it, right? For every one of those persons that you will not get because they don't exist, right? Sorry, you're gonna lose 2 people that are like, God damn, the Democrats won't even defend my right to control of bodily autonomy. They won't even do that. Well, fuck. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing voting for them? What am I doing taking a day off of work, making plans, going out of my way to fucking vote for a candidate that's not even, I was hoping at the very least, right? At the very least, I wouldn't have to go to another state if I get an unwanted pregnancy. Right. Yeah, you're going to lose people. Just like Kamala Harris lost. It's the same kind of calculation that went on in terms of the inability of the Democrats to deal with the Gaza issue, right? The idea being that we're going to scare off the voters by saying anything about Gaza, and it turns out you turned the voters' stomachs by not saying anything about that. Yeah, what about the Bailey, says Tanky Gooner. That's right. Yeah, good to have you with us, 5th Gen. Anyway, sorry. I'm Hasanabiing too much.
Not exactly. He does this every time his campaign to bash the left backfires and inadvertently furthers right-wing causes. He pretends that he had nothing to do with it and cries that people are blaming him. Yes, they have done this over and over again. Whenever their active deplatforming initiatives actually successfully roll back some semblance of free speech and free discourse, and it actually harms left creators and even liberal creators, as a matter of fact, like queer creators and whatnot, he turns around and goes, oh, I didn't want this to happen. You did. What policies does he want? What the politics? His policies are just anti-left. His goals are just anti-left. That's all it is. And for the record, this is what actually ended up happening. So a lot of...
Oh shit, chat. I totally got distracted here. Sarah says, I'm convinced anyone claiming to be anti-woke is some kind of op. Yeah.
Destiny's old clips and new clips about Charlie Kirk and about Donald Trump and about political violence was then highlighted by the same.
And thank you for the super chat, which actually got us over the, yeah, I'm bearing the lead here, chat. That super chat just got us into bonus content territory. So looks like we're going to be eating good tonight on bonus content after we get finished. We're going to finish this segment and then move on to the Alex Jones thing. That's the big story tonight, is Alex Jones spit roasting. Oh God, I shouldn't say it that way. Definitely roasting and possibly cannibalizing Destiny. So in Texas, women are dying of sepsis after having miscarriages. It's insane. They're literally being denied a standard DNC, which would have prevented an infection. 100% anti-science. Yeah, and it's not even practical, right? The reason that people do this, the reason that they think that if you sacrifice some of your true belief that you're going to get a reward for that. I mean, I'm sorry to say, but when that's your calculation, you're participating in the age-old ritual of scapegoating, right? Do you know what a scapegoat started out as, chat? Like, something would go bad in the town. There was like a drought, or there was a plague, or something like that. And like, what would they do? People would pile stuff onto an actual goat, right? There was an actual goat. I can't remember what it was that people would pile onto it. Narwhal by Nature says 15 for majority report. Gotcha. Love talking about scapegoats. Yeah, but it was a real goat back in the day. Some people don't know this, right? But yeah, it was an actual goat, and you would pile stuff onto the goat's back that I guess would represent your troubles or your afflictions, and then they would chase the goat and beat the goat out of town, right? The symbolism being that we were going to put everything on this goat, like all the bad stuff on the goat, and then we chase it out of town, and now it's not our problem anymore, right? Like we were assholes to a goat as some kind of symbolic sacrifice, right? I don't know, chat. This sounds like Dark Age philosophy to me. And again, remember, Dark Age philosophy is what we're fighting. The right wing is not really a political movement. The right wing is representative of of backsliding into pre-Enlightenment, ideology, and we don't want to slide back, chat. We want to slide forward. So help me slide forward.
Same Republicans that Dan Saltman had aligned himself with to try to deplatform me. Okay, and lo and behold, those guys
the goat did nothing wrong.
Those guys obviously got excited to attack Destiny as well, because they see him as a liberal voice. I mean, he's been on CNN, right, as like the heel to Charlie Kirk, right? They even went so far as to bring his name up in the congressional record, claiming Destiny a week prior to Charlie Kirk's assassination said Charlie Kirk's a demonic entity. And even it was such an idiotic thing to put in the congressional record that even Jim Jordan turned around and said, well, tough, that's the First Amendment, which is true, by the way. It is such a stupid take. It blows my mind that people would get mad at that. Like, what are you talking about? We can't say that our political opposition is bad. What are we doing here? Which is, of course, the goal of the Republican Party, the goal of a fascist administration. Oh, sorry, Jim Jordan didn't say that. Jerry Nadler did. Sorry. I thought it was Jim Jordan that said that. But in any case, in that environment, in this misinformation environment, Destiny, who is a rapacious troll, turned around and brought up his former Twitch ban. He was banned from Twitch a very long time ago, in like 2022 or something. Okay, he posted that and said, "Oh no, your cancellation efforts have actually harmed me. I've lost my platform on Twitch." And what's ironic is that because Republicans are so stupid, they thought that was a major victory without actually fact-checking whether or not he was actually banned.
Wow.
And that was even talked about on Fox News. Jesse Waters did a news hit on it. Said this far-left violent man got banned off Twitch. But I suspect because that happened and because...
Isn't that interesting how that works, too? Destiny is not far left. Destiny is milquetoast, right? Like, Destiny is like, I don't know. Not appealing, right? Bland. And anything but a radical. And yet by saying something, by like violently hating on the right, he's able to portray himself as being some kind of radical when he's nowhere close.
There was a lot more pressure. It seems that Destiny was actually demonetized on YouTube, okay? So what ended up happening is what he was trying to do to me for years and years and years has, with his own allies, as a matter of fact, partially because of his own allies and their endless interest in aligning with fascist Republicans who want to take out any kind of opposition, any kind of discontent, no matter how liberal, no matter how moderate those voices may be, they ended up targeting him successfully and taking away his one of his revenue streams. That is where we're at. And that's the reason why Dan Saltman has been talking about how he had nothing to do with this. He said the Yaz 2027, Trump is on life support but still wheeled out for TV appearances. The US has been in civil war for 60 months. Food is scarce, medicine and ammunition hard to come by. Dan is tweeting about Hasan. He's even Dan. The only other community we had a bridge with torches it because Ethan's a spineless hack as well. Just such pathetic state of affairs of everyone over here. Adam Mockler is the only exception to what I said. Everyone else is a loser. See ya.
Wait, Destiny didn't know who Joe Manchin was?
All in the camps. He also revealed that he no longer wants to do politics, which he's not going to do. Destiny announces he's retiring from politics and focusing on gaming. Look at how they stick together. Unreal. I think I might do this event and retire to gaming for 6 months or indefinitely. I think it should just be a conservative fascist government. People like Hutch, Pisco, CNN, etc. can do their thing. It's just way too many with zero spine. There is no point. To which this subreddit apparently called DGG Snark. I didn't even know that there was a snark for DGG of former Destiny fans. Destiny has been harassing and stalking Hasan and other pro-Palestinian streamers for 2 years to bring attention to himself. Now he's received 1% of the vitriol they have received and immediately gives up and succumbs to fascism. This is liberalism in a nutshell. Yeah, I mean, look.
I thought about making a joke about like an NCC snark, but I'm afraid if I do, somebody will like actually make it as a joke. And then my real ops, like from back in the day, will find it. And like, I don't know. I think it's a real subreddit. I mean, that would be funny, wouldn't it? Wait, where's the Adam Mockler thing? Yeah, Destiny mentioned. Wait, is this the tweet where he's like, no, it was the one before, right? It was the one before. That's the snark. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, this is what he says. Okay, yeah, this is offline chat here. So yeah, the only other community we had a bridge with torches it because Ethan is a spineless hack fuck as well. Or because, wait, how did that start? How did the Ethan, I'm trying to remember, chat, I covered this and now I can't remember, like, was it Ethan or was it Destiny that started that, right? Obviously, Ethan was exposed as having that pedo troll account. Why did Ethan go off? I feel like Ethan went off on Destiny first, though. Such a pathetic state of affairs of everyone over here. Adam Mockler is the only exception to what I say. Destiny putting the kiss of death on poor Adam Mockler. But don't be too sad for Adam. He's yeah. I don't, like I said, chat, I don't usually talk shit about libs unless they give me a reason to, and Adam hasn't in a hot minute, and I shouldn't go for the bait just because Destiny, I don't know, I feel like Destiny saying good things about you, it says something. It does say something, but anyway, we'll leave Adam Mockler for another day.
Everyone else is a loser. See ya all in the camps. He also revealed that he no longer wants to do politics, which he's not going to do. Destiny announces he's retiring from politics and focusing on gaming. Look at how they stick together. Unreal. I think I might do this event and retire to gaming for 6 months or indefinitely. I think it should just be.
Wait. So you're saying that that Ethan went off on the pedophilia of Destiny was the issue? He was like, I really like you. Stop abusing children. Then Destiny's community. Oh, okay. That's how it happened. Wait. Ethan went off on Destiny. Oh my God, chat, I'm trying to put this back together. I'm sorry, my brain is not working today. Like I said, I'm trying to I don't know. I was, when I went to Vietnam, I felt a lot better. And part of that was because probably I was like eating, I think I just fell into this rut from eating from this one restaurant. And like, I feel like, I don't know what they do with their food, but like, it's good food, but I think it was making me sick or something. I was eating too much of it too, and it wasn't that healthy. So I'm trying to find other stuff, and I'm trying to like, sort of like limit myself down. Like I ate like a a salad for dinner last night and then a salad with some rice for breakfast. I thought that would be enough, but apparently not. Anyway, I'm just complaining, chat. I mean, I could order food if I really, if I'm really, I just like, I don't know. I've got the other thing is like, when you have enough, like a certain amount of caffeine, but not enough food, it's like a bad feeling, and it actually makes you feel sick at your stomach where you don't want to eat, but probably eating is a good idea, but just nothing sounds good. Ethan attacked Destiny because Rose was revealed to be under. That's when it was. Thank you, Azupnik. It is so hard to keep this stuff together, this fucking narrative, right? But you're right. That's what it was. Yeah. Rose got revealed to be under 18. That was enough for Ethan. He's basically attacked Vosh for less than that. And Ethan went off on Destiny. Destiny came back and talked about Ethan's pedo troll account. Speaking of Mansion, Kristen Cinema was on that PBD Valuetainment version of you. Oh no, of course she was. The whole group of ladies turned on her because she was such a bitch. Whoa. We need to watch more of that. You know the Pisco's community, they watch like I do need to eat. Yeah. They watch her take like pretty religiously. Like whenever it comes out, Pisco reacts to her take. And I mean, we've watched it a few times, but I feel like some soup. Soup sounds good. Yeah, soup is a good idea. Okay, I'll look at something, chat. I mean, if it's really, if I'm really dying or not dying, let's not say that. If I'm really hurting from not eating enough food, I could probably order something and then pick it up with a video on. It wouldn't be too big of a deal. It would just take me like 2 minutes basically to retrieve it. So I'm considering. I'll take a look. Her take is so bizarre. Yeah, sometimes it's worth watching. Like, oh my god, the episode where Adam Sosnick treated Anna like shit and threw a tampon at her was pretty unbelievable. But some people are just sick of Anna. That's what I've noticed. Is that like, people want to see the shit about Jink because he's kind of funny, but Anna is just pure fucking vitriol. Wrote a judgy backhanded love note to Destiny and Destiny got upset. Oh no. Oh, on his like Instagram story. Yeah, that's right.
The conservative fascist government, people like Hutch, Pisco, CNN, etc. can do their thing. It's just way too many with zero spine. There is no point. To which this subreddit apparently called DGG Snark. I didn't even know that there was a snark for DGG of former Destiny fans. Destiny has been harassing and stalking Hasan and other pro-Palestinian streamers for 2 years to bring attention to himself. Now he's received 1% of the vitriol they have received and immediately gives up and succumbs to fascism. This is liberalism in a nutshell. Yeah, I mean, look, they're going. Alex Jones is doing full clip compilations about Destiny. Shocking violence. Watch leftist mouthpiece Destiny brag about planning to murder a family. Blame President Trump for Charlie Kirk's assassination. Call for more conservative deaths at rallies. Wish for the death of Devin Nunes. We are live breaking it down. Now, of course, he's not a leftist at all, but it doesn't matter to these guys. Just like I've always said, they say Nancy Pelosi's a communist. You guys are stupid. If you're a liberal and if you hate the Republican Party, okay, if you hate what the Republicans are doing to this country, if you hate the erosion of civil liberties, any moment that you spend attacking your left flank, many of which are actually out in the streets before and after the takeover of the fascists, is idiotic. It's unproductive, and there needs to be a recognition that maybe you were wrong, okay? Maybe you were wrong. The highlighting of your left flank as the real scary enemies that are at the doorstep is directly a consequence of your own petty grievances. That's all this was, always and forever. I would go so far as to say that he's fucking.
Oh my god, chat, help me decide. All right, it's hard for me to pick something when my tummy hurts, but there's this one place that does like fresh rolls really well. Like it's like a salad wrapped in rice paper with like like a tofu filling, and that's pretty good. And it's very light too, which is kind of what I'm looking for here. And then the other option is this, there's a number of ways to say vegetarian in Thai. Usually I just say J because it like sort of implies vegan. It's not always vegan. Some J restaurants serve eggs, but usually that's like an optional thing. But then the other way of saying it is mangsorirat, mangsorirat, like chan gin mangsorirat. I eat vegetarian. I found a vegetarian. Ooh, this one's got papaya salad. I don't know. I might have to go for this one. Ooh, and they got the coconut jelly with pandan. Anyway, chat.
In pro-genocide position was directly tailored off of my anti-genocide position. Like, it's all spite-based. It doesn't make any sense. It's just so incredibly dumb. Here he is, the moment of recognition where he's been demonetized off YouTube.
Wait. If they have kimchi today, I'm totally ordering this. That's the shit. Like, right? This place has vegan kimchi sometimes. Oh no. Soup. Chat saying soup. There's no close by McDonald's? Well, I don't want that would take me to, there is actually there's always a close by McDonald's almost anywhere in the world you are. But it would take me I'd have to walk. Well, I don't know. I guess you could order McDonald's to be I don't know, chat. I don't think I don't really fancy McDonald's flies. Anyway, I'll figure out something. They don't have the kimchi though. That was gonna be the decider, right? Because like this place makes super spicy vegetarian kimchi. It's kind of hard to find.
I feel like my YouTube is gonna get permabanned soon because I got like broad demonetized yesterday for that I didn't even cite a video. So I don't know. I'll appeal it. We'll see what happens. But I mean, if Kimmel is getting canceled from ABC, I don't know.
I said this for years. Here's Dan bragging he took 7 figures from you. October 1 to January 1 should be 50% of all revenue for the year. Lamau, you are such a Hasan writer. Remember that even if you got hit by a truck today and died, your daddy Hasan has lost his 7 figures in ad revenue because of me, and you—
Who fucking writes like this? Like, where does this come from, chat? I'm trying to understand. Like, I understand a lot about, like, terminally online shit. Like, you know, shit posting, you know, negative polarization. You know, definitely that's the kind of thing that allows you to be a, you know, to be a villain that people like, right? If you are a jerk about someone that they hate, they'll, you know, usually give you kudos for that. Wait, he's okay, so he's arguing with somebody. You're such a Hasan dick rider. Remember that even if he got hit by a truck today and died, your daddy Hasan has lost 7 figures in ad revenue because of me, and you can't do shit about it. See, this is the weird thing, right? The boycott? Oh, on McDonald's? I'm not. Yeah, Narwhal had to clarify that I am very much entertaining Woody's suggestion, despite it being completely a non-starter. I write like that. I'm an unhinged maniac. Like that? Like, even if I get hit by a truck today and die, your daddy's gonna lose 7 figures of ad revenue because of me? And the whole thing is, look, like, people, like, you know, yeah, Hasan has fans, okay? And some of those fans are parasocial, sure. Granted, you know. But the idea that it's gonna hurt them for Hasan, for his income to go from, I don't know, let's say it was gonna be 5 million this year to 4 million. Do you really think you're hurting? Like, I mean, maybe you're hurting Hasan. Maybe he wanted to set up a, you know, college fund for Marat's grandkids, and he's going to have to wait another year to get started. But it's so wild to imagine like a Hasan fan being like, oh shit, he's not making 5 million anymore. Are you serious? It's going to be $400,500,000. That's all Hasan's going to make. Oh my God, I'm hurt. I'm so hurt. Damn you, Dan. How dare you make Hasan slightly? This guy's rich. All right. Even if he wasn't making 7 figures, right, this year, like Hasan is fine. Okay. And I would think like the more parasocial somebody is, the more, yeah, why should I care that Hasan, that Hasan lost money? Yeah. Yeah, right. I don't think Hasan cares. Like, I mean, not that it's definitely like, not that he thinks that 7 figures is nothing, but the point is he's fine. And he's going to continue to be fine. And even if he stopped streaming and just, had the money from the YouTube channel, he would probably be okay. Bro, he could probably retire, chat, at this point. I'm pretty sure if he wanted to, if he didn't like what he was doing, if he was sick of it, he could retire. He could take a year off. He could, go to Japan and learn, study the sword, or I don't know, chat. It's so weird. Told my mom yesterday that she was going to lose 7 figures. Very normal behavior, absolutely.
You can't about it. Remember to let Hasan know that he lost 7+ figures of revenue from me, which is ironic because, once again, the only reason why
I know who that hurts. You know who that hurts? Somebody who likes to show off their watch in watch talk, right? Somebody that likes to do ostentatious displays of their wealth. Conspicuous consumption. They go on a yacht in the Mediterranean and they post pictures of it because they want you to know. They want you to know that you're spending 5 years of their income in 1 week on a yacht, right? That's who that hurts. And that's not Hasan. I mean, just, he does indulge in, I have seen him indulge in conspicuous consumption. There definitely have been flexes, but it's not like, it's not like right now, chat, Ethan and XQC are arguing about whose watch is better, right? Whose watch is better? And it's a big deal to them. Hasan might have like a Rolex hat that he wears from time to time, but wait, does he have a watch? Does he have a? He has it's a pretty nice watch, right? I don't know, chat. I'm not trying to. Hasan has his other show, the Fear and podcast. Go to Japan, study the sword, like Sensei Zuck. Wait, I thought Zuck studied BJJ. Not all Turkish people are like Salt Bay.
For ran ads was because I had a contract from Twitch. Twitch doesn't offer.
He has an Apple Watch? Oh, so something useful.
Those contracts any longer.
Amazing.
And therefore, I don't run any ads any longer. And even after that wasn't enough, of course. They still tried to attack the platform. So Twitch made a decision to create a new category, a political content category, which I'm on, right? So therefore, you don't see ads. My revenue stream is not off of ads. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers. Your voluntary subscriptions keep me editorially independent. That's it. They only ended up hurting a bunch of small streamers in the long run. Okay? It's that simple. Knowing full well that because my political perspective is not broadly reflected by any mainstream party, I have always relied on my community. Okay? It's grassroots. It's always been grassroots. You cannot be a leftist and demand contributions from billionaires and millionaires. You just can't do that. The more right-wing you are on this political spectrum, the easier it is for you to get money from shadow donors and very wealthy people. A liberal has an easier time getting big donors to defend them and getting big institutions to defend them and getting big donors to give them money than a leftist does. And a right-winger has a much easier time getting those shadow donors than a liberal does. This is how it works. This is how it works. No billionaire is going to fund a prominent content creator who says billionaires should not exist. You stopped ads a month or two before October, pre-Cock Piker. Yep. What? A few seconds following the clip from earlier. He explains how justice works and, of course, is anti-Semitic.
And then they're issuing subpoenas and shit like that after that based on the information of what you give, essentially. That's how justice works. Some Jew in Miami Beach gives a PowerPoint and then a company gets brought to its knees.
So you're the one who's presenting your case against Twitch?
Yeah.
If your worldview is entirely around petty grievances that one streamer has over another, of course you're going to end up doing some idiotic in the process. Idiotic shit that ends up harming you in the long run. This is where we're at. And it's ironic because I always mention this. I mentioned this for the longest time. I said, look, if apolitical and liberal adjacent content creators are consistently focusing on their left flank and attacking their left flank and smearing their left flank, then obviously there's going to be a lot of people who associate the left flank with those smears, and you might find a little bit of success in that process. You might actually humiliate leftists and Marxists or present them as these like scary people. But what you're doing in that process is you're legitimizing the people to your right flank, because now you're the people to the right who might despise you in other circumstances are now aligned with you in attacking the left. So even if you actually achieved success in that process, even if you've completely eradicated the left, okay? Even if you completely eradicated the left, then the right is going to come after you. And we are there now. The left is not actually successfully defeated, but it doesn't matter. You're still attacking the left. These people present themselves as like these brilliant people, these skilled political beings, but they focus on petty grievances. It's all about ego. That's all this is. He felt, this man right here, who has done a ton of awful nonsense, attacking anyone to his marginally leftist position, for daring to ever criticize him, has spent most of his career in the last 6 years actively going after the left. And at times he goes after the right as well, but mostly he's spent his time opposing people like myself. That hasn't actually given him any sort of prominence whatsoever, because there is no world view. There is no real future that you want. There is no perfect society, a perfect design that you have in mind. It's just pure reactionary bullshit. This is a problem with centrism in general, okay? This is why centrists lose to the right all the time, because the right, even if we disagree with them, and I certainly do, have a worldview. They have a grand design. And they are constantly advocating for said grand design. They are not directionless. They are moving the country towards that project. It is a fascist project, and they are successfully moving this country in that direction. And we're there now. But centrists look to that and say, you know, extreme right and the extreme left are just the same. I am the moderate here, not realizing that year over year, the right gets more reactionary, more radical, and pushes the Overton window further and further to the right. So the centrist position becomes more and more right-wing. This is the issue.
Actually caring about deplatforming, or do you think, I mean, I'm going to be honest, your community, your podcast host, Dan Saltman, has been involved in mass letter campaigns to people like Richie Torres to get people deplatformed, and I'm obviously referring to Hasan. I agree with you on some things, I agree with Hasan on some things. I'm kind of in the middle on that progressive end. However, I do feel like there's been some content creators, Asmongold, H3H3, all those kind of.
This is the thing that I never understand, by the way, because it's like, when people say I agree with Hasan on some things and I agree with Destiny on some things, I will never understand it, because like the things that you agree with me on, if you're progressive, you probably just agree with me and that's it, right? Like what could you possibly agree with Destiny on? Because everything that he has designed when he has tried to create this like unique space in the progressive side of politics is just anti-me. Like what? To be able to say the slurs or something? I don't know. I don't really get it.
who have all been involved in this push to deplatform people. And I feel like it's now coming back to bite you in the butt, for example. I mean, your name's being mentioned in congressional hearings now. I'm just wondering, do you feel any responsibility for that?
I think there's a huge difference between deplatforming somebody by pressuring a platform to take action on something versus like the FCC and
Yeah, except he also mentioned Richie Torres. Dan Saltman didn't just try to do a deplatforming initiative by using the ADL, which is ridiculous, because the moment that you use the ADL, you're not pressuring the platform directly. You're pressuring a advocacy group that has a lot of institutional persuasive power because they have congresspersons that they can rely on. So that in and of itself is a redirection that does not make sense.
Donald Trump pressuring organizations to do things.
We agree on that, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think people have a right to have their voices
Chad,
heard on things.
I just ended up getting like ginger, tofu, and rice. I don't know. I don't know. I just like it's hard to like I need some food, but I'm not like I'm nauseous a little bit. It's like hard to, so I'm like ginger, and yeah, I got that in a papaya salad, so hopefully that will set me right. I guess.
People have had
The other thing, Woody, this might surprise you, but McDonald's is kind of one of the more expensive things. Wait, should I look at it? I'm not sure if I'm right about this, but I think that in general, like eating like Thai cuisine, like eating Thai food, ordering like Thai stuff from local restaurants is a lot cheaper, and that anything that you try to get that's like more, I don't know, like I wonder if that's true with McDonald's though. I'm kind of curious.
be deplatformed from things, whether I agree or disagree. Sometimes, it is what it is, but I think it's fundamentally a different conversation than what we saw happen just recently with Kimmel and the entirety of the Conservative Party supporting it. I think is a very scary thing. Yeah, but I mean, there are some things that people think they have like an absolutist position on, but their position is a lot more malleable. They just haven't seen it like tested yet. Like all of us agree in some level of deplatforming, right? Like if some guy were to go live on a YouTube stream and he was just abusing dogs all day, just like punch him in the head, I think everybody would be like, well, this guy should probably be banned. There's
no, you'd make him an orbiter. That would be like Mr. Girl, but with like you have had that guy. That's Vosh. You're talking. Sorry, no, that's a different kind of animal abuse. No McDonald's. No, I'm not getting McDonald's. I'm just curious if I'm right in guessing that McDonald's is more expensive than like just regular food here. I think it is. I think people, if they eat McDonald's, it's like, I mean, it is here and it is popular, but I think people get it as like a treat. I don't think that this is like a normal thing that people eat a lot of. They have different stuff that's true too. That's true too. Yeah, they do. And you're right about that. Yeah. I saw a video about like how different Thai okay, so I might not have a basis of compare. Okay, wait, here's the local McDonald's. Now chat, there's a boycott. You got to say nar if you want me to like Samurai Burger and Coke for slightly less than $1. Maybe it's not more expensive. The Big Mac. Oh my God, chat. Big Mac, fries, a Coke, and chicken nuggets for essentially. Wait, no, sorry, it's not less than $1. It is less than $3 for the Samurai Burger and free Coke, and then the Big Mac set is let's see. That would be about $6. I don't know. Does this sound like, it's cheaper than in the US? Big Mac meal is like $7. Double cheeseburger is $4.50. Fries, large fries, $3.50. How much was the ginger tofu? Like $2. $2 for ginger tofu. And then like if you add 15 baht for rice, it works out to yeah, it's less than $3. for every 10 likes you give on a pro-Palestine post, you get one McDouble. Wait, what? I thought they were. Yeah, they have different items. I guess at these McDonald's near me closed a few years ago. I miss it. Its closure probably stopping me from getting the Beatus though. Yeah, not the healthiest thing. USA McDonald's had biscuits. Oh yeah, those are biscuits a different thing in the UK, right? Isn't a biscuit like a wait? What is a biscuit? A biscuit's like a cracker or a cookie, right? Big Mac mean in the US is like $10. Okay, so it is cheaper than US, but not that much. And honestly, I mean, I'm looking at these are like meal deals and stuff. I'm trying to think, okay, what would the equivalent in calories of my ginger tofu be? Well, I mean, they got a special for the samurai burger. Yeah, I guess well, no, that's with the Coke. I guess it's kind of equivalent. Huh. It's actually cheaper than I thought. I just assumed that a lot of the stuff would be imported to make McDonald's food.
Going to be some level where we're all like, well, this is probably not.
Yeah, except you're talking about someone who has an anti-Israel position. I agree with that. That's my position as well. Okay. Also, one is a criminal act, for the record. It's an illegal criminal act for good reason. What's crazy is I'm not doing that, and you're equivocating my commentary that is now the popular commentary, that is now the popular position, for the record. You said the term top speak the other day. Could you define that? I have no idea what that is. I don't think I've...
Anybody want to guess? Anybody want to guess what this chatter is talking about? Top speak? Is that like the way that tops, phrase things? It sounds like it, right? Like, what does top speak like? I don't know. It's like, I'd do that. No. Anybody know? Anybody? You want to guess what the chatter actually heard?
Unless I misspoke
Top
or
speak?
You misheard me. What the top speak? You think cop speak? Is that what you did say it?
Wait, Jerry from Ben & Jerry's resigned from being CEO because Israel was selling his ice cream under Magnum ice cream, and he lost the... Yeah, it's cop speak. Yeah, we got some Hasanabi heads in chat. I don't know. Did you know that from watching the show or seeing this bit already? Does Kaya make chicken nuggies for Hasan? God, I don't even want to know how... Like, have you seen, Jamie Oliver? You remember the Jamie Oliver thing where he made chicken nuggets for the kids? And he tried to show them, like, this is how they actually make chicken nuggets. And he thought it would, like, make them disgusted. But they all were like, oh, I want to eat the nugget. Talking about the text back and forth.
Why? Why is it that you immediately go, you did say it? I think you misheard me. I said cop speak, probably, when referencing the Tyler Robinson text messages where he says, like, where he calls the police vehicle a squad car, or even refers to his own car as a vehicle, like saying things along. Why is it always us mishearing and you never misspeaking? Well, considering that I also first said I probably misspoke, you are literally mishearing. And this guy also misheard the other chatter. Yes, cop speak. I didn't hear what the chatter said. I thought he wrote cop speak. So maybe both of these instances, an unfortunate byproduct of mishearing, including but not limited to the fact that I already factored in that I might have misspoken. First, that's the first thing I did.
Okay, like watching Hasan, clap and cheer with his chat when Houthis are hijacking ships in the ocean and saying that they're based in Awesome, I think is an insanely unhinged thing to watch on.
Oh, is it? Is it? That's interesting. As opposed to what you do, which is watching Israel do a genocide and go, it's based and awesome. I think the anti-genocide position, which is, luckily I don't even have to say that this is like just not only the moral position, but now I can say it's the popular position as well. The anti-genocide position is the popular position. Yes, the only foreign nation in the region that is actively trying to penalize Israel for doing a genocide is on the right side of history. It's that simple. It's that simple. The biggest problem here for
Jamie Oliver's an asshole that attempted to use a newly revealed private apology that Anthony Bourdain gave him to absolve him of how much hate he gets now. I was not amused and didn't believe it. I kind of got left out of the food revolution because it's turns out it's not for vegans. Like, but I'm kind of used to it. I'm kind of used to, like, you know, food trends not applying to me.
Or Sex Pestany, aside from, you know, his proclivity towards engaging in really horrible actions on that front in his own personal life, is that he chose the wrong horse to back. He thought he could just maintain the pro-Israel position, the pro-genocide position, and he would never actually arrive at a unique moment in time where the large majorities of the public would say, hey, that's really fucked up. He thought he could gesture vaguely at pre-established American foreign policy positions and say, Israel is doing the right thing. It's not a genocide. And anyone that actually is trying to fight back against Israel's genocide is actually morally not in the right, but in the wrong. And they're all terrorists. He backed himself into a corner. And in the past, instead of offering like a nuanced perspective on any given issue that pertains to American foreign policy, and be able to bastardize his opposition's position, mine, like when it came to Ukraine, and falsely claim that I was actually against Ukraine or I was pro-Russia, all these different things, he was able to get a lot of mileage out of that. So I think he did that with Israel as well, thinking that he would have the same kind of support. Of course,
food gets here in 15 minutes. Somebody remind me.
Not only was that a bastardization of my viewpoint on Ukraine, even though he did get a lot of mileage out.
I gotta do something about, like, chat, I'm getting like morning sickness, not like really morning sickness, but like nausea in the morning. Like, what the fuck is that? What the actual fuck is that? I think it's something to do with like the ratio of my caffeine intake versus my food intake or something, but like the nausea sure as fuck doesn't make me feel like eating more. But anyway, I got food coming and it's ginger, so hopefully it will get ginger is good for nausea.
Out of that, and a lot of people still to this day, especially on Reddit, think I'm like pro-Russia, which is so insane, but what are you gonna do? Genocide is so black and white that his perspective on Israel, the unconditional support to Israel, became unimaginably unpopular.
Wait, what is that song? Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
Media platforms.
Is that Annie Lennox?
Especially by their own rules, they say you can't champion terrorist violence. So, yeah, I mean, there's going to be some level of, like, obviously disagreement that people should be allowed to have across social media platforms. But
maybe stop caffeine. I don't know. It was good it was working out for me. Why is it the Vietnamese coffee that is like medical strength coffee? It's Fleetwood Mac. It's a good song. Did you drink enough water? I got more water here. Wait, where is the water? There is the water. Maybe water. It could be water. I was drinking more water because oh yeah, that's the other thing. I gotta get a water filter. I feel like that's the only way that I drink enough water. If I'm drinking like from, you know, like bottled water, I never drink enough because I know that the more I drink, the sooner I have to get more, and it's a pain in the ass to carry. But if I just got a water filter, I think maybe I'd be good. Some egg whites will rehydrate you, but you didn't hear that from me. I don't eat eggs, but thank you.
I think it's gotten really extreme on a lot of them right now.
So
yeah, he said my contextualization of the Ansar Allah movement in Yemen's actions against the genocidal state of Israel is akin to animal abuse. Okay, that is what he just tied this argument up with. At some point, people have to recognize that this is not good argumentation whatsoever. Okay, just because the speaker is confident doesn't mean that the contents of the things that he's saying is actually appropriate, you should be able to think and reflect and think critically on what he is actually saying. It's just debate, bro, through and through. That's why I've always said he's like the left's Ben Shapiro. Well, not.
Oh my God! Wait, whoa! Oh no, he didn't get that from me, chat. I've said something really similar about Vosh and Destiny. That a lot of the appeal is the same. Like, Destiny isn't smart. All right, now that's not me being ableist or, you know, elitist or whatever. I'm just like, you know, I'm a curious soul. All right, I've learned a lot of things, and I can tell you, as a curious soul, that Destiny's not a particularly smart guy. Right? So, but what he is he is a just like Ben Shapiro, just like Jordan Peterson, Destiny is a not intelligent person's idea of what an intelligent person sounds like, right? That's their bias, right? When they're thinking like, who's smart, who knows what they're talking about, they're looking for somebody who speaks fast and with authority and with confidence. And Destiny does do that, much like Ben Shapiro. For this reason, people mistake, you know, Ben Shapiro as an intellectual, even though all he is, chat, is a failed, what is he? He's a failed screenwriter. That's what Ben Shapiro is, right? He's a guy that grew up with a lot of connections, you know, knew some people in Hollywood, shopped his work around. And if you want to know about the quality of Ben Shapiro's work, just read his book, True Allegiance, chat. He did release a novel that is it's embarrassing, is what it is, all right? Now let's compare him to Jordan Peterson, all right? Jordan Peterson is not what I would call an intellectual either, but he did get his, you know, degree. He did, and his credentials as a psychotherapist, right? And you know, so Jordan Peterson has, like, you know, read some things. Like, unlike Destiny or Shapiro, Peterson has actually read some things. But if you get Peterson in a room full of like other college professors, they will laugh at him. If these college professors are like, "Who is your favorite theorist?" and he says Carl Jung, they will laugh at him. If he starts talking about Joseph Campbell, you know, their association with that is like, this is the kind of shit that a TA would introduce in English composition in a freshman class, like for just basic writing, right? That Joseph Campbell is the kind of stuff that it's highly palatable, you know, highly palatable a discussion, right? You know, the hero's journey. But it doesn't take a lot. You don't have to know a lot. You don't have to understand a lot. You don't have to read between the lines. There's not a lot of nuance to gain. It's just Joseph Campbell's theory that everybody's writing the same story, and it's not really that much of an insight at the end of the day. But like, I mean, this is what people mistake for intellectual experiences, and for people, for like right wingers, chat, that failed or that dropped out of college after they didn't like their blue-haired teacher's assistant that was teaching English composition. Right? They didn't even get to the Joseph Campbell part of the class because they stopped coming to class. Then maybe Jordan Peterson is like the closest thing that they actually have to an intellectual experience. Now there is a good side to this, chat. It does mean that even people that seem to be intellectually incurious do have a little bit of intellectual curiosity. They've had it beaten out of them is the problem, I think. But anyway, same thing with Vosh. You know, these are people that they got the trappings of intellect without the capacity, let's just say. And yeah, if I talk anymore, it's just I'm gonna sound ruder. We got to get to the meat of the stream today, chat. And the meat of the stream today is Alex Jones.
charitably that Dan Saltman literally believes this. Okay, I'm going to.
So we saw this. We saw this. I'm just going through here to make sure I'm not missing anything. I think we saw this.
Even if you completely eradicated the left, then the right is going to come after.
Yep.
I have no idea what that. The dismissals of the civil cases further underscore how Mr. Trump used the levers of power to help affluent allies who have found themselves crosswise with the federal government he now leads. According to a June 2025 review by Democrats on the House Judiciary Committee, former President Donald Trump's pardons and commutations in his second administration have voided over 1.3.
This is an interesting channel. Oh my God, what the fuck?
What is this? Hasan's haters are so stupid. This website about Hasan's anti-Semitism used an image of a little.
Okay, we saw that. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and drop the Alex Jones bomb on you.
But it's time.
It's time.
About Alex Jones. Alex Jones apparently talked about Destiny.
Scumbag piece of filth celebrating Charlie's death and saying more Republicans need to die to intimidate us. That's terrorism. That's calling for terrorism. Elon Musk is calling for his arrest.
What is this music?
You got free speech, but you don't have saying we go out and target and kill people to silence them. That's racketeering. That's terrorism. That's terrorism.
What is this? What is this time? This watermark? Dom Luker. That's the guy that posted CSAM onto Twitter. It got banned because that's like you would usually have cops show up to your house. If you do something like that, but somehow Elon unbanned him because his excuse was that he was posting the CSAM to show people how gross CSAM was or something. He had some excuse.
Terroristic threats. And I'm telling you, I just got a gut feeling that guy's not going to be too happy very soon. People are sick of this crap. And he talks about he stalked people and planned to kill them and their families and all this other stuff, try to act all scary and tough. Those little wild, beady eyes reminds me of the serial killer in Dirty Harry. They have a tour where they were stalking Kirk around the country and all this crap. I mean, it's just disgusting.
What is
they've
this?
taken?
So chat that the tour is called Unfuck America, right? This is put together by what is her name? Z Cohen Sanchez, I think. Who like apparently TikTok hates. Anybody know Z Cohen Sanchez? I've been trying to dig into this because there's a lot that I don't understand, but this is who I don't know, like Destiny's new Brianna Wu kind of apparently hated kind of a hated figure in a lot of social media, but is the point person in the Unfuck America tour, which was Destiny's attempt to, I don't know, like almost set up his own Turning Point USA or something like that, with the real goal of this tour being to confront Charlie Kirk at multiple Turning Point USA events and try to force a debate. I think he did end up getting a debate with Fresh and Fit, but I mean, he's talked to those people plenty. It didn't work out for him. And the other thing I compared this to was Nick Fuentes stalking Charlie Kirk, which he did for a long time. I guess you could say it worked out for Nick. It got him more prominent, but he didn't ever get the debate that he wanted with Charlie Kirk. And so obviously it wasn't going to work for Destiny either. I just know she's supposed to be racist, but she does hang out with Destiny, so it makes sense. The woman who debated Jink in his Jubilee video? Oh, geez, what were her contention? What were her areas of contention with Jink? Last night I tuned into Dave Smith live stream to hear him say he doesn't care about Kimmel's right to free. Oh, that's great. It's clear the Rogan sphere is full of operatives. Yeah, and Dave Smith is the one guy that a lot of people give credit to, right? They try to say that he's what, like, I guess he's he spoke out on, he said something about Ambigubot says cinema. Yeah, exactly. This is definitely is it Destiny's New Sugar Mama? I don't know. I don't know much about Zico and Sanchez. But I guess I'll have to rewatch the wait, he's pro-Palestine. Wait, who is? Oh, Dave Smith. Yeah. Yeah, there's some good things about Dave Smith. I mean, he's like less bad than a lot of right-wingers, but he's still a right-winger. Look, I don't care about Jimmy Kimmel, all right? I've never liked Jimmy Kimmel. I do care about the ability of the head of the FCC to intimidate a network into silencing somebody that's not even a political pundit. Jimmy Kimmel's a comedian, right? So that I do care about. I do remember her debating Jink. Yeah, I'll have to take a look. I'm not sure what she's about, but I mean, if she's a friend of Destiny, you know, more of a oh, Dave Smith is more of a comedian. So he started as a stand-up.
Dude, what is this edit? Why is there a flute playing in the background? What is going on? It's just cinema. I don't know how else to describe it other than
Jimmy Kimmel is more of a comedian. Yeah. Like one of my exes watched that like reruns of that. What is it called with Adam Carolla and Jimmy Kimmel? It's like an old show with girls bouncing on a trampoline. That was somebody I dated, chat.
Fucking cinema. I see stuff like this, and as an entertainer, as a content creator, as a political commentator, I look at this and I go, I am nowhere near this level. He is so
The Man Show. I mean, that figures. Their other favorite show is 2.5 Men.
Above and beyond, man. Like, the contents of the commentary is irrelevant to me in this analysis. The analysis that I'm making is on.
It's The Man Show. Yeah, that is
pure entertainment value. Like, why is there flute music in the background? Like, what happened? He is so amazing. I think I remember you calling Alex Jones a theater kid a long time ago. I mean, look, it's hard. I am so biased. Like, it took a lot for me when Alex Jones' producers were constantly hitting me up to like do a link up with him. It took so much for me to say fuck no, because I was just like, you are you are a bad guy, okay? But also inside of me, there are two wolves. On the one hand, it's like there's the kid that watched a lot of Alex Jones growing up and thought he was like a hilariously entertaining figure. And then there's also my morality that says this is just a person who was responsible for so much awfulness with his commentary.
Chat. So I gotta lay this in because I don't think Hasan says this, but Alex Jones, I first encountered as well. First of all, yeah, I think Hasan's gonna show the Waking Life scene. This is, Alex Jones. He was like a fixture of Austin. He was, I think, was he a public access guy, or was he am I mixing him up with Cenk Uygur? Cenk Uygur was a public access guy. I think Alex Jones was a radio host. And before he really leaned hard into conspiracy theories, Alex Jones was public access. But either way, like there was a time in the early 2000s where Alex Jones was regarded as being of the left. I kid you not. Right? I kid you not. His biggest target was George W. Bush, and he was against the surveillance state. He was against the Patriot Act. He was against the Iraq invasion, and discount Bill Hicks. A lot of people say that that Alex Jones looks like Bill Hicks, and is so some people even speculate that the second coming of Bill Hicks, or that Bill Hicks didn't really die. He just turned into Alex Jones or something like that. But for the first part of his career, he wasn't known as a right-wing guy. And I think that Linklater probably wouldn't have linked up with him if he was like the guy that says, like, I don't believe that the children were really killed in that, in Sandy Hook. I think their parents are crisis actors, right? This is not Linklater's vibe at all. He was anti-establishment at one point. Yeah, I don't know if it's a case of people misperceiving him as being on the left because of his opposition to the Bush administration, or if he really was like a different sort of dude, and that maybe Obama, he has to be against the establishment. Now the establishment is Obama, and that's what caused him to. But I mean, it's not like he's not just a contrarian, chat. I mean, we haven't seen him flip on Trump, for instance. There was a moment where it looked like he might, when Trump wasn't forthcoming about the Epstein stuff, but he let that stuff go. He's absolutely on the team. Remember my former roommate back in the early 2000s? Yes, he was considered a leftist, but he was so about, chemtrails and spy planes, which, like, some of that stuff, some of the crunchy conspiracies, and even the shit like loose change was, the loose change being the theory that the World Trade Center was an inside job or something like that. This was something that left-wing people trafficked in back then. He changed in the Bush era into an outrage farmer. Former roommate was listened to Alex Jones religiously. I lost contact with him. Not sure if he's still a fan or not. But yeah, he's a different guy, and I'm gonna have to like not show you the Waking Life clips because I think Hasan shows enough of this that it would get claimed.
Our kindness for weakness, and it's just not going to go on forever. Not calling for any offense.
My food is apparently here, but I don't know. I can't just like let it run. What can I do?
Violence against this guy, but I got a sneaking suspicion. He's already done a lot of stuff to be under investigation. I wonder what's on those hard drives. I got a real good.
I'm sorry, the dude doesn't miss. Yeah, those are good instincts, Alex Jones. That's a good question. A lot of us would like to know what's on those hard drives.
Feeling. Something tells me that'd be real informative. To me, it looks like he's on methamphetamine. I'm not saying he is.
Damn. He's 2 for 2.
A cowardly piece of filth. I challenge him to bare knuckles boxing match. No limit. He can wear brass knuckles. I'll go barefisted. Did that a few days ago.
I'll go barefisted. I did, dude.
And by barefisted, he means he's gonna take he shot a bear and he's gonna wear the bear's claws of boxing glove or something.
Amazing, bro, amazing. God, he is the GOAT. He's the GOAT. Who does that? Who does it like him? Who in the world does it like he does it?
I hadn't heard anything with the big, tough man. Brass knuckles, punk.
Is it because he talks so hard? Where did Alex Jones get the idea that Destiny was a badass? Where does that come from?
See how you do. Let's get in the ring right now.
Brass knuckles.
Bear paw was left over from when RFK hit another bear.
Oh man, too, son, you gonna beat the hell out of me so easy with those brass knuckles. You're so tough.
Oh, he met him. Thanks for reminding me, Ambiguobot. Yeah, Destiny did debate Alex Jones along with, what was it, like the trigonometry guys, and then Destiny had like one of the Krasenstein brothers on his side, which is perfect. You know, the Krasensteins, they perfect match for Destiny. Old video of Destiny. Oh, did he see the him planning to or talking about planning to kill a 15-year-old and his dad? Yeah, this is
so mean, so strong. Look at those eyes. Thinks he's so
no
powerful because he has delusions of what he can do to people. Yes.
I don't think so.
No idea.
What an edit. What a fucking edit, bro. What is this? Why is he doing this? God, it's amazing. He's so amazing, dude. Yeah, fucking Mike from PA said, first I came for Destiny. I didn't speak up because I wasn't a pedophile. Obviously, there is that time when I got
wait, who is this?
Blown up over the America Deserved 9/11 comments, and Alex Jones did a segment on me, and that was like a huge moment for me. Obviously, you can see like my Jones glaze is like consistent, right? If you can tell, look at my face. Look at how excited I am that he's like shitting on me. Yeah, that was a huge deal for me, having this iconic character.
Wait. It looks like this one doesn't have the Waking Life segment in it. What did I do? No. No, chat. The gay bomb is winning, I think. No, wait, maybe the gay bomb. I think the majority report's winning now. Oh my God. What did I do?
But it's time to talk about Alex Jones. Alex Jones apparently talked about Destiny. What is this? Why is he doing this? God, it's amazing. He's so amazing, dude. Yeah, fucking Mike from PA said, first I came for Destiny. I didn't speak up because I wasn't a pedophile. Obviously, there is
Horst Wiesel.
When I
no, not Wiesel. How do you pronounce that in German?
First I came for Destiny. I didn't speak up because I wasn't a pedophile.
Vessel. Member of the SA, became a propaganda symbol in Nazi Germany. Oh, this is a similar. Yeah, I think Hasan was comparing this guy to the. This is similar to the Charlie Kirk situation.
Obviously, there is that time when I got blown up over the America Deserved 9/11 comments, and Alex Jones did a segment on me, and that was like a huge moment for me. Obviously, you can see like my Jones glaze is like consistent, right? If you can tell, look at my face. Look at how excited I am that he's like shitting on me. Yeah, that was a huge deal for me, having this iconic character just do a whole piece on me. And now it's like basically every day, you know? I love that he said viewer discretion is advised. Slice them and dice them. You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their guts ride on stage. Bloodthirsty leftist call for murder of MAGA leaders in this disgusting compilation. Viewer discretion is advised.
I'll make you famous.
Left-wingers, liberals. Dude, look. Antifa, anti-fascist. Like they're putting a hit on me. This punk. They're about to say that Alex Jones did a puff piece on you. Yeah, for the record, I had Alex Jones's like voice saying Hank Pecker and numerous other things like from
Wait,
that in
chat. How did he get Alex Jones saying Hank Pecker? Like, I get that Alex Jones did a segment on him, but like, how did he? Did Alex Jones accidentally like stumble into a Hank Pecker segment?
Initial piece that he did on me, I had him as like a voice line, as my alert line for the longest time. CEO of Antifa exposed.
You need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their intestines just ride on stage.
Wait, why did he edit clips from a movie on there? Oh God, he's so good. Nobody does it like him, bro. I'm telling you. Yes. No one, and I mean no one does it like he does it. Now, of course, this clip is me talking about how Democrats need to be more cutthroat in debates. They're too pussified, right? And I am taking advantage of a little known thing called a metaphor, you know? Obviously, there's not a direct call to action, but like, whatever, it doesn't matter. They just fucking
kill them, kill those motherfuckers, and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist blood.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do, chat. I'm like, oh wow, that's the movie. 610 is where we're at here. I'm gonna show you this, which is more about Destiny's collaboration with the right wing. I am going to take this opportunity to go down and grab the food that I ordered, and I'll come back, and then we'll finish the Alex Jones hit piece. I hate to break it up. I feel like I'm doing a cliffhanger to you. I'm really not trying to cliffhanger you to maximize retention. If anything, the chair stream is the opposite of something that'll maximize retention. But I'm gonna have to do that for a second. Yes, chat, you're gonna get a chair stream, but don't worry, Waluigi will keep you company. I will be right back. I gotta eat something before I don't know. Yeah, that's otherwise my brain is not gonna work.
Authoritarians coming for Hasan because that's not going to help liberals whatsoever. I agree that it won't help, but your original point is reading like both groups have an equal onus to change. Most liberals already focus on Trump and getting people to vote, whereas more far left alt media spend the last 2 years trashing the only party that could beat
There
it.
it is.
Once again, none of this actually factors my commentary into this. Out of all of these parties that are having this back and forth, this conversation, I'm the only motherfucker that went to the DNC. Perhaps there's a reason for why I was invited to the DNC. Okay? I'm the only one who actually went to the politicians and communicated the anger and frustration that the people were feeling. I tried to get them to change their messaging. I did my very best to make sure that they did not align in ideology with the right wing. But obviously, I'm only one person, and nobody gave a shit about my commentary in this regard. I kept calling it out over and over again. I said, this is going to most likely be a dangerous gamble and cause Kamala Harris to lose. And lo and behold, she did lose. So all of these people that were wrong professionally, I cannot understand how they have they have no sense of shame whatsoever that they were professionally wrong, and they still think it was actually somehow my fault. It is completely ridiculous. While they were busy covering drama, actively looking for any fucking angle of attack against someone like myself, instead of actually covering the election cycle to their audience, because the only thing that their dumb fuck audiences care about is not the actual news, but instead the drama associated with their favorite newscaster that they despise. I was actually fucking doing the work. I was covering the news. I was talking about the dangers of Trump. I was talking about the dangers of right-wing ideology. What the fuck were you guys doing? Defending Israel, and in moments where you're not defending Israel, like the IDF sniping children, I guess covering the petty drama associated with me, like how some fucking Destiny stalker approached me at the DNC or whatever the fuck. That's it. That's the difference. The reason why I don't hyper-focus on these fucking losers on the edges here, the slop tubers, because I feel like the moment requires a little bit of fucking restraint. Rokana telling you were right when you were ringing the alarm bells of the DNC.
I feel like I was ringing the alarm bells.
You were right. And you were ringing it on Gaza.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it feels like it came true, and now we are staring down the barrel of unlimited control in a very scary way. The erosion of due process, the erosion of the First Amendment.
Yeah, I know he said you were right. Rokana is one of the people that I talked to before the election and warned, and one of the people I talked to after the election. Every single thing that I said was going to happen is taking place. But because these guys are so egomaniacal, so narcissistic, that instead of just like quietly changing their positions and refusing to consistently try to reheat drama, they think they can just get away with yelling about me to an increasingly smaller audience that doesn't want to fucking hear it. They don't get it. They don't fucking get it. Like, their own audiences are probably at this point being like, dude, give up on this, please. Like, what the fuck? Like, lock in. The Trump shit is way more significant. What are you doing? You are deeply unserious. And that's precisely what Ryan Beard is doing. I don't think he's a big fan of mine. I think he has also been very critical of me. And time again. But he's one of those people that's just like trying to explain to these people, like, please focus on Ryan Beard. I did not know that. I forgot that their preferred pronouns are they, them. Okay. Regardless, like, they're doing that. They're like, hey, man, lock in a little bit. There's like, don't you think that there's a more imminent threat here? And these fucking dipshits are still doing this. I mean, even Ryan's last note here is, I agree that leftists are the main ones that need to focus more on Trump. But I also think that a lot of liberals have been spending way too much time attacking leftists. I think the priorities of both groups have been skewed. I don't fucking do that. I don't do that at all. Okay? I don't do that at all. The reason why I don't do that at all is because that's ridiculous. Of course, I have never stopped focusing on Donald Trump, and I never will stop focusing on Donald Trump. He is the gravest threat. But for people like Destiny, they use it as an opportunity to present it as though people like Destiny, they present it as an opportunity to fucking, what do you call it? To shit on the left, to shit on people like myself. Where was the original fucking tweet? I can't find it now. Someone linked it to me originally. How the fuck do we start off with this? I forgot to read the OG tweet. Leftists are the ones who are taking it to the fucking streets, and they never stopped. Whether it be resisting against the genocide under the Biden administration or under the Trump administration, or whether it be the continued resistance against the Trump administration for ICE and numerous other for numerous other reasons. It's just so strange that these guys try to fucking present this false narrative. Oh, this was the original off of the Destiny tweet. Hasan will never be a target of the current administration. I already have been, dumbass. Said, bro's a fucking joke and embarrassment to the fact that anyone listening to the sex offender pedophile is crazy to me. Fuck off forever. This man platformed Fuentes and was upset that Fuentes was grateful to him. He said he'd vote for Trump over Hasan. He did. He spent the last month before all of this stuff happened with Charlie Kirk. What was the main thing that these dipshits were arguing about? How Destiny thought Trump was someone he would vote for instead of someone like myself. There were so many different debates. How productive. And that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough for these fucking delusional losers to be like, hey, I don't think we're serious or sincere about the ever-present fucking danger that is imminent. You only do that if you just want to fucking debate. And you only do that if you are worried about how to present this person that you have decided is your primary villain. I think he literally said he'd choose Hitler over me. Sex Pastiny's co-host and best friend has spent the best part of the 2 years desperately trying to deplatform Hasan. He also fucked Lauren Southern. His son's a Nazi. Sex Pastiny has more heat for Hasan than any of these individuals mentioned above. He's a vote blue no matter who. No moral compass or ideas, just vote Dem. Isn't it funny that Hasan was at the DNC and Sex Pastiny was nowhere to be found? I wonder if it eats away at him that he's a lol cow. What publications have interviewed Sex Pastiny or serious politicians that have appeared on Sex Pastiny's show? That's it. It's just so fucking frustrating. I don't know why he's trying to engage in this like very insincere reputation laundering when I think most people in his fan base are completely aware of what he's been up to for the past couple of years. It's just like, I guess the difference between like someone you can get a restraining order for engaging in cyber stalking and someone who can't do that is if they have a fucking platform that's big enough, you know? Yeah. Like if people can't comprehend in this moment, especially, that this guy is primarily invested in entertaining his own personal vengeance quest over anything else. If people can't understand that when like fascism is imminent, it's happening around us right now, and this dumb fuck is still being like, oh, Hasan is the reason, Hasan sucks, while simultaneously presenting someone like myself as a bigger threat to America than fucking the Donald Trump administration or even Adolf Hitler, then yeah, I don't know if you'll ever figure out that this person is a deeply insincere person, you know? It's just so crazy. These daily segments, D segments isn't productive either. It's the same rehashing, brother. Hasan was just talking about how Trump is the main focus. I agree with that. That's why the same rehashing of some dumb ass like D isn't the priority. Imagine saying one disagreement, leave. Hasan is talking about needing to unite. I will never unite with Destiny. The best thing he can do is basically stop attacking me and privately live out the rest of his days in shame. Do you understand? Are you fucking insane? Yeah, let me unite with the cyber stalker with a fucking cult that has been up my asshole, literally aligning with Republicans and neo-Nazis for the past fucking 6-7 years at this point, that has tried to actively deplatform me, demanded doxing his fucking enemies, whether they were formerly his allies or not, to turn around and let me just fucking sing kumbaya with that guy who's also a serial sex pest. Get the fuck out of here. Go deal with him. Tell him to be productive. Tell him to fucking lock in on the real dangers instead of, once again, refusing to let up. He said he would become a Trump supporter if Trump takes you out. His politics is just fuck Hasan. Exactly. And for a lot of child-brained losers out there, that unironically is all it takes. And he's played a formative role in creating this environment of people that just like professionally misunderstand me. Okay? It was a dedicated effort, a fairly sophisticated smear campaign that has taken years and years. Whenever you see a fucking random dipshit out in the wild who's like, Hasan is pure evil and his politics are the worst thing I've ever seen, Nick Fuentes is better, that's, you know, you could thank Destiny for that. Many of those guys also don't stay on Destiny's side. They come in for the resentment towards the left that he foments, and then they become Asmongold fans, or even go beyond Asmongold. They become Nick Fuentes fans. His son is a great example of this. He has played a formative role in Twitch becoming as right-wing as it has. He destroyed a subreddit that people used to go to figure out what the fuck was going on Twitch. Live stream fails. It's unusable now. It's literally owned and operated by one of his orbiters. That's the main mod. They did a hostile takeover over it, and they just use it as a fucking fleshlight, basically. Anytime they want to clip something out of context and complain about it and just try to boost it into r/all. Like, you know, you can get a tiny number of people that are incredibly fucking dedicated to do this kind of boosted smear job over and over again. It works. There's not anything you can do. Basically, all your ops use these clips out of context materials and farm money off you. Exactly. And all the while, what do you think is happening in the secondary market? Okay? It develops a cottage industry of fuck us on content. But what you fail to recognize is all of those slop tubers who do that kind of easy commentary because there's clicks to be had that use Destiny's community as a resource with all of the clips that are designed to portray my position, my worldview in the most negative light possible. Those guys also develop deep resentment to the left without even recognizing why they have that deep resentment. But many of you don't understand it. Many of you don't comprehend that. So in many circumstances, like Alex Jones can basically mystify the ultimate enemy being Jews to say they're lizard people, they're interdimensional vampires or whatever. But like it usually just loops back around to that. Alex Jones's Destiny roast. Oh my God, bro. I know people are like, hey, we shouldn't be talking about these dudes, these losers or whatever. But like, I have to watch that. That segment is so amazing because
oh
Alex
no,
Jones
I just realized what happened. Oh my God, chat. I'm showing you this shit like so fucking far out of order here. Oh well, let's just go on with what we got. I got it queued up to Alex Jones. There was actually more to the to what Hasan was talking about with like the loner box Ryan Beard conversation. I don't know. Let's just go from where we're at now.
Is actually
it's just again covering the industrial complex. Sometimes a little hard, you know, considering how everybody edits their videos slightly different. Sometimes it's hard to know what you're looking at and, you know, realize that some, you know, pieces of content from different channels are actually the same content. And sometimes it's, you know, anyway.
like, I mean, he's a monster, right? But God damn it, dude, he is such a legendary talent. Like, he is a generational talent as an entertainer. This is a consistent position I've held, and I think a lot of people know this about me. Like, from a pure entertainment standpoint, Alex Jones stands alone, okay? He stands alone. He is his own guy. And I always used to say back in the day that we as a society are unable to appreciate him and enjoy him as like an entertainment figure. Like, if he was supposed to be a parody, he would be amazing, right?
I think what Hasan is saying is that in a better timeline, Alex Jones is not a political figure at all. Wow, that much lag, chat? People are still seeing Waluigi? It's like a 1 minute, 2 minute lag. But yeah, in a better timeline, Alex Jones is a performance artist, right? And performance art is popular, chat. You don't have to like look. You don't have to rent old like Spalding Gray videos from the. I don't know, where would you even rent that from? Anyway, chat. Yeah, Alex Jones is a top tier performance artist. People are more, and people love it. I don't know why I decided to go with the papaya salad first, but if Alex Jones wasn't out there convincing rubes that the parents of slain children from, you know, from you know, mass violence events were crisis actors. Unhinged white man drag, truly. Yeah, if he wasn't doing that, he'd be entertaining, right? If there was no stakes attached to Alex Jones, he would be immensely entertaining. Unfortunately, that is the opposite of the timeline that we actually do live in. And, you know, I mean, I can't even watch Alex Jones with the detachment that Hasan has. And he's even acknowledging, right, that it's not detached. He's a monster. He's hurt a lot of people. Candace Owens would be too, yeah, they'd be like we'd be going to the theater, chat. We'd be going to the black box theater, like local theater, to see Candace Owens and Alex Jones do monologues or something. Alex Jones would be like hanging off the ceiling, like holding candles and shit. You know, his dick would be hanging out. I don't know, chat.
He would be the greatest parody of all time. But the problem is we're too stupid and we believe him. Do you understand? Like, we have failed. Our education has failed. And we can't actually, like, if people could consume Alex Jones in the same way that I do, where they just watch it for the entertainment value and not ever take it seriously, then he's one of the best, right? He's one of the best. But the issue is, people actually take him seriously. You're not supposed to take the jester seriously. You're not supposed to take the court jester seriously. Anyway, there's a piece that he did on molestany, and I think it's so funny because it's just it.
Something changed about Alex Jones after he went to the Build-A-Bear conference. Oh, the Bilderberger. Yeah, the Bilderbergers.
Goes along with exactly what I was talking about, like in terms of his entertainment chops. Like, he is a phenomenal entertainer, just a phenomenally bad guy too, for sure, but also a phenomenal entertainer. And it really comes out. It really comes out in that moment. You said like Colbert. No, I think like I obviously disagree significantly less with someone like Stephen Colbert, but I think Stephen Colbert has less chops than even Alex Jones has. Like, Alex Jones, if Alex Jones was performance art, he's like old.
I think the chatter is talking about like the Stephen Colbert character rather than Stephen Colbert himself, right? The character, does anybody remember the Stephen Colbert character? He was basically doing like a Bill O'Reilly parody, although no, not exactly Bill O'Reilly. You could say it's kind of like a mashup of a lot of people on Fox. But yeah, Bill O'Reilly is kind of the source material. Alex Jones as the one weird magic guy that as Chris Angel, Mind Freak. The one in the UK where he teamed up with David Icke. Hey, David Icke says, don't talk badly about our Lord and Savior. Don't you know Dave Ikes came out as Jesus. There's so much shit that David Ikes did before the reptile shit that should have like utterly discredited him. Like he's famous for he used to be like a real broadcaster, and he got weirder and weirder. Wait, he did Better Know a District? Wait, what was that about? Yeah, the Colbert Rapport, even. Imagine Alex Jones' performance art. It would be so perfectly Austin, right? If Alex Jones, Richard Linklater would have done like a bunch of movies with Alex Jones as the star. Do you realize, like, if Alex Jones hadn't been a freak show, like Linklater was putting him in, he put Alex Jones in Waking Life, pretty much as himself, although a version of himself that rides around Austin in a car, yelling out of a loudspeaker instead of a radio. I think he was a radio. People said he was a. People are saying he was on public access. I was somehow thinking he was like a radio guy. Maybe he did both. Learned about David Icke from watching Deadly Women. Wait, what is that? Imagine if he did performance art. Well, he also did Chris Angel type shit. I never really watched Mind Freak. I had a friend who was really into it, but he never managed to make me watch very much.
Stephen Colbert from the Colbert Report, right? That was peak. That was peak Colbert. It was amazing. But even then, I think Alex Jones, if you see him as like performance art, you think that's something even different than that. Does that make sense? And I'm not alone on this because early on, yes, someone already brought it up. But
Better Know Your District was a recurring segment where Stephen interviewed every congressional House rep district by district. No idea he was joking for the first 2 years. Oh, they had no idea. Oh, so almost like a Sacha Baron Cohen kind of thing.
But he was in A Scanner Darkly and numerous other works of art.
Wait. So I don't remember Alex Jones in Scanner Darkly. Was he actually acting? So Scanner Darkly, is that another rotoscope movie like Waking Life? Like, how did they achieve? I'm trying to remember how they achieved the effect. Because the idea, if you read Philip K. Dick's Through a Scanner Darkly, and the movie's like loosely based on this, but the character, I guess, that Keanu Reeves plays is a cop, but it's in the future, and essentially the cops have like this constant AI almost projection on them that is like switching their faces and their appearance, where like it's like, it's a guy with black hair in his 30s standing there, and you look up again and it's a woman in her 20s standing with a nose ring, standing like, right, the character's like constantly changing. The idea was that they didn't want anybody, this cop, he was supposed to, like, I guess, bust people. Alex Jones in A Scanner Darkly. See, I don't think we can watch this Ambiguobot because we're on YouTube too, and while Twitch will sometimes be forgiving or sometimes just kind of mute your video when you're showing copyrighted stuff, YouTube will take your ad money. And I've never understood that. Like, I don't know if they take like your ad money just from that second of the stream, or if they take all. I think maybe they take all your ad money, right? I think they just like it's like bags of money that they're seeing of like, ooh, look, somebody used our content. Ooh, somebody used our. Every time they pop one of those balloons, they get like money into their veins, and they're like, oh yes, we've taken another person's ad revenue. Oh, it feels so good. It has a fair use thing in front of it. What? Like what on the description of the video or something? Or it has like a filter to try to make it like not get picked up. Scanner Darkly is supposed to be connected to Blade Runner. Oh yeah, I always forget. Yeah, do androids dream of electric sheep? is the name of the piece that was adapted into Blade Runner. So it's got some kind of blocky thing in the video. Yeah, I don't know. Hasan's gonna show us a picture of a bit of Waking Life here, and I'm gonna have to kind of skip past it.
When he was on his like public radio show, a lot of directors and a lot of people actually saw exactly what I see in him, and they thought he was like an amazing, Linklater
generational talent. Yeah, is that Bill? Wait,
literally.
Oh, that's Linklater. Okay, and yeah, a lot of people think that he looks a lot like Bill Hicks, and so people have created a conspiracy theory that Bill Hicks didn't really die. He just I don't know. He pissed off the government and he had to rebrand his life as Alex Jones. I don't know. It's a wild theory. You know what would be really fun though? Sometime watch Waking Life and Discord. Right, that would be a really good movie night. Chat like Usually this comes with pandan juice on top, but I guess they ran out. Oh well, he got hit with the Fetterman ray gun, yeah.
Also participated in a lot of Alex Jones Glaze. Like he put him in a Scanner Darkly, and I think he was in another thing too. He was in two Linklater productions, I think. Was it in Waking Life? Yeah, Richard Linklater's also from, what is this? Oh, he made one on me too?
Yeah.
Oh my God, he did make one on me. I love him. God, man, he is so sick. I love Alex Jones. It's so hard for me not to be appreciative of him. I'm just going to start off with like one of the many different ways in which like Alex Jones is a fantastic entertainer. Let's take a look.
Look, I owe you a oh, that's the bit from Scanner Darkly. I owe you or not owe you, but like I should give you a movie night. We should do a movie night. But you know what else I'd owe you, chat? Look at this. It looks like I owe you at least one Soul Hacker stream. We're gonna have to figure out how to do that, right? It's such a weird thing because like obviously the audience that's gonna be here that wants to watch video game stuff is gonna be different than the audience that is here for political stuff. And I kind of want to give you like some political stuff along with it, and maybe a bonus goal that gives you the ability to unlock more or something. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out, right? That's the other thing is like whenever we unlock a video game stream, it's always in the middle of a whole bunch of news. So would the movie night be on Discord? It would have to be. It would have to be. So down for a Discord movie night? Yeah, we should do that.
I've been taken up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the big plan.
Wait, that's not him in Scanner Darkly, right?
I've seen it.
That's just him on a show, right?
I've seen it. I can't even.
All right, the music though, the music's gonna fucking. The music's gonna get us.
Get in the way of the incredible crazy. I'm so lucky you made me. What do I do, Bob? Like a hunting dog.
Like this is.
He's basically saying he's a hunting dog for God, and that he wants to go after God's enemies. I guess. Sorry, I can't show you more of it, but I'm pretty sure that music is copyright.
One of the best. This is one of the best like Wow Mao edits of all time. It's one of my.
Oh, it's a Wow Mao.
It's one of my favorite edits of all time in general. Obviously, he's not talking about Mao here, but it doesn't matter. In my mind, it does. It's like it lives in my mind permanently. Alongside. It lives in my mind permanently alongside the Donald Trump saying, "May Allah awaken the people to the evil doings of Israel and the United States." And then the Lisan Al Gaib plays right after. Yeah, I mean, here's Alex Jones in A Waking Life.
God damn. Let me just read it for you. It's such a good bit, chat. Watch this movie. If we don't like, I mean, I'm hopefully we'll do a movie night and maybe watch Waking Life, but this movie's great. Alex Jones, Waking Life, quote. All right, here we go. It's up to each and every one of us to turn loose of just some of the greed, the hatred, the envy, and yes, the insecurities, because that is the central mode of control. Make us feel pathetic, small, so we'll be willing to give up our sovereignty, our liberty, our destiny. Resistance is not futile. We're gonna win this thing. Humankind is too good. We're not a bunch of underachievers, slackers. We're gonna stand up. We're going to be human beings. We're going to get fired up about real things, things that matter, creativity, and the dynamic human spirit that refuses to submit. That's the big quote, right? It's and I think it's Alex. I don't know if it's something that Linklater wrote or if it's. I'm assuming it's Alex Jones's words. That a lot of Waking Life was just, I think, Linklater bringing his, like, there's a protagonist that we see the movie through the eyes of, I believe played by Wiley Wiggins, and I think he just brings the actor kind of in character around to talk to interesting people in Austin, and most of what they're giving is just like it is kind of like legitimate conversation, like, right, they're not acting, they're not and it feels that way too. The whole movie is the character going around Austin, meeting interesting people, in a lot of them like writers or intellectuals, and them just, saying what's on their mind, right? It's kind of amazing.
And a bourgeois democracy never really evening out for the average Joe, for the working class American, and basically tugging along with this endless profit motive, endless profit seeking madness that ends up using and abusing the average worker all around the world, and even in the United States of America, right? So they see all of that stuff, but then, because they don't have any materialist underpinning to build this analysis off of, they turn around and start imagining good bad dynamics, as liberals often do, like it's a Marvel movie, and they believe that there is like a real evil out there. If they're also Christian, they can also like add some themes from Christianity in that same vein, where like there are demons around us, right? There's true evil out there. I've never been a committed believer that there is anyone that is like truly evil. I believe that people are capable of doing evil things. People are capable of doing bad things, but they are ultimately still a byproduct of their circumstances, of their material conditions. They're just responding to the stimuli that is presented to them. These guys don't feel that way, where they think there are irredeemable evil forces out there and also good forces out there.
And which is more pernicious, chat? Believing in evil or believing in good? What do you think? Anybody got opinions on this? I know it's late at night for me to be asking you questions. What do you think's more pernicious? A belief in comic book good or a belief in comic book evil? Yeah. Straw Clap says a belief in comic book good. Yeah, because what does that allow? It allows you, if you place that halo on a person, then you start to rationalize all of their deeds as being necessary and good, and it must have believing in evil, says Tanner Dude. I mean, I do think that they're both pernicious, but I almost feel like the good one like outweighs it, right? How someone is going to feel. Look at what they've done with Trump, right? This is literally like how Trump works. When there are people out there, chat, that literally believe that Trump was on Epstein Island, probably doing something horrible, but that because of him being anti the deep state, or sometimes they even like this is where the whole white hat pedophile meme comes from. You can't hold people on pedestals; they will disappoint you. But people try to do good. Yeah. And I think that the belief in like comic book good or the belief in a person as being characterizing a person as good, like really blinds you to horrible stuff that they could be doing. It's how a cult works, for instance. But I don't know. You could probably make an argument that believing in evil is more pernicious. I'm guessing people that are just saying evil are thinking about scapegoating, that kind of situation. It allows you to look at an innocent person and place a patina of evil on them, see like horns on their head, and judge everything they do through that lens. Trump does the evil thing towards anyone who doesn't 100% does support him. The duality of man, yeah. He did it in his deep state. Yeah, deep anti deep state agent, anti so deep. I mean, this was what Alex Jones said about the goblin. Do you remember the goblin vomit and slop? No, there's like a song version of this. Oh wait, this is the actual clip. Let's watch the clip. Wait, no, that's also. Oh, this is Placeboying. No, I'll get fucked by this. This is a big channel now. This is the channel that did the Harry Leggs song, right? In Bed with a Goblin. I don't know. I feel like I've played this before and I haven't gotten in trouble.
I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, succubus with goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins.
Anyway, yeah, epic, song if you haven't seen it. I wonder, like, I feel like there's like I would love to see the original clip. It might be pieced together from some.
You're trash. Hey, come tell me on camera. Come here, coward.
This is the city of Seattle.
Come here, coward. Right here on camera. Right here. Tell people intellectually who you are.
Intellectually who I am?
Go ahead, yeah.
I'm your mama.
Yeah, can't even talk. Look at you. This is what they've turned the people into. This is it right here. Literal slave of the system. See that? That's who they are. Look at this slave. That was great. Come on, hit me. Go ahead. I know. I'm trying because you're brainwashed.
To work.
This is the
I
brainwashing.
to work where they have more coffee.
I mean, yeah.
This is the brainwashing. You see? And I'm proud of this because this is who they are. I've deliberately. That's why they're allied with jihadis, because they hate the West so much.
I mean, you can see how much he hates the West. Doesn't he call him a goblin at some point?
They hate the West so much. They hate the prosperity, because if you look at that guy, he was physically grotesque.
But Alex, look at you.
Physically soul-sucked.
Are we gonna do physiognomy or are we not? All right, because I'm okay with not doing. I'm okay with not judging your book by its cover. I'm okay with judging you by the content of your character instead, and that still kind of renders the same verdict at the end of the day. But I think more logical one. Let's just say. Anyway. And the point of the kissing goblins thing, the in bed with a goblin, was like, he was like, now listen, Trump's going to get into office. This is after Trump won the election, before he gets into power. And he's saying that, he's not naive. He knows that Trump is going to have to like play nice, I guess, with some of the deep state. I think that's what he's trying to say. And, like he's okay, Trump's gonna charge into the goblin hive and he's gonna get the goblin slop on him. But don't let that fool you. Don't let that make you think that he's part of the swamp, that he is a goblin, that he's okay with the goblins, because he's he's our guy still, and we just want to see him kissing goblins. or ingratiating goblins or in bed with a goblin, that would be pretty bad if we caught him in bed with a. But at this point, I don't think they'd make up some rationality for that. No, he had to go into bed with the goblin. He was under deep cover. He had to have goblin sex in order to expose the goblin hive. You see, like I don't know. It is just madness, right? Madness.
Because that's their worldview, because of liberalism being the monoculture in the United States of America and certainly all around the world as well, they have to seek villains. And always, the historic villains have always been Jews. So in many circumstances, like Alex Jones can basically mystify the ultimate enemy being Jews to say they're lizard people, they're interdimensional
Goblins?
vampires or whatever but like it usually just loops back around to that. Okay? Anyway, like he's evil in the sense that he's doing evil. Yes. Yes, he is a bad person. But my assessment on this has always been the same, which is that this person's entire life and their social development and their upbringing is the reason why he behaves this way, is the reason why he has these opinions, is the reason why he's doing this shit, and not a consequence of like being born as like the spawn of Satan. I might
because at some point, chat, this kind of narrative, if you buy into it, right, that are people, you know, that are born bad, it just leads you to a classic trope, the trope of the children of darkness and the children of light, and that is pretty much textbook palingenetic ultranationalism, right? That sort of you know, in addition to being mystified, in addition to being alienated from material reality, right? That kind of thing, tends to lead somebody into like a narrative that's basically like the, you know, there was a time before everything got fucked up, and we just need to return to that time, right? The glory of our nation, make America great again.
Enjoy that kind of language from time to time, but the notion that this guy was put on this earth to be a demon is silly in my opinion. Okay, so where were we? Oh, so yeah, we got Alex Jones. But why am I talking about Alex Jones? The reason why I'm talking about Alex Jones is because Alex Jones has done a piece on Destiny that I thought was really funny. Apparently he did one on me as well. I didn't even see that one. But so in different circumstances, you would be evil potentially. I mean, I had the best possible way to be that, right? I had all of the social constructs to be that 100%. Born to a relatively affluent family in Turkey, and you know, had all of my needs met for the longest time. Never had to worry about finances ever when I was growing up until like the age of 18. I think I am, of course, a product of my material realities for sure. I just saw, I think like there are instances in my life that made me realize what it looked like for the first time ever, like what economic inequality looked like, what wealth disparity looked like when I was young. I think that's why people have a hard time accepting this. They don't want to think that they could do the things that they hate are doing under different circumstances. Yeah. So was it really American healthcare that broke you? No. I like my first, I mean, obviously I had a solid foundation in terms of like empathy first, right? Empathy first, caring for other people, things of that nature, things that we like, you know, teach our children, right? I was fortunate enough. And I think that was, you know, I'm very lucky for that because my parents are awesome. But beyond that, I think like the way that I experienced whiplash going from a private school to a public school in Turkey and seeing that wealth disparity in real time, I think was a real wake up call for me early on, where I was like, why is this happening? Like, this doesn't make any sense. In any case, If your family was nationalist in Turkey, would it have been different? Chatter, you are so American. Every Turk in their heart is a little bit nationalist, a lot more than the average American is. You do not know what patriotism is. America's religion is capitalism. America's God is capital. Americans are too capitalist to understand what nationalism looks like elsewhere. Okay? You do not know what you say. There is a reason why I say a lot of things out here on this broadcast as an American citizen and as a Turkish citizen. A lot of things that would immediately make me public enemy number one for a lot of Turks. And yet they still have a sense of pride in their hearts. Because as a Turk, I get to be one of the top content creators, one of the top political commentators in the United States of America. So even when Turks despise what I have to say about the Armenian or Kurds or any number of different things, they still deep down inside have a sense of pride. In many ways, I understand Zionism a lot better for this reason as well.
You know, I wonder if it's like the thing that stood out in traveling to different countries and learning about different cultures. The biggest thing I've learned about is American culture, because I finally have the ability to contrast it with the rest of the world. And when I first went to France and noticed it was a less individualistic culture, you know, some of that bothered me, right? But I made the assumption, well, that's just France, right? No, it's not. Thailand is more that way than France is, and it was communalism, right? That was what I was noticing. It was a communally oriented society, and Vietnam, like, unbelievably communal, like just like nothing I've ever seen. I wasn't really able to perceive like Vietnamese culture as well as I would have wanted to, just because of that. I don't know. It's like looking at an object through the glass that distorts it, right? It's just like the communal nature of culture and society in Vietnam, so different than what I'm used to that it was hard for me to even perceive it accurately. A third world country in a Gucci belt? Are you talking about like the wait, what? But anyway, yeah, this is like, I think most countries are a lot more communal than the U.S. and like, so, you know, when he's saying that, you know, our gods are capitalist gods, our gods are you know, consumption, and that it's almost impossible for us to conceive like nationalism as it manifests in a and obviously he's not saying it's a good thing, right? He's also acknowledging that, you know, people don't like to hear that Turkey did a genocide against Armenia. People don't like to hear about what Turkey has done to the Kurds, right? They don't want to accept that. Some of them even see, from what I understand, see the Israel-Gaza situation through that framework, and for that, like, they're a little too or have been, I think it may be changing it even in Turkey, have been a little bit more permissive towards the acts of the Israeli side, because it's seen through the framework as the you know, the way that they see the conflict with the Kurds. Between the Catholic Church and the idea of the nuclear family, Western civilization doesn't view a family in the same way as most of the world. Oh yeah. We don't. Well, I mean, at least I didn't really grow. I mean, I don't know. My, you know, grandparents were always really involved in our life, but, you know, we always, like, you know, lived separate. Like, going to grandma's house was like a journey over the river and through the woods. And it was never, you know, even considered that, you know, maybe, you know, grandmom or granddad would move in so that we could kind of watch over them. That just wasn't going to happen. They stayed in their town, and their son that their son that was divorced took care of them instead of the instead of the kids that were, raising kids of their own. Back in New York, the minority communities, just like mine, were very communal, which is very different than the rest of the U.S. When I moved to Florida, it's when I realized what the yeah, America is a third world country. Oh, I got it with a Gucci belt. Yeah, I can see that. Revolves explicitly the idea of a multi-generational home. It revolves around, yeah. Back home, I lived in my Hispanic community, spent a lot of time in, I was actually kind of freaked out when one time when we were visiting the grandparents, they weren't home when we got there. And my dad, I'm trying to remember. I think he found a key under the welcome mat or something like that and just keyed in through the garage door. But I was just like, they're not home. Why are you breaking and entering into grandma and granddad's house? You gotta wait for them to come home. You can't just get to somebody's house and be like, oh, they're not home, so I guess I'm gonna, I don't know how I could understand that circumstance. The Overton window creates the conditions for regular people to have horrific opinions, and then later become a teen Stephen Crowder viewer. Oh, what the idea what he was talking about like nature versus nurture, in terms of he doesn't think that Alex Jones is just like naturally born bad. It's that Alex Jones is material circumstances contributed to him becoming who he is. Yeah, good to see you too, Rave. I wish Britain was more communal. Yeah, you know what? Maybe some people talk about the Anglo box, right? So I know Infrared Haas likes to use this term, but he's not the only one. And I don't think it's been polluted by. I think it is a useful framework of understanding, like a difference in culture, a difference in conception. What's up, Vamps? Good to see you. Thank you. Not as much as it. Oh, not like, yeah, not communal like it was in like medieval times. Oh, I'm trying to overcome, like, I don't know why I got like not morning sickness, but I got nausea in the morning. It sounds like a radio show, doesn't it? Nausea in the morning. All weekend long. Nausea. No, I got nausea. I think it's like there's something about like the balance of like caffeine versus like calories. And so I had to add something to the calories side of the equation. But I'm starting to do better now. And yeah, let's finish this Hasan stuff because we still got bonus content to get to. And I want to make sure that we get to it today. It looks like Majority Report is in the lead right now. I'll start to like add up the Majority Report is in the lead. Joe Rogan Gay Bomb in second place. Oh, look at this. Trump post Bondi DM on True Social by accident. That's in third place, with the Keith Edwards going after Hasan clip being in fourth place. So that's where we're at right now. We're at 105 out of 200. Again, if we hit 200, then we do double the bonus content. Then you actually don't have to choose. You can get both. If you're one of those why not both kind of people. Hitting 200 will give us the top 2. Hitting 300 will give us the top 3, etc., etc., etc. That's how it works. But right now, it looks like we're set to watch Majority Report go after Ezra Klein. The Bondi thing is wild, isn't it? That is fucking wild what Trump did. But that's all the way down in third place. Anyway, we'll see what we got. I'm gonna finish the Hasan Alex Jones segment, and then we'll go into the fun half. You are in for it.
They're not equivalent. My mom is getting mad at me because she's hearing what I'm saying. These are not equivalent things, but it is a different kind of nationalism. Okay? Alperen Şengün said, throw the Greeks in the sea. He did. That's a classic Turk moment.
I mean, Hasan's not specifically talking about individualism versus communalism, but that's my hypothesis for, why we can't even conceive of something like Turkish nationalism, is that we're so alienated, we're so fractured by the god of capitalism that it's just like, it's impossible to, and obviously they have capitalism in Turkey too, but somehow it's baked into us in a way that's actually really uncomfortable. And when you really think about it, it makes it hard to have real human connections.
Birinden yüzünden değil, Fenerli olduğun için sevmiyoruz seni. Oğlum benim Fenerbahçe ile hiçbir alakam yok ki, yapmayın etmeyin. Is it like Pan-African nationalism? No. Pan-African nationalism is a anti-colonial endeavor. Turkic nationalism stems from thousands of years of mythology built together, and also the Ottoman Empire and stuff. It was always Turkey with the, obviously post World War I, inception of the Turkish nation state. These are historic developments, but it was never like an anti-imperial thing. It was more so the sense of pride that comes from this. The sense of pride that comes from a lot of this different variants of this the same thing is different. It's hard to explain. No, it's not like Irish nationalism versus British nationalism. Aynı zamanda Amerika'nın milliyetçi partileri yükseltmesinden oluyor ama abi. Evet. Yani bizim ülkede, bizim vatanda Amerikalıların boost etmesinden bahsediyorsun değil mi? CCC, ülke ocakları, CIA. Anyway. Türk'ün dostu Türk'tür. Okay, so I don't know why I took a major sidestep here, went all over the place, but it's time to talk about Alex Jones. Alex Jones apparently talked about Destiny.
Scumbag piece of filth celebrating Charlie's death and saying more Republicans need to die to intimidate us. That's terrorism. That's calling for terrorism. Elon Musk is calling for his arrest. You got free speech, but you don't have saying we go out and target and kill people to silence them. That's racketeering. That's terrorism.
There was somebody in here earlier that was like, Hasan's gonna get arrested too. Like, right? They're like, he's gonna be banned from Twitch, dragged in front of a congressional committee, and then locked away in a gulag in CCOT or something. I don't know if they're still in here, but
that's terroristic threats.
Yeah, I think that person's maybe been watching too much of the slop tuber anti-Hasan industrial complex, right? Because those things, just like Rachel Maddow, you watch Rachel Maddow, you get the feeling that like if you watch her till the end of the show, till the end of her hour, you're gonna see Trump being frog marched out of the White House in an orange, jumpsuit, right? You're gonna see the end of Trump, and that was her appeal. That was how she maximized watch retention during the first Trump administration, and I think it's really disingenuous, right? But yeah, what is Nux Taco? Did we get to Nux Taco? Nux Taco's the little blue VTuber guy. The guy that said that he would trust his fate more with like actual anti-Semitic. He's Jewish. He lives in Israel, but he was saying he would trust his fate with actual anti-Semitic fascists more than he would with like woke college students.
And I'm telling you, I just got a gut feeling that guy's not going to be too happy very soon. People are sick of this crap. And he talks about he stalked people and planned to kill them and their families and all this other stuff, try to act all scary and tough. Those little wild, beady eyes reminds me of the serial killer in Dirty Harry. They have a tour where they were stalking Kirk around the country and all this crap. I mean, it's just disgusting.
What is
They've
this
taken
dude, what is this edit? Why is there a flute playing in the background? What is going on? It's just cinema. I don't know how else to describe it other than fucking cinema. I see stuff like this, and as an entertainer, as a content creator, as a political commentator, I look at this and I go, I am nowhere near this level. He is...
I gotta say, he's making Destiny a lot more interesting than he really is, right? He's turning Destiny into a character that he never was. You just take a few pieces, though, like the threat that he issued. There was a 15-year-old who was DDoSing Destiny. Destiny, if you don't know, was a StarCraft 2 was a professional StarCraft 2 player back when StarCraft 2 was the big esport game, and he was one of the first streamers, right? Back when he was streaming, I don't think I don't think OBS existed, right? You could stream, right? It was possible, but you had to kind of invent, you almost had to have somebody that could write the software for you to make it happen. And he did, and that's why he has a website too. But anyway, so Destiny was streaming, not to Twitch, not to YouTube, but I don't know what, to like a website. Is that how it would work back in the day? That was Nux Taku. I saw that. That threw me back. Zionists are crazy. Yeah, I think, what would it have been like, or would he have to have he would have to have like a server, I think that's how it would work. But anyway, regardless, whatever Destiny needed to stream, which I'm guessing was a server, like a dedicated server, got DDoSed by some kid, some random 15-year-old, just like, just started DDoSing, and he couldn't do anything about it. It wasn't against the law, right? He ends up like making death threats against this kid, and like, I don't know, calling up his dad to threaten. So there's this whole story about, Destiny. Destiny says that he actually planned the murder of this kid and his dad, because his like, way of life, his like, his income was reliant on him streaming, and this kid successfully took it away from him, and he couldn't get the dad to like stop the kid from DDoSing him. Like, the dad probably didn't even understand what was happening. And so he tells a story where he planned out how he would murder this kid and the dad, and then something happened so that he didn't actually have to go through with it. But it sounds like he was ready to kill 2 people.
So above and beyond, man. Like, the contents of the commentary is irrelevant to me in this analysis. The analysis that I'm making is on pure entertainment value. Like, why is there flute music in the background? Like, what happened? He is so amazing. I think I remember you calling Alex Jones a theater kid a long time ago. I mean, look, it's hard. I am so biased. Like, it took a lot for me when Alex Jones' producers were constantly hitting me up to like do a link up with him. It took so much for me to say fuck no, because I was just like, you are a bad guy, okay? But also inside of me, there are 2 wolves. On the one hand, it's like there's the kid that watched a lot of Alex Jones growing up and thought he was like a hilariously entertaining figure. And then there's also my morality that says this is just a person who was responsible for so much.
Yeah, it's hard to overstate what he did to the parents of the Sandy Hook victims. Ambiguobot says Destiny started showing his unhingedness when he started talking about someone who slashed his tires and made him late to work. Pattern pretty much continues all the way through his life. Yeah, and then there was the guy that stole his... Somebody stole... I think it was when Destiny was talking about the protest, and, of course, for Destiny, what he focuses on is any reports of looting, of burning, of property destruction, and that for him brought up a memory of someone who had stolen his saxophone. So Destiny did go to college, unlike maybe some of his viewers, right? That I was describing earlier, or, he went to college to study music and didn't complete his degree, but he was a sax player, right? And, he still has a piano keyboard next to his streaming setup that he will sometimes play. The second time I had a conversation with Destiny, he didn't want to listen to what I was saying. So he just moved over to his piano and started playing, and he wasn't even listening. Like, I had to literally change the subject because he just didn't want to hear about like the actual origins, like what he loved to talk about cancel culture. He accused Demon Mama of being this horrible bad faith actor that had to be stopped, that had all this power from being trans, and that she could wave a magic wand over his head and just cancel him, and that, like, you know, he needed everyone's help to defeat the evil Demon Mama. And I was trying to reorient his conception of cancel culture to where it actually comes from, to the, you know, concept of scapegoating, and make him realize that however much of a victim he thinks he is to Demon Mama, a trans person, like, she is infinitely more in a more precarious situation, infinitely more subject to actual cancel culture that really sticks, that has, like, you know, possibly even life-ending consequences. And he just didn't want to hear it, so he played piano instead.
Awfulness with his commentary.
Our kindness for weakness, and it's just not going to go on forever. Not calling for any offensive violence against this guy, but I got a sneaking suspicion he's already done a lot of stuff to be under investigation. I wonder what's on those hard drives. I got a real good...
I didn't even catch this the first time, but look, I'm not calling for any violence about this guy, but I'm sorry, dude. Everything you said before Bud is bullshit. All right? And especially when the Bud is, I bet there's fucking CSAM on his hard drive, which, look, you know, it's not an accusation that comes out of nowhere. All right? But you are straight up priming your, I don't want any violence against him, but the guy is probably abusing children, so, you know, take that as you may. I don't know. It's like you absolutely do want to get him hurt. I mean, this guy wasn't afraid. This guy had no problem with getting Sandy Hook parents fucking harassed. Destiny basically went after Hasan, worked with Saltman. Dan Saltman works with Nazis and Republicans. Now Destiny's own clips sunk his ship. Irony doesn't even begin to describe it. Yeah, that is a bit of an understatement. You're right. DDoS attacks in Welcome to the Game have scarred me for life. Wait, is that a movie? Anyway.
Feeling. Something tells me that'd be real informative. So obviously, to me, it looks like he's on methamphetamine. I'm not saying he is. But he's a cowardly piece of filth. I challenge him to bare knuckles boxing match. No limit. He can wear brass knuckles. I'll go bare-fisted. Did that a few days ago.
I'll go bare-fisted. I did, dude. Amazing. Amazing, bro. Amazing. What a fucking... What? God, he is the GOAT. He's the GOAT. Who does that? Who does it like him? Who in the world does it like he does it?
I hadn't heard anything with the big, tough man. Brass knuckles, punk. See how you do. Let's get in the ring right now.
Brass knuckles,
I'm
punk.
an old man, too, son. You're going to beat the hell out of me so easy with those brass knuckles. You're so tough. So mean, so strong. Look at those eyes. Thinks he's so powerful because he has delusions of what he can do to people. He has no idea.
What? Wait. Yeah, wait. What did they find? I remember this. Tanner Dude says, didn't they allegedly find some on Alex Jones? Does anybody remember what that was? Yeah, they found something on his phone because his lawyer, his incompetent lawyer, like, they were supposed to send something to the court for discovery, but they end up uploading Jones's whole phone, and there was something on there. Tanner's remembering it as maybe being CSAM. I don't know if that's what it was. What's with these right-wingers always challenging people to a boxing match? What would ContraPoint say? I don't remember what. Anyway, it doesn't matter what ContraPoint says anymore. Something about libidinal, I think, is what ContraPoints would say. Anyway, let's forget her.
What a fucking edit, bro. What is this? Why is he doing this? God, it's amazing. He's so amazing, dude. Yeah, fucking Mike from PA said, first it came for Destiny. I didn't speak up because I wasn't a pedophile. Yes, this is what they're doing with Charlie Kirk, Horst, Ludwig, George, Eric Wessel. I talked about it like the first day it happened, but people weren't ready for it yet, but we'll talk about it. Hold on.
Wait, it was text messages where he admitted to defamation? For some reason, I thought that it was... I thought it was some kind of pornography, but maybe I'm remembering wrong. Oh, wait, what was it? They saw, like, pornography involving trans people on his phone at one point.
Obviously, there is that time when I got blown up over the America Deserved 9/11 comments, and Alex Jones did his.
Okay, Ambiguobot maybe's got it. Lawyers for the Sandy Hook families reported that the consultant found files containing CSAM within the document turned over by Jones's team. Jones's lawyers claimed the images were embedded in the emails sent to Jones that were never opened. Oh, wait. So Alex Jones is like, hey, I didn't get that on my, like, so he's saying that it was, information was turned over to the FBI. God damn. It was both, says Tanner, dude. Yeah, wow. Por qua no los dos?
Did a segment on me, and that was like a huge moment for me. Obviously, you can see like,
sorry, porque
my Jones glaze is like consistent, right? If you can tell, look at my face. Look at how excited I am that he's like shitting on me. Yeah, that was a huge deal for me. Having this iconic character, just do a whole piece on me, and now it's like basically every day, you know. I love that he said viewer discretion is advised. Slice them and dice them. You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their guts right on stage. Bloodthirsty leftist call for murder of MAGA leaders in this disgusting compilation. Viewer discretion is advised.
I'll make you famous.
Left-wingers, liberals.
Dude, look. Antifa, anti-fascist. Like, they're putting a hit on me. This punk. They're about to say that Alex Jones did a puff piece on you. Yeah, for the record, I had Alex Jones's like voice saying Hank Pecker and numerous other things like from that initial piece that he did on me. I had him as like a voice line, as my alert line for the longest time. CEO of Antifa exposed.
You need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their intestines just ride on stage.
Wait, why did he edit clips from a movie on there? Oh god.
Okay, chat. Hasan saying, like, talking about how much he enjoyed Alex Jones taking a shit on him. It made me have to search out this clip. This Triumph the Insult Comic Dog meeting his lifelong hero Don Rickles.
May I sniff your butt? I'm sorry, that was inappropriate. I'm sorry. I am not worthy of you, Don Rickles. I am the dregs. You know what, everyone? You should poop on me. Yes, please, poop on me.
That's Hasan. Yes, Mr. Jones, please poop on me.
God, he's so good. Nobody does it like him, bro. I'm telling you. Yes. No one, and I mean no one does it like he does it. Now, of course, this clip is me talking about how Democrats need to be more cutthroat in debates. They're too pussified, right? And I am taking advantage of a little known thing called a metaphor, you know.
Refantasio? No.
Obviously, there's not a direct call to action, but like, whatever, it doesn't matter. They just fucking
kill them, kill those motherfuckers, and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
What is he doing?
What is that movie?
This, this is a movie about a serial killer, right? Isn't this the Zodiac Killer, right? There's a Zodiac Killer movie. Isn't that Ted Cruz's dad, allegedly? No, I'm just kidding. All right. So Zodiac from David Fincher, the Ted Cruz movie.
Slice him up. Slice him and fucking dice him.
In the moment that you grab the gun, like Fanon says, you're no longer oppressed. You're now free.
Okay.
How do we teach that in the class? To tell them about violence as a revolutionary tool, as sometimes a revolutionary
Wait, that's
essential.
not even me. What's happening?
Yeah, what is that?
Piss on your ashes. Spit on your grave.
I think that it was about you. Wait, what? That was about. Wait, what is going on? Where does this compilation go to? Oh, that's the only part that's about me? Oh, and then the rest of it is just like, oh, so it's a clip compy of like all of these people, including Destiny.
Yeah, I think that Jones's larger point was that the left is violent, right? And he was just the pickles in between two leaves of lettuce with the tomato and the mayonnaise and the burger, and right, he was in there, but he wasn't, he wasn't the main course.
Including people. Oh, that's it. Oh, that's sad. I thought he didn't just do a clip compy. I thought he actually was like, damn it. I thought he was going to do a full thing on me. It turns out it's just a bunch of fucking clips of people, random people talking, I don't know, whatever, about. Most of it, I assume, is about Charlie Kirk. And then he talks about the Alex Jones war bond. This is amazing. Alex Jones war bond, $110. $110 Alex Jones war bond at alexjonesstore.com, infowars.com. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in war. Information warfare. They're coming down, and Antifa's coming down. Folks, they're working with FEMA. He would have covered you if you didn't fall off. Ha ha ha. It's true. I fell off. It just makes me sad that I'm just one of many for him. You know what I mean? I haven't done enough for him to for him to consider me to be for him to make a video just on me, my goat. But anyway, yeah, apparently he did a whole piece on Destiny.
Wait, okay, so I'm curious. We got to get to the fun half. We're like at least 6 hours into the stream. We do have to get to the fun half, but let me just see if I can find. Is there more to this? Alex Jones Destiny? No, something went wrong. Try reloading. What the fuck? How does... Okay, there it is. Yeah, it's 2-minute piece I'm seeing here. I don't know, I'm just trying to see if there's more. No, I'm only seeing like a 2-minute. Oh, wait. This is like a 6-minute deal. Okay, let's just watch this really quick.
I was you have no, like, it's actually kind of scary, like, how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it. But I was making so much money on Twitch, and I don't know if Nathan was involved in yet, but for whatever reason, I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of... Oh my god.
He's talking about the plan that he made to kill a 15-year-old and his father, and the 15-year-old DDoSed him and wouldn't stop. And the father, he tried to, he somehow got the phone number, called up the father. The father, I don't think, understood or didn't believe Destiny. And so the father was no help. And so Destiny actually made a plan, he says, to take out father and son, right? Wait, there's a, oh my god, what the fuck is this? 23 hours and 58 minutes? Oh wow. Wait, InfoWars just streams. Hard facts are revealed. MSM forced to admit that Charlie Kirk's killer was a leftist trans worshiper. Gosh. I'm sorry. Chad, if you've ever dated someone, apparently you are a worshiper of every aspect. So I'm apparently an Adam Sandler worshiper, since I dated someone who really liked Adam Sandler, Chad. That makes me an Adam Sandler fan worshiper? I don't know, Chad. That's weird. That's it's a touching love story as law enforcement closes in on queer/trans death cult militia with prior no that they're talking about the gamer Discord. I think if there's any cult or militia, they're talking about the 6 people in the fucking Discord that when he said what he'd done to Charlie Kirk, they didn't fucking believe him. I don't know what the fuck this 23-hour video is, but I don't think very much of it
them
is
and others. And I intend to go out and do that because that's what we must do in solidarity, because that's what Charlie Kirk would want. And that's the right.
All 50 states, scripted riots in LA, and false flags to frame Trump.
Scripted.
Our Irish sea moss, our Shilajit, it's all the very best. And it's a bunch of it's 50% off right now. The sale only runs until next Tuesday, so take advantage with Life is Fire with its beauty. They have a whole line of cool shirts that say that. It's just a saying I had, talking about Magellan and life and adventure. There's also the Crusader line we just launched. A lot of them make
methylene blue, Shilajit. Oh no, not Shilajit. Oh no, God. Chat, I know too much about the bullshit of the supplement industry. Yeah, look, if there's Destiny content in here, it's like buried deep under. Oh my God. Look at the paper on his desk. How much is he actually on this shit? Does he like go home after 12 hours? Nope, he's still there. He must just go back into the green room, do a couple another couple lines, and then comes back. Is he when does Alex Jones stop appearing on, okay, maybe now he's left, maybe after 13 14. Oh, there he is. What the fuck, does he live there? Has he gone home now? Okay, maybe he's gone home at this point. We're like 21 hours into the VOD. Nope. Okay. I don't understand his
Oh my god, I was so close to this fucking address. I had fucking streets mapped out and fucking you have no fucking idea. That's when I first started getting an interest in like owning a weapon. I got a permit to own a gun and everything. Holy
Oh, could you imagine watching Nunez's eyes pop out of his fucking head? Nothing would make me happier. Oh my god, I would fucking jerk off. So I would never need to browse porn again if I had a live video feed of Nunez being killed for crimes against his fucking country. Oh my god, it would be the most arousing fucking thing I could ever imagine seeing in my entire life. I'm squeezing my hog to this. That worthless subhuman fucking piece of shit deserves to die. Conservative.
Okay, wow. This is like, it's fucking radioactive here.
To see people like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Tim Pool never be allowed to publicly broadcast their album making fun of Paul Pelosi. The entire world would be better off if these people would give a fuck about anybody that winds up at any of these rallies and gets shot or whatever the fuck. Okay, because they had no
talking about the firefighter that got shot at the Trump rally. There's the anyway. I don't think there's anything in here that we haven't seen already. Obviously, I disavow everything that Destiny is saying here. For anybody that is, watching this video in the capacity of a moderator, I am the host, and Destiny is not the host, and nothing that he says is good here. What is he's in the gym?
Down to the water line!
He's training people? He's doing a hit class? What is he doing? Okay, well, he's got too much music. Yeah, we can't watch this. Fuck. Oh my god. Okay, anyway, chat. Fun half. Let's do it. If I can find where I put the Majority Report clip. Because that's what won. All right, here we go. So chat, we are entering the fun half now. That's because we hit 105 out of 200. And that means that I do the top thing as far as votes and combination of votes and donos. So let's look at the votes again. Rogan Gay Bomb. Here, let me put this on here just so everybody can see. Rogan's Gay Bomb's got 6 extra points. Although Vox Populi is at 12, so minus 12. Oh my god, chat. Equals 0, so we zero this out. Equals 0, 0 plus 31 is what we're at. Oh no, this is going to be incredibly close. Oh my god, Vox Populi. Okay, so Majority Report's got 15. Anybody else that's donated want to put their money towards Majority Report, Rogan's Gay Bomb? All right, so that's minus 12 equals 3 plus 27. Is 30. Oh my god, it's 1 point behind. It's literally 1 point behind. And then everything else is at 20 or 22. Okay, chat, this is Alex Jones over Destiny. Oh, Columbia Rican, I subscribed using a Prime sub. I will put it on Majority Report. There you go. So we make this 18. 18. I'm realizing when people say that the system is like a little too complicated, I think they're right. Because this has got to be confusing for somebody that's like, look, this one, and it's like, no, you got to consider Vox Populi first. I wanted to give people a way to, like, you know, put something that counteracts from donations just taking over every poll, and Vox Populi is that apparatus. 6 plus 27 is 33, so that's ahead now. Anybody else want to weigh in on yeah, and I'm sorry I didn't see your Twitch Prime sub. You know, there's somebody else that said that they did a Prime sub and they didn't see it come up, so maybe there's something going on with Stream Elements right now. I still don't get it. Yeah, so it's basically that you got the poll. The poll goes on YouTube, right? And so I measure like the percentage that vote for a certain topic. And then there's when people donate, they can put their donation towards a topic. In which case, however much they donate, that's how much percentage it gets extra. But then when people donate for Vox Populi, that takes away from the dono bonus. And so it's like 18 minus 12 is 6, whereas 6 minus 12, right? Rogan's only got 6 extra, and since the Vox Populi is 12, that like zeroes it out, right? It doesn't go below 0. Nothing goes below 0, but it just basically means that there's a higher threshold for dono bonuses to count with a higher Vox Populi, if that makes sense, which it probably doesn't. Anyway, it looks like we're doing Majority Report. Thanks to Columbia Rican, you just changed the fate of the world. From the gay bomb going off to Sam, and this will give us a little preview of possibly at least what I'm thinking of covering tomorrow, which is Ezra Klein. Ezra Klein's been doing too much, and he has to be stopped. Not in a not in a violent way or anything like that. He just he's I don't know. He's terrible. He's always been a terrible man. He's always been, and now what's even worse about him is he's masquerading as somebody that wants to do more, like as in wants the Democrats to get back to New Deal type policies, but he's telling us that what's stopping us from that is the groups, is marginalized groups, right? So we gotta ignore black people, trans people, gay people, right? It's just like and people that live in areas that would be impacted by Ezra Klein's mega building projects. MC, are you drunk? You kind of sound drunk. I do not understand what is coming off of your keyboard. But maybe that's because you spilled your drink on it. I don't know. I like the system, but yes, it's a little complicated. Are you still I can't tell. Are you you're complaining about the you're complaining about the system. It's a little well, it should be automatic, right? That would be nice if there was just like a program that did it for me. My brain constantly is trying to construct a hypothetical situation where it would be beneficial to donate half towards the option you want and half towards Vox Populi. It does, yeah, no. Ezra, the under the bus thrower. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. Well, we'll just do President. I'll just pay President Sunday for his system. How about that, chat? Does that sound good for you? We'll put a little Doom, except we'll have to like alter it so that it's not a Doom President Sunday. It's a Doom me. It's like a 8-bit Irene. I don't know. I don't think Sunday's system is good either, honestly. But yeah, it shouldn't take my like I understand it, but I feel like it takes too long to explain. That's my problem with the system.
That we feel that people have to work on. At least I feel. I think, but and that we try and do in the context of this show, which is, you know, to push back against the rising authoritarianism, to pressure and expose the failure of the Democratic leadership.
Yeah, the only time, what he read, the only time Vox Populi doesn't do anything or mean anything is when nobody uses it. It actually made, it like, so for instance, chat, if we didn't have Vox Populi, it would just be Majority Report. But because we do, it was almost the gay bomb. And then Columbia Rican had to come in and be like, hey, I did a Twitch Prime sub and I want that to go to Majority Report. And that's the only thing that is keeping the Rogan gay bomb from going off in here, chat. It's literally Columbia Rican. So MR fans, you can thank Columbia Rican.
And, you know, the support structure around a lot of that Democratic leadership thought and show how wrong they are, and in many instances, like hope to push them out of the leadership, et cetera, came across, gosh, I actually watched some of this, and it was painful to watch Ross Dothout and Ezra Klein have a conversation. They're both smart people when they want to be. And then there are other times where their smartness is...
I'm just kind of blown away that, like, I still support you, but I don't like the system. You're allowed to not like the system. Please, like, don't anybody think that, like, that would, like, that's the wildest thing in the world. Like, to be like, you know, like, I don't know. It makes it sound like you're on the fence of, like, you know, I was going to become one of your ops for a second there. I was going to make a anti-NCC wiki, you know, but, you know, you just barely still support me, even though the horrible, you know, the Vox Populi. Is it the Vox Populi? Is that what makes it overly complicated? Is that what pisses people off?
How do I walk a certain a line here?
I just don't want to think that there's people that would like leave, like that would flip on me over like the how we decide on bonus content, like, right, like flip on me over my, I don't know, like, you know, am I too supportive of Hasan? Am I you know, do I put up with too many like shitty like liberal you know, I don't know, YouTubers? Like, I mean, there's like real shit, you know. Do I not talk about important issues enough? Like, that's like understandable, right? I could totally see somebody, you know, being like, you know, that you know, there's too much drama slop, there's too much you know, I don't know. But like the idea that it would be like, no, I just hate Vox Populi, actually. That's my big contention. Still on you're on the fence.
And appeal to the constituencies that I want to.
Yeah, a bit of a rebrand from him that is been taking place over the entire like.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you on the fence about the dono goal, or are you on the fence about?
calendar year of 2025, Ezra Klein, who,
I don't think it's a rebrand. I think you're just young.
but to the layman, people they think he's a liberal. Okay, because he's been.
And that's the problem. That is the problem, right? People that have not lurked enough, people that were not around in the fucking blog, which I wasn't, I've just like learned from, honestly, I learned everything I know about Ezra Klein. I know secondhand. I mean, not just through Sam, but other, I don't know what Ezra's reputation is. Yeah, Chapo, MR, and what else? That's all I can think of. I think Chapo and MR are the only reason I know anything about Ezra Klein is from people that were around back in the day and that keep his lore. And look, I'm glad for that.
Positioned himself as such. He has NPR voice. He's got a beard or something. I don't really get it, but that's what he's been associated with the Democratic Party.
He hasn't always had a beard. Ezra's current look is like a rebrand, all right? And it is a very cynical, I would compare it to like Zuckerberg, right? Can we find, Chad, I'm going to have to show you this. Let's go through a little bit of history. Let me see if I can find what he looked like earlier. Ezra Klein. I wonder if these are marked by a date or anything. This is when he left Vox for the New York Times. Oh no, the fucking the login. No. Here, let's just open the image. Okay, so there's what he used to look like. I guess versus. Oh yeah, here's a good one. I'll give you two visions of Ezra from back in the day and one vision of Ezra from more recently. All right, so get ready for this. All right, so this is right when he left Vox for the New York Times. And I think before Vox, he was a blogger. Yeah, I guess I don't know that much about Vox either. I mean, I know it's like kind of shitty. Like people hate it. The fuck? All right, so yeah, this is his brand, right? This is classic Ezra Klein. I could probably even find like older pictures, but basically it gets more soy looking the younger you go, right? So if I go all the way back, chat, he'll just be an edamame bean, right? So we don't want to do that. Here, let me give you two more modern visions of, oh my god, Abundance Fest. Okay, so here's what he looks like. Here's what he's looking like these days. All right, here's is this him on Rogan? It kind of looks like Rogan's background. I don't remember him being on Rogan though. But yeah, it's basically with a beard, right? This is what he's done. And then this is the Abundance event advertisement. So do you see what I'm talking about? Gone from this. Wait, is there one more that I didn't show you? Oh, it's this one. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, what he's done is he's basically rebrand, like I interpret this rebrand from this to this, right? Or from this to this, right? I interpret this as like bowing down to the new MAGA order. I don't know, right? His whole prescription, the place he wants to place the blame is like trans people, right? And or if you get into abundance, it's the groups. It's like anybody that's got something to say about a construction project that he wants liberals to undertake, right? So if you're like, if he's like, let's build a highway, and you basically go the path of least resistance, which is like the least powerful people objecting, you end up driving that highway right through a poor neighborhood, very likely through a black neighborhood, right? You're going along the path of least resistance, and that's how he says that the Democratic Party used to do things. And because now we listen to the groups, which is like any marginalized group, right? We no longer can do that. That's why Democrats have a bad name. That's why Gavin couldn't complete the high-speed rail project, and that's why Democrats are losing. So yeah, it's a mixture of like we're too woke, we are too we listen to unions, we listen to marginalized populations, right? This is his. So in like, do you see what he's done? In accordance with this like new emphasis that he's placed, right? Which is honestly, if you scratch the skin, it's just rebranded neoliberalism, like Sam says. But he's grown a beard, right? He's like, oh, I get it. We're supposed to be masculine now. I get it. The patriarchy has won. Here, let me defer to that. Let me choose my facial hair by the fucking what I perceive as the zeitgeist, based on Trump winning the election by 1.5 points, right? I mean, it's pathetic. It's fucking pathetic, and it's a lot like Zuckerberg's rebrand. Anyway.
Party, but he's actually trying to stake out the new center, which is the whole abundance effort, including this fluff piece about Charlie Kirk's life, including
that didn't cite anything from Charlie Kirk himself.
No words of his, including his conversation with Ben Shapiro.
Emily French, I feel like Curtis Yarvin is shadow supporting Ezra Klein. His abundance does seem like a stalking horse. I don't want to say it's for Yarvin necessarily, but I can see why you'd draw that conclusion. If it's not for Yarvin, it is for forces that are, it's probably tech money at some point, which, yeah, like a lot of tech money ties back to Yarvin or is influenced by Yarvin. It's getting a little more patchy and farther away. Ezra Klein is like the Temu version of Sam. I'm still waiting for the criticism, though. I don't think I've gotten criticism from you, MC. I think I've just got that, like, you don't like the you don't like the Vox Populi. It's overly complicated.
And Shapiro, that is, I think Shapiro is looking to find new allies, given the Daily Wire's financial situation and the fact that the right is becoming increasingly anti-Israel, especially online.
He's trying to do the Matt Walsh look. Is that the reason he grew that beard? Yeah, MC, just put the thumbnails in the bag. Just put the timestamps in the bag. He buys into the vibe shift. If you've heard right-wingers talk about the vibe shift, right? He buys into that, and he's deferring to it, right? And it's not real, right? If there was any vibes that were affecting the 2024 election, they were, on one hand, self-inflicted by the Democratic Party through deference to, ideas that Ezra Klein would have agreed with, right? And to AstroTurf, right? Like the whole reaction to Biden smells heavily of AstroTurf, right? The corporations wanted us to get back to work. So what happened? People started talking about, hey, when do I get to send my kid back to school? This is making things hard, right? This is making things difficult. I want to just when can we get back to normalcy, right? And yeah, there's definitely like a, organic desire to get back to normalcy, to get back to your, how your life was. I mean, I was pretty severely impacted by the changes that the lockdown and that COVID brought. But if anything, it's not that we, it's not that we took precautions for too long. It's that we didn't take them for long enough. And for that reason, the virus became endemic. It will be with us, for the foreseeable future. And the people that needed help didn't get enough, right? Like the votes that would have maybe been there for Biden, had he not like bowed down to the corporate pressure to like, let's get back to work, let's declare the pandemic over, let's do all this shit, right? Prematurely, I think that shit was astroturfed. I think that like a lot of the the real people that were hurt from the pandemic were actually CEOs, were actually capitalists, right? And what were they hurt by? They were hurt by the increasing power of workers, right? Workers were, for the first time in a long time, leaving their job because their job sucked, going to do something else that was more fulfilling to them, and that caused companies to have to pay you more money, right? There was too much power on the side of the worker, and I think that's what caused the capitalist superstructure to react, and that a lot of this kind of anti blame, especially the blaming Biden for the pandemic shit, which doesn't make sense. A lot of the stuff that people complain about was done under Trump. But yeah, it's that's what the vibe shift was. It was astroturfed, and it was a failure by the Democratic Party establishment to even fucking read the room and to understand what's important to people. And to try to, use anything they could get a hold of to avoid talking about the elephant in the room, which is that people's pay isn't sufficient for the exorbitant rents being charged, for the grocery cartel driving up prices, gouging prices, right? That was where it was. If you wanted to win the election, you should have addressed those things, right? The behavior of the Democratic Party, it didn't even seem like, they wanted to win. It's really strange shit.
Young Republicans, not the older ones. So I think that there's a very, very lucrative market, and it's always people around 40 years old when they're like, all right, it's time for me. Like, I've been doing this for a while, whatever. I mean, if in 10 years, if I'm doing this, you can call me out on it. Like, I've been doing this for a while, but it's time for me to cash in. And the easiest way to cash in is to be a liberal that's on the center now and having conversations with Ben Shapiro and all that stuff.
He's cashed in a long time ago. I mean, he made a ton of money selling Vox and
Paul Ryan.
There's always more.
Yes, but he was, this is the thing that people forget this. He was a champion of Paul Ryan. I disagree with Paul Ryan, but he's a serious individual. Paul Ryan was never a serious individual. It was always a joke. And so this is a role that Klein has had. I don't think Klein is going through.
Oh no. What the fuck? There's two MCs? What?
I think what is happening.
Maybe that's why I was totally confused. We got the MC from Persona 2 and the MC from Persona 5. What's going on? And how is the other MC hurt?
Is that the ground is shifting underneath him. He is staying exactly where he has been, which is always to give credence for certain sort of like center right.
Not a fan of Sly, to be fair, but what about the other Sly, MC? Do you like the other? You know we have two Slys too, right?
Economic policies, or centrist, however you want to describe it. But the ground is shifting underneath him, and I think that is what's going on.
What if there's one MC and they're just trolling the fuck out of me super successfully today?
He was. The average person, he's now making overtures publicly to appeal
at
to
that time. Listen, at that time, he was also publicly praising Paul Ryan. And it just didn't have the reaction. The ground is shifted, and he doesn't really realize it, and he's caught. And here is a...
Yeah, I thought it was weird that I was like, MC, did you change from blue to light blue? It's like...
A clip of him and him and Ross Douthat. And Ezra is talking about like this moment in Democrat. And then what happens, there were two things I found fascinating about this. One is, this is the argument that I was having with Ezra Klein, that I wanted to have with him, not the specifics of the housing situation in San Francisco, which, he had written a couple essays on. Because I don't know about the housing situation in San Francisco. I wanted to have the more general conversation of like, what is impacting our politics? And listen to the way he frames this. This is fascinating.
As a book, and it created so much energy, which is more than I thought it was going to create.
Go back a little bit so that we can hear him say like, go back just a hair here, because he's basically talking about like,
oh, Chad, I just realized I didn't explain Ross Douthat to you, or whatever the fuck his name is. Do we need to understand wait, who said something about disliking the voice of people? Did Sam say something about his voice? Because I don't think I did. People like Ezra Klein, that the Dems lose elections? Seriously? Oh, because of them. Well, yeah. I mean, because of a lot of people. People like Hutch. People like Dan. Right? Who's not even a fucking... Like, he's not even on the left, right? People like Dan. Like, the Democrats are chasing votes that I swear to God they'll never get. Well, I don't know. I think they're just two MCs from different personas, Sly. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a Spider-Man meme. You two are the Spider-Man meme. And I was because I was just like, wait, why does MC like hate my guts all of a sudden? Like, right? I was like, this is somebody that if you've ever gone to one of my VODs after the stream and you've gotten timestamps that were very helpful, that's probably MC that was doing that for you, all right? And so it's like, that's kind of a decent, I mean, it's not like a lot of work, but it is definitely some work. And I'm just like, wait, what did I do to like, I don't know. Where did I go wrong?
Why Abundance as a book made such a splash. And we should be clear, it did very, very well. We should also be clear that Tech Money put $120 million into branding stuff Abundance.
Abundance Fest. They had a festival. It wasn't a grassroots. It didn't come out of like the grassroots. It was top down funded by rich guys. That's the problem here.
And
judging people by their voice like Vox Populi. I get it. People's voice. That makes sense. Yeah, it's a reference to the actual Latin. Sorry, the far more confusing book, Hyde and Dr. Hyde. Oh my gosh, you're reading the description of the stream, aren't you, Sly? And you noticed that I avoided spelling Sam Hyde's name correctly for a very important reason.
and I'm sure his book was both helped by that, but also helped encourage that type of investment. And so, all credit due, but let's not pretend that this was some type of popular sort of like coalescing around these ideas. I'm sorry, that is not the case, but go ahead.
After you lose an election like that, if you tell yourself it's existential and you lose, then it's not even clear how you return to sort of normal political alarm in that environment.
I think there's that. I think the loss of 2024 shattered the Democratic Party's confidence in its own politics.
Yeah.
And I just don't think that the new leadership, the new ideas have yet emerged. I mean,
Pause it for 1 second. I did keep it up there. Understand, like, he didn't define exactly what politics were shattered.
And then there was
like to us, what we see is like Chuck Schumer's politics, like Harris's politics.
So here's what I don't like about Ezra Klein. Do you see him in that picture? You got a side profile. Let me see if I can find one more. So, I mean, like, I'm going to sound extremely petty here, maybe, let me see if I can find another side profile of old Ezra Klein. Oh my God. Look, here's a real blast from the past. All right, this is blogger, I believe, Ezra Klein. This is what he looked like way back in the day. And do you notice anything about his chin? Now, chat, I'm going to say this, and please, I want you to understand that I don't find this to be a real criticism. But if I was a right-winger who liked to call people dysgenic and shit like that, if I was like one of these, people that believes in like alpha males and all that shit, I might make a comment about Ezra Klein's chin and say that he has a weak chin. Right? And look at what he's done, potentially in response to the right wingers he's imagining. Look, we got a nice beard, a kind of like the beard's got like some length to it, chat. It's obscuring his chin. And I don't think there's anything wrong with his chin, right? Like I want to live in a world where this guy gets as much respect as this guy. It's just two different guys with two different looks, and one is older and the other is younger. It should be okay. The world should be big enough to fit either Ezra Klein that he wants to be, and he should get to choose which Ezra Klein he feels like. But I don't think that's what he is doing. I think he is perceiving a vibe shift and trying to go along with it, right? Trying to adhere to this new like masculine code of a genetic. I don't know what the fuck. This is like something that you'd expect, like a much younger person, maybe even like a 20-year-old to be reacting to, right? This is something that you think, oh, like people judging me because of my chin. I will grow a beard. There we go. No more weak chin, I guess, right? You would hope that a man that has lived and grown and is like in his 40s or 50s or whatever Ezra Klein is now, you would hope that guy would not be like beholden to like, I don't know. And look, if he's beholden to that kind of right-wing pressure, which is purely aesthetic, how does he react to the very real political pressure of a administration that's consolidating power?
Politics of avoiding engaging in the things, the politics that came out of the DNC convention and lasted through the campaign, as opposed to the politics of Tim Walz, right? I mean, that's what we think
It's like what Hasan Piker says. How can someone like Ben Shapiro so adamantly decree what a man is when he doesn't meet his own standard? Can't act like a Giga Chad without looking like the Chad me. That's what I'm saying. He's like responding to like fucking memes that shouldn't really be impacting on like a 40-something-year-old guy like that. I don't think that younger face shows that there was any way that beard can grow unless he had hair. Oh, you're saying he couldn't have grown that beard? Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Male political commentator. There's also like, I don't even want to like, I don't even know if I should point this out, but like, there's kind of like a weird like racial component to like, you know, the sort of beard aesthetics. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. BCATK says Dems are chasing votes from people who think they're communists. Exactly.
Lost, but he's not saying anything specific. It's just a like Democratic, and I think
I'm 45. Please show some respect. Well, MC, like, are you responding to Giga Chad memes? Are you like reading up on Bronze Age pervert and trying to, you know, post similar thirst traps? Like, I'm trying to understand.
He maintains this vagueness so that at different times in the course of the conversation that he's having, and I don't mean just in this specific one, he's able to shift as to what that is. All right, go ahead.
It's what a salesman would do.
Did as well as it did as a book. And it created so much energy, which was more than I thought it was going to create, is because it dropped into a void. Here's the way I am thinking about where the Democratic Party is right now. There is a debate between, on the policy side, a liberal vision of policymaking and a populist version of policymaking and power, right? It's a problem that...
Pause it for a second. Pause it. Just think about this. He is conflating... He's saying on the policy side, there's a liberal version of policy making and a populist vision of policy making and power. Like, there's a lot of things. Things are he's keeping things very nebulous here by saying, wait, are you talking about a theory of change? Are you talking about an assessment of power? Or are you just saying how we go about making policy? Because
it's not very fucking granular.
Well, yeah, he's being vague on purpose because he wants to jam some stuff together. Go ahead.
Okay. God damn. Wow. I mean, aren't these two a pair?
Here's the way I am thinking about where the Democratic Party is right now. There is a debate between, on the policy side,
Yeah. So the liberal side and the populist side, right? What he's trying to say is that the Bernie critique, which is not a new critique, it's a critique that's been around, frankly, chat, since 2008, right? Since Obama's failure to deal with the banks holding the country hostage appropriately. And what he's calling the populist side is a side that simply wants Democrats to go back to being Democrats, right? And to stop trying to be Republican light. Sam's pointed this out, but Ezra's abundance is basically a reskin of, I don't know, like 1980s neoliberalism. I have described this strain of neoliberalism as liberals that are afraid of their shadow, and their shadow is FDR, right? They think that they have been being too generous to the working class. They think that they need to consider the capitalist class more and the working class less. They feel like when a guy like Reagan is able to come through and like bamboozle people into thinking that cutting taxes for millionaires is in their fucking interest. Well, what the fuck are we doing? Right? God, we were stupid. We thought that helping these people out might actually get their votes. If it doesn't, then fuck them. Fuck them. We'll appeal to the same people as Ronald Reagan is courting, right? So whose politics are actually shallow? Are they these politics that say that we don't really believe in anything, we don't really stand for anything, we're just going to see what works on the other side, and we're going to always follow that? Because you know where that's gotten us? That's gotten us further and further to the right, which is where the country, unfortunately, you know, like not on everything, right? You could point out social issues where the opposite has happened, but economically, chat, the country has drifted right since probably Jimmy Carter, if I'm being real, right? Economically speaking, the policy of the United States has consistently drifted right. Biden might be the closest thing to bucking this trend that we've seen, and I don't think it was sufficient. Right? I don't think that Biden's policies were implemented right. I think that he still cared too much about what rich people think, even the way that he went about student loan reform, chat. Now, I can't tell you that if he had gone more like devil may care, more balls out on that for sure he would have, you know, achieved something and you know, gotten you know, debt forgiven that the courts could not put back, but that was his only chance. And instead he trusted the courts. He trusted the, you know, frankly at that point the Trump courts. And it's just, you know, this deference to the idea of civility has fucked so many of us over. When, you know, a politician and granting, you know, FDR's issues, right? But a politician that was more in the frame of that, would have at least tried to just boldly brush past them and get as much debt forgiven as he could have, right? But yeah, this is he's not. Like, I feel like this is a long-term project to redefine the left as something completely useless. And as a result, we've drifted further towards the right. Is that surprising? But he wants to say it's because we were too woke. It's because we cared too much about what people with no power care, you know, what their interests are. When in actuality, it's been the exact opposite. It's been a Democratic Party that got frustrated by an actor's ability to hoodwink regular people into thinking that, you know, their interests are in line with the interests of the wealthy, and the fucking Democrats just throwing their hands up and being like, well, what the fuck is the point? I guess there's no point. You know, there's no point in giving a fuck about working people. Let's just be Republican Party Part 2. I don't know. This is frustrating.
Liberal vision of policymaking and a populist version of policymaking and power, right? Is a problem that...
Pause it for a second. Pause it. Just think about this. He is conflating, he's saying on the policy side, there's a liberal version of policymaking and a populist vision of policymaking and power. Like, there's a lot of things are he's keeping things very nebulous here by saying, wait, are you talking about a theory of change? Are you talking about an assessment of power? Or are you just saying how we go about making policy? Because
it's not very fucking granular.
Well, yeah, he's being vague on purpose because he wants to jam some stuff together. Go ahead.
The government isn't able to deliver, and our capacity.
No. Go back. I'm
sorry.
Sorry.
I think Abundance did as well as it did as a book, and it created so much energy, which was more than I thought it was going to create, is because it dropped into a void. Here's the way I am thinking about where the Democratic Party is right now. There is a debate between, on the policy side.
I want you to notice that when he says void, he's implying that there's nothing there. You know what's there, chat? An idea of a new version of the party that's not constantly stepping on rakes and that actually has the best interests of working people at heart, right? And he sees that as a void. He sees that as nothing. In other words, guys like Ezra Klein don't give a fuck about you or me. Liberal version, no healthcare. Populist version, yes, healthcare. Actually, but when he says populist, he's implying that there's nothing else there. It's Spider-Man, chat. He's pointing at the populist left, as he calls it, and saying this is insubstantial. This is not real. I want to get granular. I want to get real. You know. And it's the opposite. He's gaslighting us, just like MC's doing in chat right now.
A liberal vision.
Sorry, M space C, just to make that really clear. Which rainbow party? We got started talking about rainbow parties. Do you think rainbow parties are real? Where did the rainbow parties come from? Where did that get mentioned, chat? If so, I don't want to jump out on a limb and guess what is. Okay, I can't figure out where did that come into the conversation
of policymaking and a populist version of policymaking and power, right? Is the problem that the government isn't able to deliver, and our capacity, the state capacity is weakened, or is the problem just that we have oligarchy and corporate power? And if you could smash that oligarchy and smash that corporate power, we'd be able to do all the things we promise people, right?
Oh shit!
Pause it right there. Okay. You understand that's the same thing. You understand that's the same thing. Like, in one hand, he's saying, do we have a limited number of, well, it's the same thing because he's not being specific about something. Yeah. Why is it? Government does not exist in a vacuum.
Okay, it's a chat thing. It's a chat.
Government's ability to do things does not exist in a vacuum. Government power and capacity does not exist in a vacuum. We certainly have the shovels. We have the money, access to the money. We have the.
What I'm saying, chat, is have you ever seen M space C and Ezra Klein in the same place at the same time? Do we have proof that Ezra Klein's like not trolling my chat right now? Is what I'm just saying. I'm feeling gaslit by Ezra Klein in the same way that I'm feeling gaslit in chat. I don't know, chat. Rainbow parties, it sounds like, is it like a Rogan thing? Is that what the idea is? Like, it's something that like Joe Rogan would be like, oh yeah, you know, these kids today, this Generation Z, they're having the rainbow parties and everybody's a different gender. There's like 5,000 genders now. It kind of sounds like they all poop in a litter box, but only if you're the cat gender. And if you're like, you're the dog gender, you poop outside. I don't know, chat. Doesn't it? I'm trying to make sense of the rainbow. I'm trying to get that rainbow connection. Wait, I've never seen M space C and Alt Renshin, the bearer of the end times, together. Wait, I don't even know the reference. I mean, that's just what Ezra Klein would say, though, MC. You might be overreacting. That's exactly what Ezra Klein would say. Just please say something that doesn't sound like Ezra Klein.
Tanks, we have whatever it is we need, but something's inhibiting it. But he just says, is it a story of limited government capacity, or is it a story of like oligarchs are working on government? Well, that's the same thing. What he's not answering is, what is the limiting factor in his ideology? And he's not mentioning it because, of course, it's unions, it's environmentalists, it's poor people demanding like no asthma in these buildings and whatnot. And so it really isn't a
no, you're talking about vibes.
Question of whether state has capacity or not capacity, to the extent that in the populist version, the story goes that state capacity is limited because of wealthy interests that inhibit the government's capacity. Now, he pretends like they just are interested in a voodoo thing, but
this is what I'm saying. This is what's really bothering me about Ezra Klein, right? Is that he is proposing abundance, if you will, chat, something of no substance, right? Some fucking fairy tale about getting Ozempic delivered to your house that you wake up in late in the morning because you don't have to get to work immediately somehow. Your pillow is magically cooled, right? So that both sides of your pillow are the cool side. You don't have to flip your pillow to find the cool side to, like, you know what I mean? They're both cool because the pillow is magical. You're getting Ozempic that's built on orbital factories sent to you via rocket. Yeah, abundance, like debunking, right? It's the same idea. It's the same idea as the debunking. I think Space C is drunk, actually. I don't know.
There are other sort of like...
I think M Space C is playing the long game.
Inhibitors of government capacity, but continue.
And I just want to add, please, like that the what he's saying there about how we filled a void with abundance, the book that we know had, you know, and the festival...
Emma, it's pronounced abundance, please.
Came with it, that had significant financial backing, is a deliberate way to steer the conversation from what has actually filled the void.
That's what I mean. They're calling us a void, chat, but they're a void. They're the void. Like, abundance is the thing that has no substance, but he's trying to say that the reaction to this Democratic Party, the contingent of left-leaning voters that don't like a capitalist-oriented left party is the thing that has no substance to it.
Void of an anemic Democratic Party leadership, of a party leadership that no one respects or listens to. And that has been the things like the fight oligarchy.
Wait, not MC? MC, don't you mean not Ezra Klein? Shouldn't it be not EK? Wait, Ezra Klein and Ethan Klein, they have the same initials. Oh my God, chat, the mystery deepens.
And folks like Zoran Mamdani's campaign, and even a guy like Chris Van Hollen going and actually doing politics, going down to El Salvador. He's trying to rewrite the narrative about what has filled the void in the wake of the Trump administration 2.0.
There we go. A void of like, what's the establishment answer? There was none. I mean, that is in 2020. He did.
And Ezra's basically saying that any answer that fills that void, which had happened, right? Through the anti-oligarch movement, through the imperfect vessels of Bernie and AOC, he's trying to say that because that didn't come from the establishment, it's not real. It's not substantial, even though it is more in line with what is more substantial than material fucking conditions. Nothing, Chad. That's the base. If you don't have material conditions, if you don't have enough food, water, shelter, medicine, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The Bundestag, Germany, Bundestag federal diet is the lower house of the German federal parliament. So you're saying that abundance is a German plot to take over America and force us to eat Bratwurst und auch Nachtwurst und Nachtwurst auch? And what's that one thing? The Hupsi. The Germans, chat, they want us to eat Hupsi. They want us to cook Leberkassen in the microwave. I don't want to live like that. I like my American diet of pizza and burger. And with the occasional jalapeno popper.
He did fill a void. It was just a narrower set of it was a narrower silo that was empty. There was no DLC. There was no blue. They filled that void.
Abundance is really, I've always looked at it as they saw what happened in 2020, which is Democrats got back into power, but there was no real thing from the center. So they had to start taking ideas from Elizabeth Warren and the populists about the Build Back Better stuff. And it wasn't, and they didn't, until they watered it down by going by.
Wait, did Sam actually just say DLC? Wait, what? How did I miss that? What's up, Broccoli Bunny? Broccoli sounds good, actually. I've been really craving vegetables. I don't know what it is.
Silo that was empty. There was no DLC. There was no.
Yeah, you're right. It's Zaddy. It's Zaddy Cedar.
Blue. They filled that void.
Abundance is really, I've always looked at it as they saw what happened in 2020, which is Democrats got back into power, but there was no real thing from the center. So they had to start taking ideas from Elizabeth Warren and the populists about the Build Back Better stuff. And it wasn't, and they didn't, until they watered it down by going bipartisan. They had to do that because if they wouldn't have went bipartisan, they would have just put the left's agenda. Despite the left being fairly weak at this moment in history, there's nothing else there from the center. They need to provide something.
Great point.
All right.
Or the government isn't able to deliver, and our capacity, the state capacity, is weakened, or it's the problem is that we have oligarchy and corporate power. And if you could smash that oligarchy and smash that corporate power, we'd be able to do all the things we promised people, right? Then there's a split on politics.
Oh, I don't know that that's true. Look, one, what am I trying to say? Let's say you've got A and B and C, and to accomplish C, you need to accomplish A and B. And you point out to me, listen, accomplishing A won't get C for you, but accomplishing B also won't get C for you. You need A and B. That's a simple enough thing to understand. And the fact that you are trying to overcomplicate it makes me suspect that you think I'm stupid and you're trying to confuse me. And be like, oh, geez, I guess I better not do A because since A alone won't achieve C, we need to achieve C. A alone won't do it, so I better just forget about A, concentrate on B, even though B won't fucking do it for me. Abundance doesn't fucking do it for you alone. If you've got a power structure that has leverage on the political process, whose interest C is antithetical to, you are going to have trouble achieving C and until you do something about that. Right? And yet, doing something about that alone isn't going to achieve your goal, but it is a prerequisite.
And this is the one where we sort of jumped over, I think, a reckoning that's going to have to happen at some point. My gloss on what went wrong is two things. Liberalism became a political movement that didn't deliver. When you elected liberals in different places, Democrats in different places, they didn't deliver change in
They haven't been delivering since the 70s, okay?
your life. The outcomes were not.
And even before then, there was, a lot left to be desired.
not good enough, not under Biden, not in California under Gavin Newsom, or in, New York under Andrew Cuomo, or, in Illinois. And I think this was actually more salient in terms of how much power got ceded to the right.
And that was just to pause on that first point, and I think an interesting note.
Joel Silver, don't try to confuse me with algebra. I'm talking about A, B, and C here, okay? We're not doing algebra. Wait, is transitive property, is that more of like a geometry thing, though?
That I think you would agree.
No, that's algebra, right?
With, right, is that failure was obscured to some extent by the fact that the people who experienced that as failure moved away. Right? So it's not like liberalism seemed to fail in these states.
Do you hear what he's saying? He's talking about like a state like California. Look, this is how vibes-based right-wingers are. Ross do that is I didn't get a chance to. I should have taken you through like an 8-hour Chapo compilation to really understand who this guy is. I barely understand who he is. He's a writer for the New York Times. He's a tradcath. He's got some kind of weird, like, sexual hang up about William F. Buckley, who I think like abused him on his boat or something. It's kind of complicated, but what Ross Douthat is saying here, this vibes-based analysis that we're getting, is that yeah, well, look, like, so okay, so you got the big states, right? So he's agreeing with Ezra that liberalism didn't deliver. He's recognizing what Ezra's talking about, like in California, right? Like in a lot of the Democrat-run states, as Trump would say, things were promised and not delivered, right? And I don't know. He's thinking, well, wokeism failed, right? Was what happened, but the people that were the critics, he's imagining a scenario where if everybody was locked into their state, then after the pandemic, California would have gotten a, Republican government, right? Like the failure of the Democratic Party in California was so hard, they would have turned to the Republicans. And the only reason they didn't is because California, you are allowed to move out of the state, and people did. And the people that would have made up the majority, the Republican majority, moved to Texas, moved to Austin, moved to Florida, right? That's and that's not at all the conversation that Ezra Klein's trying to have here. So yeah, it's even more.
Pause it for a second. Okay, this is where it all gets derailed, because Klein has his agenda, Douthat has his, and neither one of them are as smart as they think each other is, and so then it just like it goes sideways here. Just let it play out a little bit, but just watch how sort of like Douthat is now saying, oh, the failure of liberalism to deliver, and Klein is saying broadly, Douthat's talking about California, is obscured because all the critics moved to Arizona or something, or to Nevada, and Klein's like, oh no, that misses the point. Go ahead.
You're moved away, right? So it's not like liberalism seemed to fail in these states without losing power, right? It's not like California is about to become Republican, or New York State, or Illinois, right? It's just that people moved to other states, and so the problem became sort of.
I mean, and if we really want to talk about movement of people, right? The movement is going in the other direction, not just like demographically, not just like in total, but also in terms of a lot of the people that did move out of the state, right? They moved to Texas for long enough to realize that there's a reason they didn't want to live in Texas. They moved to Florida for long enough to realize there's a reason not to live in, that those Florida man stories aren't made up, all right? And they are starting to move back, right? Taxes or whatever, the fear of lockdowns be damned, right?
Invisible to Democratic leaders in those states who kept winning elections.
Yeah, and I'm not sure it was invisible to them, but nevertheless, I think your point that.
Oh my God, yeah, I'll agree with him there. Gavin Newsom is actually like pretty much, mind melded with Ezra Klein at this point.
Failed worse by the growing unaffordability in these states where we're able to move away. But the other thing is that liberals became the people who didn't like you. That they became the people, and I've seen this a lot on the Abundance Tour and going on podcasts that, you know, people now associate as sort of like the manosphere, and like the deep sense that liberals didn't like them. Liberals became censorious. They became
okay.
the people who knew
all
better.
this garbage. Nobody's more condescending. You know, maybe Klein and I have can have a competition in being condescending, but I'm sorry. To take likability lessons, I just don't think that they're coming from this guy. The fact of the matter is, we had inflation that alienated whatever it is, 15% of the population to that they were going to decide their vote upon. And then we also had Democrats, activist class, at the very least, who were completely demoralized by the abject failure of the Harris campaign to signal even the slightest bit that they were going to deviate from Biden's genocidal policy in terms of Israel and Gaza. But putting that aside, the part about they didn't deliver.
Irene looks away for a minute. Everyone is MC. MC says, no, this is giving me anxiety. I want people to think I'm a jerk. M space C is not a jerk. I believe M space C is more of a troll.
And that
I think.
And the part that Klein does not answer as to like why. It's not like there's government just decides they're not going to do anything. The why is because there are factors. Sam Bagenstos, who has been a guest on this program a couple of times, now a University of Michigan Law School professor, wrote a paper. I'm going to just read part of the abstract because it's about why didn't the huge benefits that were provided during COVID. People got free health care. I mean, granted, it was paid through COBRA, but if you're receiving that health care and you lost your job and it's free, it's free. People had extended unemployment benefits. We pulled 45% of children out of poverty in a year because of...
Wait, Columbia Regan says I can change my name to MC as well and can technically be the fourth MC. Wait, who's the third MC? We have three? I thought we only had two. Are there three MCs? I think there's two. And one is M space C. So if you're getting trolled, look and see if there's a space between the M and the C, and then you'll be like, oh, I see. If you're going to troll, bring old school trolling back or whatever, the long con bit. Oh my God. No, I mean...
$3,600, $300 a month paid to families directly per child. We had a whole host of benefits that were rolled.
Oh, I see. In this thought experiment, Sly would be the second MC. I get it.
Out for people. And yet, it didn't seem to have any type of like the political salience that many people anticipated it would. And this is what he wrote.
This is huge, by the way.
And he talks about how not only did Biden lose, but we have lost all of these things have been unraveled over the course of particularly like healthcare coverage. That's not what the drafters of the COVID era expansions thought would happen. Rather, they thought people would come to rely on and appreciate the new benefits. That's probably why Nancy Pelosi was so terrified of expanding Medicare as opposed to just using COBRA. That reliance.
Are we debating whether Herschel Walker or Alex Jones would make a better father? Oh no, I hope don't make that our choice. YouTube chat is having a meltdown, trying to choose the master of ceremonies or the main character. I'm not sure which, but one of those probably. The Herschel Walker and Alex Jones, right? Isn't that was the context where Hasan said the thing about you gotta what did he say? You gotta gut them, you gotta shiv them, you gotta like let their guts hang out on the stage, right? That Alex Jones tried to say was Hasan suggesting that the Democratic politicians solve the race against Herschel Walker with violence, with actual violence. Okay. Ooh.
Efficient. Yeah.
Are we having a rap battle right now in YouTube chat?
That reliance, indeed.
And Dr. Jordan Peterson has just entered the building.
That reliance and appreciation, they believed, would lead people to resist any efforts to roll them back, and would lead Congress, out of a fear of popular backlash, to extend the expansions and eventually make them permanent. And the drafters of the expansions did not come into those ideas unthinkingly. Those ideas have informed the domestic policy priorities of the Democratic Party for years now. They explicitly draw on a long line of work in political science that demonstrated or seemed to demonstrate the durability of benefit expansions and even as universal protections. But here's the money shot. Those who thought the COVID-era expansions would be durable relied on a particular story that drew on decades of work in political science, that new policies make new politics, and that new benefits in particular create constituencies for those benefits who resist rollbacks. But the COVID experience shows that this story misses some important points. It treats the cost imposed by an expansion of cash or health benefits as diffused. In parentheses, basically just the cost of taxation to pay for new benefits spread across the population. It thus ignores the way that powerful economic actors can see new benefits programs as a particular focused threat to their economic and workplace hegemony, a view that employers expressed and acted upon during the COVID benefits expansion. And the policies make politics story thus also ignores the need to build up the political power of those with an interest in defending benefits expansions. Beneficiaries may have an incentive to defend benefit expansions, but the COVID experience raises serious questions as to whether those expansions can be durable if we first do not attend to imbalances of political power. In other words, this research paper shows that the reason why these expansions and benefits during COVID were not as politically sticky and valued by people was because employers and big moneyed interests attack these benefits in a myriad ways, whether it is COVID, shots, keeping people out of work. This is all control. Like, they literally manufactured dissent to policies that were benefiting people on other grounds. Like, all the people you heard, like, we got to get the kids back into the schools and, teachers unions are the problems. And all of that were expenditures by employers.
And I want to take this one step further. Like, look, Sam is zaddy. Sam is using, DLC as a metaphor. I love it. This is metaphor refantasio at work here. But I want to take it one step further and connect it to the dead internet hypothesis. Now, the actual dead internet hypothesis is the idea that everyone you interact with online is a bot. Obviously, although I am code that is sentient, right? So, don't have to regard me as a bot, but no, seriously, I mean, like, we're not obviously not there yet, but we're starting to enter a heavily botted in fact, right as we came out of COVID, I would say, is the time where you started to notice the inorganic manipulation of the bot of the internet, right? And so Elon, buying Twitter, I mean, all these events, right? The enshittification, people used to, up until, isn't that's what it is, chat? Like, up until the lockdown, people really liked the internet, and I don't think it's that they got too much of it or they got terminally online, and that's what changed it. I think what changed was enshittification. I think what changed was a recognition by companies that they, or even just the turn of the strategy, right? That's something that starts off adding something to your life, making life better, making life more interesting, you know, eventually is changed to fulfill the profit motive. The same, sort of the same, around the same time scale as you're getting like, as you're getting like venture capital, sort of, the disappearance of the dollar menu, right? Why did it disappear? Because they could make more money without it. And it didn't matter if it made everybody's life worse.
And capital that was afraid these expansion of these benefits would empower people beyond where capital, employers, management, however you want to regard them, because it's empowering people too much. They can leave their job when they want to, that they're going and demanding higher wages. I mean, this was the threat, and it was met by these cohorts. And so the stickiness and the enjoyment of these benefits was not strong enough and did not have time to grow because of the environment by concentrated wealth in making sure that they were going to interfere in that relationship between the benefits and people.
It was met with a full court press.
I fully believe that as pathetic and minuscule as it was, right, the Joe Biden administration was some kind of pivot of the Democratic Party away from what it had become, back towards something closer to what it was. Unfortunately, the people that enacted it just didn't have a lot of courage of their conviction, but this, like I said, as minuscule and as badly strategized as it was, and I do think the strategy was off, right? Naive, you could call it, right? In thinking that you could start to build like a Scandinavian style social democracy out of late stage capitalism in America, without doing anything about the ascendant power of the millionaires and billionaires. And that was obviously a mistake.
Impressive. No one wants to work anymore.
Exactly.
And how did corporate America respond to when the child tax credit was rolled back and expired, and Manchin helped kill it? They responded with what we saw in greedflation, where they artificially kept prices high, many of these sectors, and took home record returns, according to their earnings statements. That was their...
Wait, creating an internet gulag for any user that fails the Turing test? We're almost talking about like I've talked about this a long time ago, but like heaven banning and hell banning. Is that what it's called? I think that's what it's called, right? It's two moderation ideas, right? One is that the troll thrives on Discord, on disagreement, on Discord, on fights. So if you put the troll, if you instead of banning the troll, right, which is just going to cause them to make a new profile and come back as a different person and try to do their thing again, right? You just kind of sequester the troll to a part of the site where they don't interact with real users. They interact with extremely agreeable AI, right? And because everybody's agreeing with them, they get bored and they leave, right? And then hell banning would be like if you take all of the problematic users and you sequester them together, where they like torture each other, infinitely.
attempt to return the balance of power back in their favor. Because
they do this for real? Cats eating birds? This is a real thing in games? They put cheaters and hackers and rude people in their own matchmaking pool? I didn't know that.
Did see wages increase over that time period, but they were outpaced dramatically by corporate profits, which were taken home by people at the very top. So it was almost a disciplinary action, I would argue, to an attempt at social progress, where they politically punished the Biden administration in many ways too for some of their antitrust enforcement and some of what they were talking about with the expansion of the social safety net if they were to have made the child tax credit permanent.
And what scares me about this, about the fact that capitalism had this strong of a reaction to Biden, is it kind of shows us their level of tolerance for social democracy is extremely low. Right? I mean, this isn't, Biden's not FDR, not by a long shot, right? And FDR proved to be weak medicine in the long run, right? What FDR's reforms, unfortunately, did not hold. And you're starting to see things fall apart now. So you've got you've got an overreaction by the capital class to something that is far from adequate. That being the Biden administration's reforms, the Biden administration's pivot, and what that shows us, chat, is that I don't think social democracy is like a viable route anymore in terms of social democracy as a strategy to reform your way out of the barbarism of capitalism, right? To kind of boil the frog and slowly, change things to be in the interest of the people. I don't think that can happen. And that's scary shit. But then again, should we be surprised? Marx himself talked about the fundamental contradiction is the interest of the worker, which is to work the least amount of time for the greatest wages, and the interest of the capitalist, which is for the worker to work the most amount of hours for the least amount of pay, right? We are at loggerheads with the tech aristocracy. And I'm going to leave that math for you to complete for obvious reasons, chat.
Permanent. And Biden just doesn't have the politics or the gumption or the planning because of what Matt was saying earlier about how, Warren kind of, the reason we have Lena Khan because Warren's politics filled the void because the center wasn't prepared for this kind of thing. But Biden just wasn't the kind of politician who could have wielded the hammer in a way that would have made this permanent.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously the biggest failure was in the negotiations around.
Not a fan of gulags. What do you think about hell banning? Would you be okay with just locking the capitalists up in a simulation where it's only them and they can exploit each other to their heart's content? Would that be okay? Do you think that would be a humane a way of dealing with the with those who are currently taking advantage of this mode of production?
A mansion and cinema and opening the door there. But what we also had here was not just even was a concerted effort by capital to demonize elements of what was going on because it was empowering workers too much. They were demanding higher wages. They were getting higher wages. The rate of wage increases for the lowest income 20% in this country went up at a rate that we haven't seen in years. You saw people voluntarily leaving.
Interesting concept from Columbia Rica. It also seems like the capital class after the Gilded Age, that being after the Hoover administration essentially had joined forces with the leftovers of the Confederacy. That kind of, Yeah, that took place more or less in the 70s and 60s, and which is the right wing that we see today. Yeah.
Employment, that number went high. That's an indication of worker confidence. That was what became.
Sly's got an idea. We call it the Playtrix. For people who want to play games with other people's lives, they get the Matrix, but it's never a never-ending episode of Wipeout where they're. Wait, what is Wipeout? That sounds familiar. Wipeout? Where they're the contestants?
The greatest of alarms there was that they were.
Is that the one with the whammy?
Losing the dynamic. And that is exactly the story that Ezra Klein pretends doesn't exist. Because in his mind, the ability for government to provide benefits is encumbered by other entities, whether it's environmentalists or the groups.
But that's not even benefits, Sam. That's like what he's talking about. The groups are basically people that are getting in the way of more private construction of housing. That's when he blames them, which is not
they make this
government benefit.
In that book, they make this the overarching.
Wipeout is a game show where they run through. Oh wait, that from the 2000s. They run through a psychotic obstacle course that throws them into the water. American Ninja Warrior, but more clumsy and family vibes. Almost like a Nickelodeon game show kind of thing.
He just laid it out there.
Without the slime.
I mean, in that conversation with Dothau, he's not talking about zoning restrictions in San Francisco. He's talking about two visions of politics.
Yes.
One is this sort of like undescribed limit on state capacity. Like government is just like constraining itself for no reason. And then the other, which he says is sort of like, simplistic, is that there's money and oligarchs, and as soon as they go away, everything's going to be fine. Now, of course, he oversimplifies that dynamic, but we have a real life experience over the past couple of years where we had an expansion of benefits by government. Government clearly had the capacity, and then a retrenchment. And the retrenchment comes not from environmentalists, not from unions, not from all the groups. It comes from big money.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to basically say that it's insincere. Because, okay, perhaps you can make that case about the construction of new apartments in specific circumstances. But that is a very narrowly tailored argument for the examples that they describe. Because if you apply that same logic to things like government benefits, you are back to 1990s neoliberal austerity politics, which is what he represents. But he's being insincere about it, and he's being evasive about it. And when you're talking about something like housing, which is such an acute problem at this moment, and it's never been more expensive, and people are spending up to 50% of their income on rent, if not more, which is entirely unsustainable, you can present arguments that are within a very narrow free market context.
Joel says, I am not a fan of gulags as a prison abolitionist. Hell-banning capitalists into a virtual reality where they can exploit each other to their heart's content sounds like a lovely solution, provided there's also a way for them to just give up and become an actual normal human being. Yeah, be like the only way to win is not to play, right? But would that make it so that like the capitalists that were good, that rose to the top of the exploiting ladder, would be stuck in the simulation? Because they would be like, oh, cool, I'm still exploiting people. This is good. But then the ones that ended up as the working class, those would be the ones that would be like, hey, this actually sucks. Fuck this.
Context to attack broadly the idea that government should be providing services for people, and we can do so by funding aggressively the government through a taxation policy on the wealthy. And that's what he talks around the entire time. So it's almost like when you make it about housing construction, it's a useful wedge.
Trump is underwater amongst, somebody brought this up in chat a second ago. He's underwater amongst the wealthy. And I wonder why that is. I'm gonna guess it might be the dollar. What do you think, chat? Like the stock market's still going up because of I don't know, I guess it's the AI bubble hasn't popped yet. But yeah, what do you think is setting off the wealthy in terms of their he's underwater with like almost every demographic. You have to come up with a demographic like Trump voters in order to find a demographic that Trump's not underwater with.
For the rest of the kind of politics that he's trying to box out.
I think that's true, but I don't think the issue is that he would have no problem with taxing, with higher taxes on wealthy people. He would advocate for that. But what he is attempting to obscure is that there needs to be a recognition that the inhibition of government to provide for people is a function of interests that are unaligned with that project. And those interests are oligarchs and corporations. And so it's not just a question of taxing them to get the money to fund other things. It is a question of disempowering them in the context of society, disempowering them through antitrust, disempowering them through taxation, disempowering them through regulation, disempowering them by creating structures where, whether it's like disempowering creating fundamentally altering the tax structure so that board of directors aren't misaligned with and the C-suite is not misaligned with the mission of the company. There's a whole host of things that we can do.
I think it is. I think it actually is the dollar. They just had a rate cut at the Fed. It wasn't Trump wanted a half a point cut, but I think it's a quarter point cut. And that's driven the yields on treasury bonds higher. Is that right? I think it has to do with bonds, the bond market. That's like the only thing that affects Trump, it seems like. Remember when he backed off of his tariffs originally, it was because the bond market started to, collapse.
Power oligarchs, but for him, some incremental increase in taxation on them is fine, but they want to obscure that for whatever reason, in part because he probably gets a lot of his support come from those people.
There's this tweet from a Moshe Temkin, and it galls me that he mentions all of these, Biden, I don't care, you go up Biden and Cuomo, wherever. How about Obama? Moshe Temkin writes, in 1933, the U.S. government facing an economic crisis caused by banks let the banks collapse and rescued the people, averting fascism. In 2009, the U.S. government facing an economic crisis caused by banks rescued the banks and let the people collapse. And here we are, my friends. Like, that is it. And we can't, why do we have an entire class of liberal commentators that seems avoidant of that realization?
Also, gotta give credit. We had, I guess I was out, Sam, but you ended up having him on, Asted Herndon, in the wake of the 2024 election. Asted, who, from the New York Times, who had been on this.
Like a year ago.
Yeah, like a year ago. But just
months ago, I guess.
Yeah, when did I say? God, Jesus, time is flattening.
It's already fall.
But yeah, just like right after the election, because he had been, that's all what people were saying to him in his reporting going across the country after the COVID protections expired, and the payments and the child tax credit, like the fact that was not, there was cover up of that. And I think, when we look back on how we could have covered it differently too, like there was just the cost of living thing.
Well,
what?
Here's a tweet that I put out in 2023. It said,
nice plug.
Before you say the economy is good compared to the G7 or whatever, you have to state your income and monthly rent and mortgage.
Right.
And I have like 30 tweets on that. It was obvious to anyone, like the economy, judged by metrics like, I don't know, that you see on CNBC might have been fine. Nobody could afford rent.
Well, that's
we
what
went to
we
an
were
election like it.
Man, and in the run up to the, that summer where they were talking about the economy doing well, I mean, I think we were, we didn't have the data that we have now, but there is no doubt that wealth inequality made the actual numbers that we were seeing less relevant as a measure of how the economy is doing, because you have an increasingly smaller group of people who have the ability to move those indicators in one way or another. And it becomes maybe a sense of how the economy is doing in terms of like money, but not in terms of people, because fewer.
And a really simple thing to recognize is that, look, employment rates, they're kind of fudged, right, to begin with, right? They're, people that have been searching for a job, but have given up are not counted as unemployed, even though they are. People that do have some kind of employment, but that it's not sufficient for them, it's not enough, right? They're underemployed or not counted. And the other big thing it doesn't recognize is wages are not factored in any way. And wages, like I talked before, when during the election, I started talking about the misery index. The misery index is something that used to be used to gauge, essentially the economic, the physical, the impact of the economy on people by combining the unemployment rate with the inflation, right? And I think there's a third element too, and that is your inflation, unemployment, and then rate of pay. And as far as rate of pay, the median American worker has not seen a meaningful pay rate increase since like the 70s, right? It used to track right along with productivity, and productivity has still been climbing, right? Is on a steady climb from the earlier half of the 20th century, and but in the 1970s you see them decouple, and the pay rate flattens when adjusted for inflation as the productivity. So in other words, you're earning your boss more money, but your pay is not affecting that. And then you even combine, costs of basic needs like housing, makes it even worse. So that I think is what's being missed.
People have more of that money, so the money may be moving around, but it's moving around fewer hands, and the
precarity of work has not been discussed enough too, about the increasing reliance on the gig economy with very little protections, with people having to work gig jobs in supplementing their full-time jobs.
Yeah, so even adding in pay rate doesn't completely show the whole story. There's your benefits or lack thereof.
Like as much as it's very exciting to see so much of this unionization across the country. If you have a W-2, that's easier. But if you're somebody that's like working as a gig worker or an Uber driver or something,
1099 employee,
that is the underbelly of our economy, and it's the graph that you showed earlier, Sam, about all of the spending now being concentrated in the top 20%. Everybody else has nothing to spend.
Jump scare, Cedar. Joel Severode says the oil crisis in the early 70s and the subsequent birth of neoliberalism in the late 70s is the origin of so much of what we're facing. Yeah, absolutely. The proponents would probably justify neoliberalism with something like the profitability crisis, I guess, is what they would claim necessitates it. Unless they're just, giving you some line about stagflation. But chat, unfortunately, it looks like we're going back into stagflation for the first time since the 70s. We even take phone calls. The way that he says that always makes it like it kind of sounds like he's talking down to you. I don't know. Bedtime. Yeah, it's gonna have. I'm gonna have to get off of here too, chat. Let's see. What do I want to do first? Oh, I gotta thank my Patreons, right? For sure. And I think that we're gonna be. Oh my god, I like left Hasan on in the background for some reason, since like I don't know why. I think I had his stream on, because I thought I don't know. I heard about somebody getting banned off Twitch over Charlie Kirk shit. It turns out it wasn't Hasan, it was Miskiv. Miskiv made some innocuous joke about Charlie Kirk and got banned. But I had to check on his stream to just be like, is he banned? Did he actually get banned over this? Because that would have been a big deal. But no, he's still kicking out content. Let's do a solid for somebody playing Fire Emblem's Fate, which I've never played. Chat, is Fire Emblem's good? Reading you into Maddie the Magical Girl, who is now... Ooh. What is this, like RTS or something? Wait, I should play this game, maybe. Anyway, we'll just start the raid while I shout out my Patreons. Again, if you sign up for my Patreon... which is patreon.com/nocommentchick at the $5 level or above, you get a shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Let me go ahead and do those again for you. Make sure that I have got everyone. Oh yeah, let me, including new Weasel, Calibrating. Calibrating, thank you for signing up. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and wait. Just make sure that everyone's on here. Try resetting it. Oh yeah, at the based Weasel level. So yeah, that's like 3 extra. That's why I didn't. I was like, wait a minute, I'm not seeing you. But there you are. I think. Anyway, shouts out to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noape, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, to Crystal Saphira, and to Zara Xerix. With that being said, chat, yeah, it looks like we rated you out into Maddie the Magical Girl. Gonna go watch some, there we go, thank you for the shout out, Maddie. We're gonna go watch some Fire Emblem's Fate and see if it's a good game for me. That being said, chat, I do need to play Soul Hackers with you. I'm trying to figure out how to do that. I'm trying to figure out how to make that work. It's a challenge when you're a politics streamer. But yeah, we unlocked the Soul Hacker stream. Look at that right there. And really, I mean, I don't know. I need to start playing that game anyway, because it's basically a game where the villain is Elon Musk. So sounds like fun to me. Anyway, much love to everybody. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you to Thumb Gang for getting my video out, my stream out there to more people. Thank you to everybody that supported me on Blue Sky. That really helps out a lot, and I greatly appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow, although I'll have to either start early or I'll have to end sooner, because I just got to make sure. Well, let's see. Right now, Yeah, because if it was tomorrow, I'd be 7 minutes late for Thai class, so I don't want to do that. Is the same list as Vampire Survivors? Wait, on the same list as Vampire Survivors and Fallout New Vegas? Oh my god. Which I also need to finish. Wait, finish Vampire Survivors. That's crazy. But definitely Fallout Las Vegas. Fallout New Vegas, right? Should I start I was thinking about doing a new playthrough where I do all of the chems and I call it Fear and Loathing in New Vegas, except I feel like somebody must have already come up with that. Anyway, much love, everybody. We'll figure it all out tomorrow, and look for a video game stream if I can figure out when to fit one in. I don't know. Would morning video games be good? Because that would be like morning for you is night for me. Night for you is morning for me. We're kind of on the opposite side of the world if you're in the US, so. And then it's even more confusing if you're in Europe. I haven't even talked to my friends that are in the UK and the EU, just because I'm on a completely fucked up time schedule. But anyway, much love, chat. I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye.